Chapter 1 Reunion with the Goddess. Hiss. Ugh. Lin Chen ran out of the KTV box with a grin on his face. Just now, Lin Chen drank 5 bottles of beer in one breath, which was his limit. Look. He staggered out and looked for the bathroom everywhere. That's right, today is the dormitory leader's birthday, and he is inviting the 4 people in the dormitory to a party. It was said to be a party of 4 people, but they all brought their girlfriends, so it became a party of 7 people. It's not that Lin Chen can't find a girlfriend. With a tall stature of 183 centimeters, a handsome face, and standard sword-like eyebrows, he is a handsome man no matter how you look at him. During the past 2 years in college, there were many girls pursuing him, but Lin Chen was always absent-minded. Tonight's party was also arranged by the roommate with ulterior motives, who was trying to introduce a girlfriend to Lin Chen. While the other party had not arrived yet, Lin Chen left in a hurry. It's not that Lin Chen doesn't like women, but that there's already someone in Lin Chen's heart, and there's no room for any other woman. This story started 2 years ago. That summer, one night after the college entrance examination. Let's go. Lin Chen. Now that the exams are over, let's go party. I just can't do it. Lin Chen remembered that the time he had agreed with the goddess was coming, and he was really embarrassed. Speaking of this goddess, she was once the school belle of Jianghai No. 1 Middle School. She could be said to be Lin Chen's senior. Because of her excellent academic performance, she skipped grades and became a graduate student of Jianghai University at a young age. It was just a coincidence that I became Lin Chen's pen pal. During the 3 years of high school, the two became friends who could talk about anything. Now that Lin Chen has graduated from high school and has no other concerns, the two decided to meet. Now his classmates invite him to a party, and he feels so conflicted. On the one hand, he cannot refuse the friendship of his classmates. On the other hand, he cannot let go of the appointment with the goddess. In the end, Lin Chen was dragged by his classmates to the graduation party. Lin Chen looked at the reproachful message on his phone. Why did you stand me up? I feel bad. We have been pen pals for 3 years, and today we can take it to the next level. Well. Lin Chen drank 5 bottles of beer in a row under the toast of his classmates. After dinner, I went to KTV to sing at the suggestion of my classmates. Lin Chen said he couldn't sing, then left the KTV and ran towards the meeting place, hoping he could still make it in time. Only. Get out. I will never agree to this. Let me go. That's the goddess voice, she's in distress. Lin Chen suddenly sobered up and ran towards the direction of the sound. 2 burly men were surrounding a woman with disheveled hair. Even the most naive person can guess what will happen next. At this time, Lin Chen didn't know where he got the courage from, and shouted, "Stop." Then he pushed the 2 big men away and ran away with the goddess in the corner. After running 3 blocks in one breath and being unable to move his legs anymore, he found himself dizzy and fell into the arms of the goddess. Faintly, he felt the goddess calling his name in his ears, but he could not open his eyes. Climbing from one peak to another, one peak after another. One shot into a dream. This dream lasted for a very long time. I don't know how long it lasted before I fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up, a pair of big watery eyes were staring at him in a daze. Whoosh! Lin Chen sat up from the bed and asked anxiously. Don't be nervous, I don't need you to be responsible. After one night, we will say goodbye, and I hope we will never see each other again. The goddess stood up and was about to leave. I never expected that last night's dream was true. I actually spent an unforgettable night with the goddess. When he saw the bright red plum blossom on the bedsheet, Lin Chen could no longer remain silent. Ding xiao ya. Unfortunately, the goddess has gone far away, leaving only a faint fragrance in the room. Looking at the empty room, Lin Chen felt a pang of pain in his heart and vowed to find her. Even if he couldn't do anything, he would take responsibility for his actions today. Lin Chen silently cut off the plum blossom and kept it carefully. It's not that he has any fetish, but he feels that this is the only witness between him and the goddess, and he hopes that they will meet one day in the future. 2 years have passed in a flash. Today, Lin Chen was in a KTV room and was provoked by the other 3 students in the dormitory. Not only did she show off her affection in front of him, but she also kept urging him to introduce him to a girlfriend, hoping that he would consider it. In a moment of excitement, Lin Chen drank 5 bottles of beer in one breath and left in a hurry. Because he could never forget that night in his heart, and could never forget those big watery eyes, the way they looked at him intently. Bang! Just as he walked out of the KTV, a soft body bumped into him. Bang! The contents of the bag in the other person's hand fell to the ground, and he kept apologizing, "I'm sorry." Several milk powder cans rolled around, spreading milk powder everywhere, and diaper bags were also scattered. This. Lin Chen knew that he was in trouble, so he reached out and took out his wallet, handing the remaining 200 yuan to the woman opposite him. The moment their eyes met, Lin Chen felt like he was struck by lightning. "Your senior sister Ding Xiaoya." No, Ding Xiaoya hurriedly picked up the milk powder can and diapers from the ground, eager to leave. Is this the goddess he'd been obsessed with 2 years ago? Is she married now? Why does she have children's belongings? Does she already have a child? How could a person change so much in just 2 years? The noble and cold beauty's face had turned a bit sallow, and her eyes were a bit dull and lifeless. He was yawning slightly just now, looking like he hasn't woken up yet. Is this still the former goddess Ding Xiaoya? What has she been through in the past 2 years? Why is she so pitiful? What has she been through? Lin Chen's head was a mess, as if it was about to explode. He felt deeply guilty when he saw Ding Xiaoya like this. If I hadn't let her leave, if I had stopped her, perhaps the outcome would have been completely different. Ding Xiaoya carried Lin Chen on her back, tears streaming down her face. The grievances of the past 2 years suddenly flooded back to her. For a moment, even the strongest woman could no longer maintain her cool beauty. Women are made of water, that is absolutely true. Xiaoya. It's you, it must be you. Lin Chen excitedly grabbed Ding Xiaoya's clothes and shook them vigorously. Ding Xiaoya kept hiding. She was very conflicted. On the one hand, she really wanted to recognize Lin Chen and ask him to help share her burden. On the other hand, she was stubborn and really didn't want Lin Chen to see her like this. Ding. The system of pampering wife and baby has been activated and is being bound. Binding successful. Please make a choice. 1. Recognize Ding Xiaoya, start from pampering your wife and baby, and reach the pinnacle of life. 2. Let go of Ding Xiaoya, pretend not to know her, and activate another scumbag side quest in the system. From now on, the scumbag will have a tin foil perm, and the beauties will never stop. I choose 1. Lin Chen made his choice without hesitation. Good. The master has chosen the pampering wife and nursing baby main storyline. Trigger quest, recognize the goddess and see your child. Completion reward, 1 million. Chapter 2, Wife, I will support you. System? A system for pampering wife and feeding baby? A reward of 1 million? Lin Chen's mind was suddenly filled with 100,000 questions. Could it be that I've been struck by luck and become the protagonist of a novel? With this system, my life, career, love, and family will all be a success. Ha ha ha. The system arrived just in time. Now he was going to recognize the goddess openly and be with her openly. Etc. Just now the system seemed to say that I should go and meet my child. Could it be that after that night with the goddess, she had her own child? One shot hits the target. Just as Lin Chen was in a daze, Ding Xiaoya packed up her things and was about to leave. Lin Chen reached out and grabbed her, and with a little force, he held the goddess Ding Xiaoya in his arms. Ding Xiaoya, who was struggling, lost her balance and fell into Lin Chen's arms. A strong masculine scent came to her face, and the strong sense of security instantly surrounded Ding Xiaoya, wrapping her tightly. Ding Xiaoya suddenly had no intention of leaving. I wish I could stay in this embrace forever, how wonderful it would be. Ding Xiaoya. Ding Xiaoya. Do you really want to confess everything to him? What if he turns against me? Wouldn't that be boring and embarrassing? Besides, Ding Xiaoya had said, Lin Chen doesn't need to be responsible. What to do? At this moment, Lin Chen mustered up the courage to say to the goddess Ding Xiaoya in his arms, Xiaoya. Are you pregnant with our child? Child? At the beginning, Ding Xiaoya was not in danger, but was forced to marry by her family. The two big men who Lin Chen mistakenly believed were harmful to Ding Xiaoya were actually the bodyguards of Ding Xiaoya's father. Otherwise, with Lin Chen's help, it would be impossible to snatch Ding Xiaoya away from them. But they were also following orders. Finally, a silly boy came out to save Ding Xiaoya, whom they had watched grow up, so they naturally just turned a blind eye. Because she was forced by her father, Ding Xiaoya had always had a good impression of Lin Chen, so she gave her most precious thing to Lin Chen that night. She originally planned to find a place to hide for a while, hoping that her family would give up the idea, but she didn't expect that a month later, she found out that she was pregnant with Lin Chen's child. She also heard rumors that the Ding family insisted that Ding Xiaoya marry into the Hu family. So Ding Xiaoya gritted her teeth and decided to give birth to the baby in her belly. Later, when she found out she was pregnant with quadruplets, Ding Xiaoya felt even more fortunate for her decision. There are 4 little lives, and they all choose her to be their mother at the same time. What a happy thing it is. But after giving birth to the child, reality made Ding Xiaoya's life very difficult. There was no way Ding Xiaoya would ask the Ding family for money. From then on, all living expenses and the child's milk powder, diapers, and other expenses would fall on Ding Xiaoya alone. With 4 babies, Ding Xiaoya was unable to handle it all by herself, so she found an aunt to help. So in addition to staying at Jianhai University to teach, Ding Xiaoya also had to work part-time at a training institution and go home to take care of her 4 babies at night. As time went on, Ding Xiaoya became increasingly stressed. Now that she has finally met the child's father, Ding Xiaoya was able to shed those tears just now. Now that Lin Chen asked if she was pregnant with his child, Ding Xiaoya remembered that the child was still at home waiting for the milk powder in her hand. So Ding Xiaoya secretly decided that Lin Chen should have the right to know. As for whether he would be responsible, that would be discussed later. She broke free from Lin Chen's arms and picked up the milk powder can on the ground. While picking up the milk powder can, he muttered to Lin Chen, "If you want to know, just follow me." In this way, Lin Chen followed Ding Xiaoya with doubts in his heart and came to an old and dilapidated community in front of Jianhai University. Ding Xiaoya in front was also confused. Was it right or wrong to bring him here? What if he is an irresponsible person? Wouldn't I be bringing shame upon myself? But vaguely, Ding Xiaoya felt that Lin Chen was not that kind of person. Do you live here? Lin Chen looked up at the slightly rundown neighborhood, his heart murmuring. Creak. Ding Xiaoya pushed the door open and responded softly, "Come in." Is Xiaoya back? A middle-aged woman who looked like an ant came over, took the milk powder from Ding Xiaoya's hand, turned around and took the things to the inner room. On the sofa in the living room, 4 little babies were neatly lined up, dancing and babbling. One of them cried particularly hard. Ding Xiaoya immediately went forward and picked up the child in the middle who was crying the loudest. 4. Lin Chen pointed at the 4 crying babies on the sofa in surprise and looked at Ding Xiaoya in disbelief. Ding Xiaoya lowered her head and nodded shyly. Oh my god. That wasn't just 1 shot. That was 4. Lin Chen walked forward at a loss, wanting to hug one of them, but he didn't know which one to hug first. Ding Xiaoya also noticed Lin Chen's embarrassment and moved her mouth. Hey. The one closest to you is Debeo, she's more comforting and loves to laugh. You can try hugging her. Lin Chen quickly picked up the first baby, and a strong sense of intimacy spread from his arms to his heart. The baby in his arms kept smiling at him. The baby in Ding Xiaoya's arms, who had just stopped crying, suddenly started crying again. This. How about I try it? So Lin Chen and Ding Xiaoya switched the babies in their arms. Really? The baby stopped crying and giggled at Lin Chen. This is strange. This baby has always been a crybaby and doesn't like to be held by strangers. But as soon as she touched Lin Chen's arms, she stopped crying and even smiled, which was a rare smile. This was incredible. Is this the intimacy between a biological father and his children? The aunt who came out from the inner room was also surprised. Bao was really weird today. Aunt Li. This is the child's father, Lin Chen. Ding Xiaoya said without thinking. Aunt Li had tears in her eyes. Okay. I'm glad you're back. Aunt Li had seen how hard it was for Ding Xiaoya to raise 4 children alone these days. Now that the children's father was back, things should get better. The father of the child. Lin Chen's eyes met Ding Xiaoya's, and Ding Xiaoya dodged away, her heart beating fast. Could it be that he wasn't happy? Oh. It turns out that it was all just wishful thinking. Many times, she blamed herself for being so impulsive, but every time she saw her 4 babies, she felt it was all worth it. Seeing Ding Xiaoya's moodiness, Lin Chen approached her and said, "Don't worry. I'll take care of everything. I didn't know you were working so hard before. Now that we've met, I'll be the one supporting this family, raising you and the child. Just stay home and relax. Support the family. Support me too." Ding Xiaoya's face was flushed and her heart was beating fast. Ding. Congratulations, master. Recognize Ding Xiaoya and see your child. Reward, 1 million. Chapter 3, Natural Baby Master. Then the phone in my pocket vibrated for 1 second and sent a message. Your debit card account 7779 received 1,000,000 Huaxia yuan on March 10th, and the balance after the transaction is 100,000,011.78 Huaxia Bank. This. Lin Chen counted the zeros and found that there was indeed 1 million. The system was not deceiving me. Now that I have money, I can't let Xiaoya suffer. Xiaoya, give me your bank account number. Why do you want a bank account number? Although Ding Xiaoya was puzzled, she still handed the bank card to Lin Chen. After a while, Ding Xiaoya received a bank message. Looking at her phone, she excitedly shouted, Lin Chen, how do you have so much money? A full 990,000. Good. Good. Xiaoya won't have to suffer anymore. Since you're all here, I'll go back first. Aunt Li was extremely relieved when she saw this scene. She cleaned the house and left. The moment Aunt Li closed the door, Ding Xiaoya put Debao down and threw herself into Lin Chen's arms, murmuring, Thank you. Thank you. If you hadn't appeared, I really don't know how I would have held on. Ding Xiaoya is not a person who was greedy for money. She is also the eldest daughter of a wealthy family. She has ended up in this situation only because her family forced her to marry and she wanted to escape the marriage. It is not easy to raise 4 babies alone. Now that she has this money, at least the children don't have to suffer with her. Lin Chen was also thankful to have met Ding Xiaoya today, otherwise he would have regretted it for the rest of his life. Not to mention 1 million, even if it was 10 million, he, Lin Chen, would have given Xiaoya 9.99 million. At this moment, in Lin Chen's heart, Ding Xiaoya and the 4 babies are more important than anything else. 1 million is something that Lin Chen could never imagine in his lifetime, but now that he has the system, is he still afraid of not having money? Come. Let me introduce them to you. Ding Xiaoya pulled Lin Chen to the sofa and introduced her 4 treasures one by one. This is Debao, a girl, 10 months old, named Lin Nianru, who loves to laugh. This is the second baby, a girl, 10 months old, named Lin Nianshi, who loves to cry. These are the 3 babies, a girl, 10 months old, named Lin Nianmeng, who loves to pout and act cute. This is our 4th child, a 10-month-old boy named Lin Nianbin. He is playful and mischievous. What a beautiful name, what a lovely child. They actually have the same surname as mine. This is enough to prove Ding Xiaoya's feelings for Lin Chen. Xiaoya. Lin Chen looked at Ding Xiaoya excitedly. Their eyes met, and a strong love flowed in their eyes. They were originally a couple in love, and they reunited after 20 months of separation. They also have 4 babies between them. This feeling of happiness is really beyond words. Boom, boom, boom. A knock on the door broke the delicate atmosphere between them. Ahem. Ding Xiaoya coughed twice awkwardly, then turned to open the door. Who could it be? He wondered in his heart as he opened the door. Squeak. As the door opened, 2 big men stood at the door, wearing suits and ties, looking a little serious. Hiss. Ding Xiaoya took a deep breath and quickly closed the door again. What's wrong? Lin Chen asked doubtfully while holding the boss in his arms and making her happy. Ding Xiaoya patted her chest with one hand to calm herself down, then her eyes dodged and she said evasively, No. What? Lin Chen did not continue to pester her. The second baby started crying again. Lin Chen immediately put down the first baby and picked up the second baby. It's really strange. The second baby stopped crying the moment Lin Chen held him in his arms. At this time, Ding Xiaoya's heart was in turmoil, because the person standing outside was her father's bodyguard, who came again after 2 years. What to do? Just in case. Ding Xiaoya looked at Lin Chen, who was happily playing with the children in front of her, and secretly decided in her heart, never compromise, this time, she must be with Lin Chen. Oh right. Who was that just now? Lin Chen shouted to Ding Xiaoya, who was behind the door. Ding Xiaoya shook her head bitterly, closed her mouth and did not answer. Lin Chen also noticed that Ding Xiaoya seemed to be in a bad mood and was curious about who was standing at the door. He placed Erbao on the sofa and walked towards Ding Xiaoya. He grabbed Ding Xiaoya's shoulders with both hands and comforted her. Xiaoya. No matter what it is, we will face it together, okay? Hiss. Ding Xiaoya took a deep breath, nodded, and opened the door again. The 2 big men standing at the door bowed respectfully to Ding Xiaoya and shouted, Miss, come back with us. Oh my god. Aren't these the 2 big men who bullied Ding Xiaoya 2 years ago? Why are they calling Xiaoya Miss? Could it be that Ding Xiaoya is the daughter of some wealthy family? Humph. Even if it's true, so what? Today is different from the past. I, Lin Chen, have activated this system of pampering my wife and nursing my baby. It will be hard to imagine a bad life in the future. No matter how big a family it is useless in front of Lin Chen. Ding. Trigger mission, drive away the bodyguard at the door and protect Ding Xiaoya. Oh. In that case, let me be the bad guy for once. Get lost. Xiaoya told you to get lost 2 years ago. Are you going to do it again? Lin Chen held Ding Xiaoya in his arms and protested to them. Well. Is this kid out of his mind? How dare you bring up what happened 2 years ago? If they hadn't turned a blind eye, would they have let them go? Also, as a man, he actually let his woman live in such a shabby place, and he felt quite justified in doing so. I really don't know where he got his confidence from. But in Ding Xiaoya's view, this was Lin Chen's attitude towards her. With this attitude, Ding Xiaoya felt that it was worth it even if she never had anything to do with the Ding family again. Go back and tell my father, I don't have a father like him. Don't come to me again. Ding Xiaoya expressed her position expressionlessly. Why don't you get out of here? Do you want me to call the police? Lin Chen threatened. Then he slammed the door shut, having been turned away. He wondered what the expressions of the 2 bodyguards at the door would be, but they probably wouldn't be very good. Wife. I, Lin Chen, will definitely treat you and the babies well, believe me. Lin Chen hugged Ding Xiaoya and said with confidence. It can be said that Ding Xiaoya has now completely fallen out with her family. If Lin Chen still doesn't treat her as a family member, then she will really be left with only an orphan and a widow. That was something Lin Chen would never allow to happen. Ding. Congratulations, Master. Mission completed. Reward, 100 special skills and 100 proficiency for the baby. Ding Xiaoya pushed Lin Chen away, blushing. He actually called her his wife? Wasn't that a little too soon? Lin Chen, on the other hand, had a very happy look on his face. As long as she didn't refuse, there would be a chance. Wow, I heard Erbao crying on the sofa. Ding Xiaoya and Lin Chen both ran towards Erbao. Ding. Triggering the task, change the baby's diaper. A system notification chime echoed through my mind. Could it be that the baby has pooped? How about I help her change it? Lin Chen was a little unsure. Because he had never done anything like this before, but now that this task had been triggered, he felt that he had to do it. Doesn't caring for your wife and baby start with these basics? Ding Xiaoya skillfully took out a diaper and handed it to Lin Chen, blinking her eyes and indicating that he could try it. Next, Lin Chen changed diapers as if he was born to do so. His skillful movements made Ding Xiaoya wonder if Lin Chen had received any training before. Even Adli, the nanny, wasn't as skilled as him. It seemed like my judgment was correct. Following a man like this, I wouldn't have to suffer. Ding. Congratulations to the owner for completing the task, and be rewarded with the God of Cookery cooking skills. Chapter 4 Resolving Conflicts. Lin Chen here just received a reward from the system, the God of Cookery's cooking skills. Ding Xiaoya's stomach began to rumble. The laughter of 4 babies came from the sofa. Perhaps they all heard the embarrassment of their mother Ding Xiaoya and smiled innocently. The babies are 10 months old now, which is the time when they are learning to talk. They babbled and pointed at their mothers and called out. Okay. Don't bully Mom. Daddy's going to cook dinner and make sure you're well fed. As he spoke, Lin Chen went to open the refrigerator. Hello. Ding Xiaoya wanted to stop him, but it was too late. The moment Lin Chen opened the refrigerator, she felt unwell. There was a tomato, an egg, and a scallion with slightly yellowed leaves left. The entire refrigerator was bare. A feeling of suffocation was trapped in his chest, and Lin Chen's body was shaking slightly. Is this how Xiaoya has been spending the past 2 years? He owes these 5 mothers too much in this life. Even if Lin Chen spends his entire life to make up for it, it won't be enough. Xiaoya. Lin Chen shouted tremblingly, I'm sorry. A soft hand covered Lin Chen's lips. Ding Xiaoya shook her head with tears in her eyes, feeling distressed. No. I did all this voluntarily. Call. Everything is voluntary, huh? My life is worth it. Next, Lin Chen patted Ding Xiaoya's shoulder gently, and then used an egg, a tomato, a scallion, and some remaining rice in the rice cooker to make a bowl of fried rice for Ding Xiaoya. The magical knife skills, the perfect flipping of the wok, and the back that was so attractive to Ding Xiaoya. It was the first time that Ding Xiaoya had seen fried rice with scrambled eggs and tomatoes, but looking at the steaming fried rice in front of her, Ding Xiaoya's mouth was watering. Without thinking about anything else, she started eating. As soon as the rice entered her mouth, tears welled up in Ding Xiaoya's eyes. "What's wrong?" Lin Chen asked. "This is so delicious. This is the best egg fried rice I've ever had in my life." Ding Xiaoya praised Lin Chen generously. "Ding! Congratulations! Mission accomplished. Reward, a 6-seater Infiniti QX80. This vehicle came from a legitimate source, and all the documentation and evidence is in the box in the passenger seat. The key is in your pocket." Lin Chen subconsciously touched his pocket and found something hard in it. He felt it with his hand and found that it was probably the car key. "I was shocked. This system gave me a luxury car just for no reason. I love it so much." While Lin Chen was still feeling happy, the system notification sounded again, ding. Reminding the owner, the new member gift package will expire in 1 hour. Oh my god. Why didn't you tell me earlier about the new member gift pack? It would be such a shame if it just expired. Having just been rewarded with a luxury car, Lin Chen is very much looking forward to the rewards in this new member gift package. So I tried to say to the system, turn it on. Ding. Congratulations, master. The new member gift pack has been opened. You'll receive 1 marrow cleansing pill, 10 youth retention pills, and 10% of the Rothschild family shares. What? Lin Chen was shocked. Did that mysterious family really exist in this world? And he had even acquired 10% of its shares. That was a fortune comparable to a nation. However, Lin Chen couldn't cash out right now. It was better to hold on to it. You have to know that the wealth of such a big family is growing at an inhuman rate every year. Knock knock knock. Ding Xiaoya had just taken 2 bites when the door was knocked again, interrupting Lin Chen's thoughts. Lin Chen signaled Ding Xiaoya to continue eating while he went to open the door. There was a middle-aged man standing at the door, staring at Lin Chen with a serious face. The 2 men looked at each other for a long time. Ding Xiaoya in the room felt that the atmosphere was not right and immediately asked Lin Chen, "Who is it?" Without waiting for Lin Chen to speak, the middle-aged man at the door replied coldly, "It's me." Ding Xiaoya shuddered and stood up in a daze, her mind blank. Why is he here? So they know each other? This middle-aged man looks a bit like Ding Xiaoya. Could it be that? Lin Chen probably guessed who the man in front of him was. At this time, the baby on the sofa also started crying, and Lin Chen immediately ran over to comfort him. She held 1 baby in each hand and was also teasing the 2 babies lying on the sofa. The middle-aged man walked into the room, looked around, and his face became increasingly gloomy. When he saw the bowl of egg fried rice on the table, he finally exploded. "Are you still a man? You let the 5 of them live in a place like this? You let Xiaoya eat this?" After being inexplicably scolded, Lin Chen was a little annoyed. In his mind, a system notification sounded, ding. Congratulations, master. Triggered mission, showcase your cooking skills. Reward, Eye of Prediction. Eye of Prediction can predict the development trend of all things, including people's destiny. Want to show off your cooking skills? This is not difficult, but Ding Xiaoya has no ingredients at home. If she wants to display it, she has to go to the supermarket to buy some ingredients. Uncle! Don't think this is just a bowl of egg fried rice. Without waiting for Lin Chen to explain, the middle-aged man interrupted him, "Shut up. Egg fried rice is egg fried rice, can it turn into abalone?" Well. Needless to say, this sentence choked Lin Chen. But this was not difficult for Lin Chen, wasn't it just a good meal? In the past, Lin Chen might not have had the confidence, but now, even if Ding Xiaoya wanted to eat badly, Lin Chen would not agree. Let us go. Xiaoya. Let us go out for dinner. Lin Chen pulled Ding Xiaoya and said gently. Ding Xiaoya shook her head, then angrily yelled at the middle-aged man, "Dad, have you had enough? If you do this again, we will sever our father-daughter relationship." Boom! Ding Hui stood there in a daze, unable to recover for a long time. What kind of virtue did this man in front of him have that not only did he make his daughter follow him willingly, but he also severed the father-daughter relationship with him for him? This was something Ding Hui never expected. And her daughter actually gave birth to a child with this man. Thinking of the children, the babies on the sofa started to cry out in cooperation. He babbled, as if expressing his dissatisfaction with the noise in the room. Ding Hui's face trembled slightly and he staggered towards the sofa. But he didn't expect that Lin Chen was even faster than him, blocking him like a wall. At this time, Ding Xiaoya also reacted, stood in front of Lin Chen and the child, and warned, "Don't even think about hurting the child, otherwise I will call the police." Grandchildren, 4? Ding Hui, have an heir. Ding Hui seemed not to hear his daughter's warning and pounced on the babies on the sofa, shouting. The babies seemed frightened and started crying loudly. Seeing this, Ding Xiaoya wanted to stop it, but was held back by Lin Chen. Ding Hui had no ill intentions. On the contrary, after looking at the baby, his face was full of tenderness, and he definitely had no intention of harming anyone. This is the love of an elder for his children, and the affection of a grandfather for his grandson. It can be seen that Ding Hui likes the babies very much. What are their names? How old are they? What kind of milk powder do they eat now? Ding Hui instantly became like a nanny, a grown man actually caring about these trivial matters. But these words, in Ding Xiaoya's ears, became like a gentle breeze, blowing across her heart. Her eyes felt like sand had entered them, and tears began to fall. Why are you crying? Come on. Dad will treat you to dinner. Chapter 5, Famous Chef Apprenticeship. He. Ding Xiaoya burst into laughter. It can be said that the grudges were forgotten with a smile, and the father and daughter were no longer at loggerheads, as if they had returned to the way things were before. So they packed up. Lin Chen held the second and third treasures, Ding Xiaoya held the fourth treasure, and Ding Hui held the eldest treasure. Lin Chen glanced at the Infiniti QX80 in the distance, then felt for the car keys in his pocket. He decided to keep a low profile, so he walked towards his father-in-law's car, holding the baby. In this way, they came to the prosperous streets of Jianhai City. Walking into Zixiangshuan, Ding Xiaoya tugged at Lin Chen's sleeve and whispered softly, "Isn't this place too expensive? Although we have some money, we will spend it in the future. It's not appropriate to come here." Lin Chen patted the back of Ding Xiaoya's hand and comforted her, "Don't worry, I'll take care of everything." Jinxiu Huafu? Ha. Boy, it's your treat today, I won't pay. Ding Hui smiled mysteriously. Although Ding Hui and his daughter have reconciled, it does not mean that he can accept Lin Chen immediately. His little cotton padded jacket was snatched away by someone, so as a father, Ding Hui was of course a little jealous. He wanted to see how Lin Chen would solve today's dinner. We found a private room and sat down as a group of 3. The babies all used the hotel's child seats. Waiter! Lin Chen called out to the beautiful waitress at the door of the private room. Sir, would you like to start taking orders? The beautiful waitress nodded slightly at him with her signature smile. No. Before that, take me to see your chef. Lin Chen showed a row of big white teeth. Well. When the beautiful waitress saw the big boy, she didn't even bother to refute and turned around to signal Lin Chen to follow. Ding Xiaoya pulled the corner of Lin Chen's clothes and asked in a low voice, "What are you doing?" "Shoo. There's a surprise coming up." Lin Chen whispered in Ding Xiaoya's ear and followed her out. Ding Hui thought that Lin Chen had gone to order food, so he took advantage of this free time to question Ding Xiaoya about Lin Chen's family situation. Lin Chen followed the beautiful waitress all the way to the kitchen. "Xiaoyu, why did you bring an outsider into the kitchen? This is not a place to play, get him out right away." A chubby chef pointed at Lin Chen and questioned the beautiful waitress, holding a spoon in his hand. The beautiful waitress Xiaoyu told Lin Chen everything she wanted to see him. "Now that you've seen it, let us go." The chubby chef didn't give Lin Chen any face. Hey! Who did he think he was? Did he come here just to see him? Lin Chen walked up to the fat chef calmly and stuffed a wad of money into the fat chef's pocket. The fat chef's face changed, he patted his pockets, and happily pushed the beautiful waitress, "Let's go. Go buy me a cup of milk tea." When the beautiful waitress left, Lin Chen had already picked up the spoon, stood in the position of the chef, and started to move. Handsome. The fat chef seemed to see himself when he was young and forgot to cook for a moment. He felt ashamed of himself for being so smooth and flowing as Lin Chen. If this guy was here to cause trouble, wouldn't he be out of a job? The fat chef suddenly regretted letting Lin Chen stay, but at this critical juncture, it seemed too late. It didn't take long for Lin Chen to cook 18 dishes. Taking off his chef's hat, Lin Chen patted the chef's shoulder and said, please help me deliver it to box 222. Then he strode out of the kitchen, shocking the fat chef speechless. Fortunately, this guy was not here to ruin the party. Looking at the 18 delicious dishes, the fat chef was tempted and wanted to try them. It's just that professional ethics tells me not to touch customers' food. But when the fat chef turned around, he saw a piece of shredded meat and a piece of shredded green pepper in the iron pot. His eyes lit up and he rushed over, picked it up and put it into his mouth. Ah! Chef! What are you doing? The beautiful waitress happened to be holding a milk tea in her hand, and her eyes were wide open as she looked at the fat chef. Who would have thought that the fat chef, who was never allowed to eat in the kitchen, would actually eat secretly? This is incredible in the eyes of the beautiful waitress Xiao Yu. Wow! Delicious! Delicious! I've never eaten anything so delicious. The fat chef didn't care at all about the surprise of the beautiful waitress Xiao Yu. Instead, he danced with his hands and feet. After a while, he suddenly stopped and said to himself, "No. I want to go meet him and become his disciple. And I want to introduce him to the boss." Lin Chen only spent half an hour and returned. When he pushed open the box, he found that his future father-in-law was playing with 4 babies like a little child. Ding Xiaoya was taking pictures of the baby, wanting to capture this unforgettable moment. Only the 2 bodyguards who had been standing aside with expressionless faces seemed out of place. Why does it take so long to order a dish? Seeing Lin Chen appear, Ding Hui's smile faded and he glanced at Lin Chen pretentiously. Ding Xiaoya opened her cherry lips slightly, wanting to defend Lin Chen. Lin Chen pressed his hand towards Ding Xiaoya, indicating that she should not say anything more, as he would take care of everything. Lin Chen politely called out, "Uncle. Let's talk about this after dinner. You and Xiaoya are hungry too. It's not too late to talk after dinner. As the saying goes, don't hit someone who smiles." Lin Chen has behaved like this. If Ding Hui continues to make things difficult for him, it would be unworthy of the family's demeanor. Ahem. Then give Xiaoya some face. Ding Xiaoya blinked at Lin Chen in surprise. She didn't expect that her always picky father could be satisfied with just one sentence from Lin Chen. Although we don't know what the outcome will be, from what we see now, it seems that everything is moving in a good direction. The beautiful waitresses in the hotel have already started serving them food. A total of 18 dishes. Ding Hui has seen a lot of things and will not change his attitude because of this table of food. At least that's what he thinks. Wow! Lin Chen, you ordered too much. How can the 3 of us finish it? Ding Xiaoya has never been so extravagant in the past 2 years. Today is the first time. After all 18 dishes were served, the beautiful waitress still stood aside, showing no intention of leaving the box. Ahem. You can go out now, and help me close the door. Ding Hui felt that it would be inappropriate to have outsiders present when they were going to talk about family matters. Unexpectedly, the beautiful waitress smiled at him and said, "Hello. Could you please wait a moment? Our chef and our boss would like to see this gentleman." After the beautiful waitress Xiao Yu finished speaking, she pointed at Lin Chen. See him? Ding Hui felt that this seemed to be a mistake. Logically speaking, if they were going to meet him, they should meet him. Didn't they realize Ding Hui's true identity? But he was Ding Hui from the Ding family in Zhanhai City. The future heir of the Ding family. Yes. Meet him. The beautiful waitress Xiao Yu confirmed again. Bang! There was a noise at the door, and a chubby figure rushed in and ran straight towards Lin Chen. Ding Hui, standing by, seemed to understand. Perhaps this kid had offended someone? Look! They were coming to settle the score personally. How embarrassing. Ding Hui covered his face, fearing that the other party would recognize his identity. Thump! The fat chef knelt down in front of Lin Chen and shouted, "Master! Please accept me." What? Master? Chapter 6, The Doting Wife, The Godly Dad. Whoosh! Ding Hui stood up, and Ding Xiaoya looked at Lin Chen in disbelief. Lin Chen still sat in his seat calmly. No one expected that this fat man in chef's clothes would call Lin Chen master. Bang! The door was pushed open again, and a charming figure came to Lin Chen's side in a flash. This? Ding Hui's heart trembled. Why would Lu Piapiao show up in person? You have to know that there are countless young men in Zhanhai City who want to get close to Lu Piapiao, and most of them can't even see her. It is said that Lu Piapiao is extremely beautiful. After seeing her today, I can see that she is indeed extraordinary. Lu Piapiao called out in a delicate voice, Sir, I'm the owner of Zixiangshuan. Can I hire you as the head chef for my hotel? No. I want to collaborate with you. All you have to do is accept Fatty Wang as your apprentice. As she spoke, she sat down next to Lin Chen and looked at him with her beautiful eyes. Ding Xiaoya immediately became angry and felt jealous. She tugged at Lin Chen's clothes and muttered, You dare. Well. Lin Chen felt that fire was coming out of Ding Xiaoya's eyes. Lu Piapiao stretched out 5 fingers and said in a coquettish voice, I'll give you 50% of the shares. What? Now everyone here looked at Lu Piapiao in disbelief. Are you crazy? Just for this man in front of her? What was so outstanding about him? Why did Lu Piapiao, who had never been interested in men, think so highly of Lin Chen this time? Why? Yes. Why? Perhaps Fatty Wang knew that his boss was impressed by the young man's cooking skills. In fact, Lu Piapiao herself didn't know. When Fatty Wang informed her, she went to the kitchen with doubts. When she secretly took a bite of the dish, she became refreshed. At first, I thought Fatty Wang had improved his skills, but it turned out to be someone else. Now that I see it with my own eyes, Lu Piapiao herself doesn't know why he gave such generous conditions. Okay. Then I'll agree reluctantly. Wow. It's so shameless that you still do this reluctantly. Ding. Congratulations, Master. The cooking demonstration mission is complete. Reward, Eye of Prediction. Boom. Lin Chen felt dizzy, and then his eyes stung. He couldn't help but close his eyes. When he opened them again, a brilliant light shone out, shocking everyone in the box. Master. Come. I'll fill your glass. Fatty Wang got up from the ground, happily grabbed the high-end wine from the beautiful waitress's tray, and filled Lin Chen's glass. If the scene of Fatty Wang becoming a disciple just now were to get out, the entire Jianhai city would probably be in an uproar. Fatty Wang is one of the 3 most famous chefs in China. It is said that all 3 are in Jianhai. His status is extraordinary, and most people have no idea how lucky they are to be able to get close to Fatty Wang. But it just so happened that Fatty Wang, who everyone wanted to get close to, wanted to take Lin Chen as his master. How could this not surprise the beautiful waitress Xiaoyu who was standing next to him? She kept her mouth open. Seeing Fatty Wang pouring wine, Lin Chen did not refuse. He stretched out his hand and gestured to fill Ding Hui's glass as well. Come on. Uncle. I'll toast you a glass. This glass is to thank you for raising Xiaoya. You've worked so hard. Lin Chen raised the glass in his hand with full sincerity. Ding Hui had not yet recovered from the shock he had just experienced, and was caught off guard by the sudden toast. He picked up the cup and took a symbolic sip. Lin Chen drank it all in one gulp. Delicious. Ding Xiaoya's mouth was already full. Although I don't know why they like Lin Chen so much, I can't stand being hungry. I was about to fill my stomach with that bowl of egg fried rice at home, but my father interrupted me. She wanted to say that the bowl of egg fried rice was the most delicious egg fried rice she had ever eaten in her life. However, the delicious food in front of me seemed like the first time I had ever eaten it in my life. Ding Hui also tasted the dish, his eyes lit up, and he asked, Boss Lu, your food has never been this delicious before. Did you change the chef? Only then did Lu Piapiao notice that there was another person in the box, and this person was actually the heir of the Ding family. Boss Ding. You and young Master Lin are. Lu Piapiao's eyes moved between them, then saw Ding Xiaoya, and a little sour taste in her heart. Finally, she looked at the 4 babies and suddenly understood. In fact, Ding Hui really didn't know how to introduce the relationship between him and Lin Chen. But he immediately asked, Your new chef's salary is not low, right? Puff. Lu Piapiao covered her mouth and laughed. Boss Ding, do you really not know, or are you just pretending not to know? This table of dishes was cooked by young Master Lin. Ding bang. The chopsticks fell on the plate and looked at Lin Chen in surprise. No wonder. No wonder Lu Piapiao took such a fancy to him. But just because the dishes were cooked well, she gave Lin Chen such a huge benefit. Why didn't Ding Hui believe it? He. I knew it was my husband who cooked it. It's just like the egg fried rice just now, very delicious. Ding Xiaoya blurted out. The word husband made Lin Chen's heart blossom with joy. It seems that she has accepted herself. Who says they weren't? They were originally a couple, but they were separated unexpectedly. Now that they've reunited, their feelings for each other seem even deeper. Did you cook it? Ding Hui was thinking about how he would go to Ding Xiaoya's house to eat for free in the future. He completely forgot that the old man asked him to bring Ding Xiaoya home. Well, if you think it tastes better than usual, Uncle will eat more. This is not just delicious, it is even more delicious than elixir. Finally, unable to resist the temptation of the delicious food, Ding Hui joined in and began to eat the food with big mouthfuls. During the process, Lin Chen kept toasting. Maybe because of the delicious food, Ding Hui and Lin Chen drank a lot in the end. Ding Hui, who usually only drank 1 bottle of white wine, drank 2 bottles today. The family enjoyed the meal so much that Lu Piapiao, Wang Panzi and Xiao Yu were so greedy that they kept wiping their saliva. Lin Chen couldn't bear to watch it any longer, shook his head, pointed at the table of food and said, "No problem. We don't mind at all." The next second, the 3 of them joined in this sumptuous feast. Well, I have never seen people who don't care about their image so much. In a moment, the people at the table started to sweep away the delicious food in a whirlwind. Even Ding Xiaoya and Lu Piapiao, who usually seem to be indifferent to worldly affairs, didn't care about their image and completely let themselves go. Belch. Everyone wiped their mouths with satisfaction and burped. Ding. Congratulations to the owner for completing the system's initial mission. Reward, a 560 square meter single-family villa in Splendid Mansion. Next, system missions will be randomly triggered and completed by the owner. No further specific mission details will be provided. The system stated casually. What? If you don't tell me, how am I supposed to know what to do? What will earn me the reward? Lin Chen questioned the system. After a moment of silence, the system asked, if there were no rewards, would you not do anything related to your wife and children? Well. Unexpectedly, the system's words almost suffocated Lin Chen. 2. Even if there is no reward, will you not do things related to your wife and children? No. I, Lin Chen, swear, from today on, I, Lin Chen, will be a wife-loving maniac and a god-level dad. Chapter 7, is this the meeting gift? Isn't this the chef Wang Panzi that I often see on TV? Ding Hui finally came to his senses and excitedly took Wang Panzi's hand. This. Ding Xiaoya blushed with embarrassment. What the hell is Dad doing? Holding a man's hand in public, what a joke. Ding Hui turned to Ding Xiaoya excitedly and said, do you know who he is? He is the most famous chef in Jianghai area. Many people wanted to hire him with high salary but failed. In the end, I don't know why, he chose this witch Lu Piapiao. Halfway through my speech, I suddenly felt a little embarrassed. It seemed inappropriate to talk about someone else's shortcomings on their territory. Looking at Lu Piapiao's expression again, it seemed that she didn't take Ding Hui's words to heart at all, and seemed to be still immersed in the joy of winning over Lin Chen. Lu Piapiao. Please don't argue with my dad. I apologize to you here. Ding Xiaoya explained for her father. Then Lu Piapiao and Ding Xiaoya gathered together and chatted non-stop. This woman is strange. One moment they are wary of each other, and the next second they are best friends. This is something that men can't understand at all. Lu Piapiao patted Ding Xiaoya's delicate shoulder and said, Sister Xiaoya, don't worry, I will help you watch Lin Chen and will never let other women get close to him. As he said this, he made a cutting gesture, which made Ding Xiaoya giggle. Why? Who is in cahoots with whom? This silly girl, she was sold and she still helped him count the money. Everyone was chatting happily here, while Lin Chen was dealing with 4 babies alone. De Bao waved his arms and kept pointing at the delicious food on the table. His meaning was very clear, how could you forget us while enjoying the delicious food? Helplessly, Lin Chen asked the beautiful waitress Xiao Yu to lead the way and went to the kitchen to cook 5 kinds of complimentary foods for the 4 babies. Dad! Dad! De Bao actually called out to Lin Chen twice. This made Ding Xiaoya, who was having a great chat, very jealous. I carried the baby for 10 months and raised it alone for 10 months, but I didn't hear the baby's first cry. Now that Lin Chen had just appeared, and it had only been 1 day, De Bao had actually called him dad twice in a row. Although it sounds like daddy, it is enough to make all parents in the world happy for a while. Alas! Lin Chen was even happier now, and he personally fed the complimentary food into De Bao's mouth. Ding! Congratulations to the owner for completing their first dad mission. For strollers were awarded, which are now stored in the warehouse of the 560 square meter single-family villa at Jinxiu Huafu. For safety seats were also awarded, which have already been installed in the seats of the Infiniti QX80. Hee. This reward is not bad. Although it is not as good as the car and house mentioned above, it is exactly what Lin Chen needs most at this moment. Here, Debao received special care from Lin Chen, while Sanbao was crying over there, making a whimpering sound from his mouth. While making the sound, he also shook his butt, which was very funny. Ding Xiaoya could no longer sit still and stood up to help Sanbao solve the problem. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen stopped him and said to Ding Xiaoya with a righteous look, "Wife, leave these small matters to me from now on. With me here, you can eat and chat in peace." Bah! Who is your wife? When did I agree to marry you? Ding Xiaoya was shy and blushed as she stomped her feet at Lin Chen. Lu Piapiao on the side also kept praising Lin Chen. "Sister Xiaoya, you have such a good way of training. I am so envious." However, Xiaoya still reminded Lin Chen, "Sanbao's diaper is full, you should change it quickly." Next, Lin Chen quickly changed Sanbao's diaper. Before I could catch my breath, my second baby started crying again. So Lin Chen picked up Erbao and started to coax him. Sibao stared at Lin Chen, not knowing how to get his father's attention. He could only look at Lin Chen eagerly. Lin Chen had no choice but to hold Erbao in one hand and Sibao in the other. Just like that, a perfect dinner ended in Lin Chen's busyness. Fatty Wang wanted to take the initiative to send his master home, but when he saw his master and his family got into Ding Hui's car, he gave up. Lu Piapiao hurriedly handed Lin Chen a business card and instructed, "Come tomorrow and we will sign the equity transfer agreement and cooperation agreement." Squeak! The car stopped downstairs of the residential complex where Ding Xiaoya rented a house. Ahem! Lin Chen! It's not that I don't agree with you two being together, it's just that Ding Hui stopped talking halfway. It can be said that Lin Chen's performance today was quite satisfactory, but just as Ding Hui was about to say the following words, his daughter Xiaoya blocked his mouth. "Dad! Go back and tell Grandpa to give up on that idea. And I will only marry Lin Chen in this life, no matter if he's rich or poor, I've chosen him." Ding Xiaoya looked at her father Ding Hui seriously and said. Her statement excited Lin Chen so much that he reached out and held Ding Xiaoya in his arms, secretly vowing to be good to him. After getting off the car, I looked up at the sign at the entrance of the lottery station in the community, and suddenly a string of numbers popped up in my mind, 010409. Eye of Prediction? Lin Chen was delighted and decided to try out the Eye of Prediction first. Ding Hui was still a little worried about leaving his daughter to Lin Chen, but who knew that this guy would walk towards the lottery station as if possessed by some mysterious force? Why? Ding Hui shook his head. It seemed that his daughter Xiaoya would still have a hard time in the future. Even if she liked it and used it that way, how could she get past the old man? Just as Ding Hui was about to return home disappointed, Lin Chen ran over with 3 lottery tickets in his hand. He forced one into Ding Hui's hand and reminded him, "Uncle, the lottery will be drawn tonight. This is a meeting gift for you. Please forgive me." Humph. Ding Hui got into the car with a sullen face and casually stuffed the lottery ticket into his pocket. "What are you doing?" Ding Xiaoya glared at him angrily. "All my efforts this evening were wasted. What on earth was going through this guy's head?" Lin Chen smiled at Ding Xiaoya, then said to Ding Hui in the car, "Uncle, wait a minute. Xiaoya and I will go upstairs to pack up. We're moving tonight. Please wait a moment." Move place? Before Ding Hui could react, Lin Chen had already pulled Xiaoya away. Seeing the 4 little guys in the car looking at him with cunning eyes, Ding Hui's unhappiness immediately disappeared. "When are we moving?" Ding Xiaoya asked in confusion. "Listen to me, pack up the important things and leave the rest behind," Lin Chen instructed casually. Although Ding Xiaoya was reluctant, she still chose to believe Lin Chen, believing that this man would not let the 5 of them sleep on the street. When Lin Chen and Ding Xiaoya went downstairs, Lin Chen walked in a different direction from Ding Xiaoya. "Where are you going?" "This way." Ding Xiaoya walked towards Ding Hui's car, carrying a lot of bags. Seeing this, Ding Hui's 2 bodyguards immediately stepped forward to help. Lin Chen walked up to the Infiniti QX80 6-seater and pressed the car key. Bar. The headlights flickered twice. "This. When did you buy the car?" Ding Xiaoya asked in surprise. Chapter 8: The Eye of Prediction. When did you buy the car? Lin Chen couldn't tell her the truth, of course. Just as he was thinking about how to explain, Ding Hui came over, looked Lin Chen up and down, then looked at the car, and muttered, "Is this car really yours?" Lin Chen took out the driving license from the box in the passenger seat and placed it in front of Ding Hui. Ding Hui opened it and saw, wow! Lin Chen's name was actually written on it. Just when Lin Chen was feeling proud, he was suddenly hit on the head. "You little bastard. This car is worth over 1.6 million yuan. Why don't you just buy an apartment? Are you going to let Xiaoya live with you and rent a house forever?" Well, Lin Chen wanted to refute, but what Ding Hui said was right. He was too abrupt. How could a normal person think that he was rich? Of course, I don't have any money in my pocket now, but I will have it soon. Rent a house? I won't rent a house again in this life. Don't worry, uncle. Just follow my car and I'll show you Xiaoya and I's new home. With that, Lin Chen pulled Xiaoya into the new car. Sitting in the passenger seat, Xiaoya still couldn't recover. She hadn't seen Lin Chen for 2 years. How come he was so rich? While Ding Xiaoya was still lost in thought, Lin Chen had already driven the car to Jinqiu Huafu. This is the most expensive residential area in Jianhai, and when Lin Chen drove his car in here, strangely enough, the security guard didn't even stop him. Xiaoya's chest was pounding. Could it be that? We're home. Get out of the car. Arrived home? When Ding Xiaoya and Ding Hui looked at the detached villa in front of them, both father and daughter looked at Lin Chen in disbelief. Is this true? How is this possible? Lin Chen nodded very firmly. Walk to the gate of villa number 28, stretch out your finger and enter your fingerprint. Bang! The door of villa number 28 opened. Shaolin, how about I stay here today? I want to experience the feel of this single-family villa too? Ding Hui asked cheerfully. How could he not know what it was like to live in a single-family house? As the heir to the Ding family, he had seen this kind of scene before. But Lin Chen has so much at such a young age, which seems to have broken his initial perception of Lin Chen. Okay. If uncle is willing, we can stay here today. Lin Chen agreed without hesitation. Are you kidding? This is my future father-in-law. If I don't please him, how can I marry his daughter in the future? Live here? Ding Hui didn't dare to make such a joke. If the one at home knew that he didn't come home at night, he wouldn't be able to leave the house tomorrow. Forget it. Ding Hui waved his hands helplessly. Lin Chen accompanied Ding Hui all the way to the gate of the community. Before parting, he specifically asked him to go back and check the lottery results in the evening. After returning to number 28 Jinqiu Huafu, Lin Chen settled the 4 babies and pulled Ding Xiaoya to the TV. Ding Xiaoya's chest was pounding and she was completely confused. What if he made a request later? Should I accept it or should I accept it? What if I don't perform well enough? Anyway, Ding Xiaoya's face is rosy, which is very cute. This guy, isn't he pulling me into the room now? What are you watching TV for? Brush. Lin Chen took out the lottery ticket, staring at the TV screen motionlessly, and said to Ding Xiaoya, "Quick. The lottery is out, take it out and see. The prize has been announced?" Ding Xiaoya then remembered the lottery ticket that Lin Chen had handed her just now. So he followed Lin Chen's example, took out his lottery ticket, and looked at the TV screen. The lottery was being drawn. After the beautiful host's countdown, a series of numbers appeared on the screen. Today's winning numbers were 010409. This. How come they are exactly the same? Yeah. Ding Xiaoya excitedly threw herself into Lin Chen's arms and gave him a soft kiss. But immediately Ding Xiaoya shyly jumped off Lin Chen and asked excitedly, "Lin Chen, you are really awesome." Awesome? There's more. However, Lin Chen could only mutter these words in his heart. Have we made a fortune? Ding Xiaoya looked up at Lin Chen with hopeful eyes. Lin Chen carefully held Xiaoya's face and looked at her lovingly. It's not about getting rich. It's about us being rich. You don't have to worry about anything in the future. I will make sure you live a good life. Well. Ding Xiaoya recalled the hardships she had endured over the past 2 years. It turned out that everything was worth it. Her persistence and waiting were rewarded with Lin Chen's love and 4 babies. Ding Xiaoya had nothing else to ask for in her life. She looked at Lin Chen with tears in her eyes and murmured, "Husband." Suddenly, she seemed to remember something and asked, How do you have so much money to buy a car and a house? Counting on my fingers, Lin Chen is only a sophomore. I'm particularly sensitive to the lottery. This is my second time winning, and I've invested in many projects. Even if I don't have to make money in the future, it's enough for our family's expenses. Lin Chen gritted his teeth and lied again. Now that he has this system of pampering his wife and nursing his baby, is he still worried about not having money to spend? Of course, he can't tell Ding Xiaoya this. It's not that he doesn't trust Ding Xiaoya, but he's afraid that there is no wall that is impenetrable. A man is innocent unless he is in possession of a treasure. He still understands this principle. Are you a student of Jianhai University? Ding Xiaoya suddenly shouted. Shoo! You're going to wake the baby up. Lin Chen pinched her nose lovingly and nodded, acknowledging that he was a student of Jianhai University. It's over. It's over. My colleagues will laugh at me from now on. Ding Xiaoya pouted worriedly. This made Lin Chen puzzled. What's the joke? Ding Xiaoya stomped her feet and glared at Lin Chen. You are a student and I am a teacher. Why are they laughing at me? Well. Ha ha ha. Lin Chen laughed happily. So that's it. I actually encountered this story between teachers and students. It's so embarrassing. Don't laugh. Don't laugh. The two began to playfully play with each other like lovers. Etc. What are you waiting for? Lin Chen was a little anxious. Ding Xiaoya looked at the lottery ticket carefully again and found that it was actually the first prize. Lin Chen also regretted that he should have bet several times more earlier. It seemed that this eye of prediction was real. The system really doesn't lie to me. I wonder if this eye of prediction can predict anything other than the lottery. Just as I was thinking, the system chimed in, Master. This eye of prediction can predict not only the lottery but everything in the world, even people's fate. However, this requires system points, which are earned by caring for your wife and children. I currently have 6 points remaining, and the points consumed are determined by the severity of the event. For example, the lottery prediction just now cost 30 points. After the system explanation was completed, Lin Chen felt an electronic display screen appear in front of him, which displayed task rewards, system points, and redemption mall. I looked down at the lottery ticket in my hand. It was earned by pampering my wife and baby all day. I felt very happy in my heart. This is the result of hard work. I was thinking, I wonder if my future father-in-law Ding Hui is satisfied with this gift. But it seems that Ding Xiaoya is very satisfied at the moment, and feels that all the hard work has paid off. Chapter 9, Rejuvenating Pill. When Ding Hui returned home, he had already forgotten about the lottery. He told his wife everything that happened after he saw his daughter today. Why are you talking about Lin Chen? Tell me about my grandchildren. Aren't they adorable? No. You have to take me to see them tomorrow. Ding Hui's wife, Yi Qingqing, Ding Xiaoya's mother, grabbed Ding Hui's arms with both hands and shook them hard. No. Unexpectedly, Ding Hui refused outright. Yi Qingqing's eyes suddenly became wet. Her daughter gave birth to a child for a man whose background she didn't know, without any legal status. She had spent 2 years alone outside. One could imagine how difficult those 2 years were. But now her husband actually refuses to let her visit her daughter and grandson. This is unacceptable no matter how you look at it. Seeing this, Ding Hui also panicked and shook his head. Don't be like this, I have no choice. If the old man finds out, we will be kicked out of the Ding family. Kick him out, what's the big deal? I just want to see our precious daughter and our adorable grandson. Of course, I also have to check on my daughter. What if that man is unreliable? Yi Qingqing looked unconcerned. The attitude is, I'll make the decision, and you can decide how to choose. Ding Hui knew the old man's temper. If he really went against his wishes, Ding Hui, the heir of the Ding family, might really be deposed. There are so many people watching behind me with eager eyes. If I'm not careful, I'll be disqualified from being the heir tomorrow. This is the heir of the Ding family. They are one of the most powerful families in Jianhai City. Who would be willing to let go of such a valuable talent? Knock knock knock. Ding Hui paced back and forth, looking worried. Ha? Yi Qingqing lowered her head and picked up a piece of red paper on the ground, then looked at it in front of her eyes. Ding Hui, Ding Hui. Don't you, the heir of the Ding family, have enough money to spend? Or am I just too strict? What do you mean by buying lottery tickets? Are you dreaming of getting rich? Yi Qingqing's face changed, and she immediately looked disappointed. Speaking of lottery tickets, Ding Hui remembered that Lin Chen had stuffed the lottery ticket into his hand before he left, and told him to remember to watch the lottery results when he came back. Wife. Ding Hui was anxious. This is not what I bought. It's really not what I bought. If you didn't buy it, then I did. I'm not as hopeless as you. A Ding family heir actually pinned his dreams of getting rich on the lottery. I'm so disappointed in you. Yi Qingqing sat down on the sofa, right on the remote control. Now reporting today's lottery winning numbers, 010409. Yi Qingqing lowered her head to look at the numbers on the lottery ticket, and the more she read, the more incredible it seemed to her. Finally, she jumped up from the sofa in excitement. Wow! 5 million. I won 5 million. Ding Hui also came over curiously, carefully looked at the numbers on TV, then snatched the lottery ticket and said righteously, "This is my lottery ticket, I won the prize." He had just refused, saying that it was not his, but at this moment, Ding Hui dared to snatch it from Yi Qingqing. Although the heir of the Ding family was quite impressive, driven by luxury cars and escorted by bodyguards, he didn't have much money. His monthly allowance was only 100,000 yuan, and most of it went to Yi Qingqing. It's no problem for him to take out a few hundred yuan on a normal day, but if it's more than that, there is no more. This 5 million is really tempting. Yi Qingqing had the same idea. This was 5 million, not 50,000. I originally thought that by marrying Ding Hui, I would marry into a wealthy family, become a rich wife, and live a life of luxury from then on. What's the truth? The living standards have improved and the requirements have also increased, but the pocket money given by the Ding family every month is not enough to spend, and I have to spend it very frugally, which is so frustrating. As for the ready-made money, they had never seen so much. It can be said that the 5 million really shocked them. You just said it wasn't yours, so how come it's yours now? Is there any proof? Yi Qingqing stretched out her hand. The meaning is very clear, just hand it over obediently. No. This was the first time Ding Hui said no, and he was very firm. This is a gift from my son-in-law. If you want it, go and get it yourself tomorrow. As he said that, Ding Hui stuffed the lottery ticket into his inner pocket and patted it with his hand. Humph. I'll go by myself tomorrow. Yi Qingqing's teeth were chattering. When she was about to turn around and close the door, a foot blocked it. He. Honey, I've thought about it and I think it's better to leave it to you. Ding Hui grinned and winked at Yi Qingqing. Oh. In order to please his wife, Ding Hui reluctantly gave up. In fact, he was thinking, since his son-in-law is so amazing, he will just ask him for another one tomorrow. A sleepless night. Lying on the bed, Ding Xiaoya had no desire to sleep. Even though they had been reunited after a long separation, she still couldn't believe what she saw. This is all so dreamy, it's simply a divine start. Hubby, you're so outstanding, I feel like I'm not worthy of you. Ding Xiaoya buried her head in Lin Chen's arms. This is a woman's compliment to the man in front of her. There is no better compliment than this. What is worthy of her, what is unworthy of her? In this life, I, Lin Chen, only have you as my woman and our 4 babies. I will treat you well, hold you in my hands, love you, protect you, pamper you. Lin Chen stroked Ding Xiaoya's hair to comfort her. This made Ding Xiaoya feel at ease. She felt that the man in front of her was her heaven and that her choice was not wrong. But, after having children, they have grown old. Will you dislike them? Ding Xiaoya expressed the concerns of all women. Lin Chen also remembered the marrow cleansing pill and the rejuvenating pill in the system's new book gift pack that he had obtained. There is only one marrow cleansing pill, so I must eat it myself. As long as I am strong enough, I will be more confident in protecting the 5 of them, right? Ding Xiaoya can take this anti-aging pill. In my eyes, you are the most beautiful. You were, are, and will always be. Here. This is the rejuvenating pill. Eat it and you will stay young forever. As he spoke, Lin Chen pinched a rejuvenating pill in his hand and carefully put it into Ding Xiaoya's mouth. Ding Xiaoya didn't refuse and opened her mouth slightly. The pill melted in her mouth, and a cool feeling hit her mind, and she felt like she was floating in a fairyland. After a while, there was a bad smell on her body, which made Ding Xiaoya, who always loved cleanliness, scream and rush into the bathroom immediately. Taking advantage of this free time, Lin Chen also threw the marrow cleansing pill into his mouth. A powerful force filled his whole body, as if it was about to explode. Lin Chen was shocked. I was careless. I fainted several times and woke up again. Looking at the sticky dirt on my body, it seemed as if I hadn't taken a shower in several years. Lin Chen rushed into the bathroom in a hurry. Ah! How could you come in? Save water. Save water. Chapter 10. Chunmei and Xiaoxiang. After the exercise, Ding Xiaoya lay limply in Lin Chen's arms. Looking at the mirror in front of them, both pairs of eyes were wide open. Whoosh! Ding Xiaoya stood up from Lin Chen's arms, touched her face, and then checked her perfect belly. She exclaimed in surprise, "Wow! This is great! How come I have such good skin?" Lin Chen said something that made all women jealous. At this moment, Ding Xiaoya no longer cared about her own changes. Instead, she pinched Lin Chen's skin with her hand and exclaimed, "How come his skin is better than mine?" Lin Chen was also surprised. He didn't expect that this marrow cleansing pill would be so perverted. It was a pity that there was only one. Perhaps the system had guessed Lin Chen's thoughts and reminded him, "Master, this marrow cleansing pill is for you. Even if you give it to someone else, it may not have the same effect, so don't overthink it. Isn't this rejuvenating pill also quite good?" Well, yes. The youthful elixir is also good. At least let his goddess Ding Xiaoya's body recover to its original state, or even several times better than before. As soon as she walked out of the bathroom, Ding Xiaoya received a call from Aunt Li. "I'm so sorry, Xiaoya. Something happened back home, so I can't come to your place. When will you be back?" Ding Xiaoya asked with concern. Over the past 10 months, the babies have adapted quite well to Aunt Li's care. Now Aunt Li suddenly quit, which really caught Ding Xiaoya off guard. I won't be back. My husband needs care. I'll stay in my hometown from now on." "Xiaoya. I'm really sorry." With that, Aunt Li hung up the phone. Ding Xiaoya felt a hollowness in her heart. Aunt Li had taken care of the baby for so long, she had some feelings for him. Now that she was quitting, it was really hard to accept. Ding. Congratulations, Master. Give your wife the anti-aging pill to preserve her youthfulness. Also, 2 babysitters will be assigned tomorrow morning. Rest assured. They have clean origins and are absolutely loyal to their master. Lin Chen immediately ran over to comfort Ding Xiaoya. "Don't worry. I'll take care of everything." The next day, early morning. Jinqiu Huafu, Villa number 28. Ding Xiaoya was wearing pajamas, leaning lazily against the door, her eyes fixed on Lin Chen, who was concentrating on cooking breakfast. Lin Chen originally wanted to cook a rich breakfast for Ding Xiaoya and the babies, but unfortunately there was no food in the refrigerator of the new house. "I just found some soybeans and flour in the luggage that Ding Xiaoya brought. I am currently making tofu pudding and bread in the kitchen." Ding Xiaoya looked at this scene and felt an indescribable satisfaction in her heart. Ding dong. The doorbell of the villa rang. Ding Xiaoya ran to open the door and saw 2 young women standing there. They were dressed simply, but it still couldn't hide their beauty. "Hello, mistress. We are your new nanny. My name is Chunmei, and her name is Xiaoxiang." "Master? Nanny?" Ding Xiaoya's mind raced, but she still couldn't figure out how they came to her house. Suddenly, Lin Chen's voice came from behind. "I asked them to come. They have received special training and are experts in taking care of children." You found one? When did you find one?" Ding Xiaoya was curious about how Lin Chen had found a nanny so early in the morning, considering Aunt Li had just called to resign last night. "Return it to the owner? It feels weird." Ahem. To avoid embarrassment, Lin Chen quickly sent them away. "Go to the supermarket and buy some things. Here's the shopping list. Go quickly and come back soon. The babies are about to wake up, so hurry up." Chunmei is quirky and Xiaoxiang is elegant and quiet. No matter how you look at it, both nannies are likable, but I don't know if the babies like them. Chunmei took the shopping list from Lin Chen's hand, pulled Xiaoxiang, and ran outside. A clear voice came. "Master, don't worry, I will be back in 10 minutes. 10 minutes? It would take 10 minutes to walk from the house to the gate of the community, right? They bought everything on the list in 10 minutes. Is this a joke?" Lin Chen shrugged and continued to steam the bread. After a while, Chunmei and Xiaoxiang came back carrying large and small bags. He checked his watch and saw that it only took 10 minutes. How did they do it? Lin Chen wondered in his heart. Oh no. Wait. From now on, call me young Master Lin. That girl is young madam. You can call her Xiaoya, too. Lin Chen immediately began to correct the way they addressed him. Chunmei and Xiaoxiang turned and walked towards Xiaoya. Sister Xiaoya. You are so beautiful. Sister Xiaoya. Your skin is so white, and you still have such a slim waist even after giving birth to a baby. How did you do it? The two women surrounded Xiaoya and praised her fiercely, making Ding Xiaoya so happy that she couldn't stop smiling. Even when the babies started crying in the room, they didn't seem to hear them. Lin Chen thought to himself, the system rewarded 2 nannies. Or 2 aunts. As soon as Lin Chen entered the baby's room, Chunmei and Xiaoxiang rushed in, got in front of Lin Chen, and said to him, Mr. Lin. Go and do your work, leave the children to us. Well. That's more like it. Lin Chen shrugged and was about to leave. As a result, Erbao kept crying and shouting, Daddy! Daddy! The meaning is very clear, that is, I want my dad to help me get dressed. Lin Chen had no choice but to turn around and patiently dress Erbao. Erbao stared at Lin Chen with his big, cunning eyes and stopped crying. With the help of Chunmei and Xiaoxiang, Debao, Sanbao and Sibao were dressed in a short while. Sitting at the dining table were Ding Xiaoya, Chunmei, Xiaoxiang, Debao, Erbao, Sanbao, and Sibao. Including Lin Chen, who was busy in the kitchen, there were 8 people in total, which was simply a wealthy family. In fact, Chunmei and Xiaoxiang wanted to go in to help several times, but were pushed out by Lin Chen. In Lin Chen's words, this first meal must be cooked by him personally. And if Chunmei and Xiaoxiang want to enter the kitchen, they must learn from Lin Chen before they can enter. 8 people sat at the dining table, which was filled with a sumptuous breakfast. The 8 people were all enjoying their meal more than the other, having never had such a delicious breakfast before, including Chunmei and Xiaoxiang. The 4 babies also ate with relish under Lin Chen's care. Seeing Lin Chen busying around between the 4 babies, Ding Xiaoya wanted to help several times, but was stopped by Lin Chen. A wife is meant to be pampered, so this job can be left to him and the 2 nannies from now on. Ding-a-ling. Chunmei, go open the door. Lin Chen gestured to Chunmei, who was closest to the door, to open it. Chunmei was afraid that the buns would be eaten up, so she picked up one and stuffed it into her mouth, then stood up and trotted towards the gate. Ha ha. Xiaoya. Where are my grandchildren? Yi Qingqing's cheerful voice came from the door. Ding Hui followed closely behind, rushed in, and went straight to Lin Chen, whispering in Lin Chen's ear, Lin Chen. I really won the lottery yesterday, can you? Chapter 11. Look, handsome guy. Before Ding Hui finished speaking, Lin Chen had already guessed what he was going to say next. Faced with this unexpected wealth, who could resist the temptation? Even the rich couldn't, right? Not to mention Ding Hui, the tragic heir of the Ding family. However, Lin Chen pretended to be confused. He couldn't use the Eye of Prediction easily anymore because he didn't have enough system points. Even if he wanted to, he couldn't open the Eye of Prediction. But Ding Hui was hesitant and deliberately didn't name the person, so that Lin Chen could say it himself, so that he would feel comfortable asking for another one. Lottery, right? No. Ding Hui didn't expect Lin Chen to refuse, and refused so directly. Even Yi Qingqing, who was pretending not to know, shuddered. Doesn't this man know how to be tactful when speaking? In order to hide his embarrassment, Ding Hui also came close to the 4 babies and played with them. Although it looks quite harmonious, everyone is grumbling in their hearts. Even Ding Xiaoya didn't know what was wrong with Lin Chen. He could be so unkind. Also, this dad is too shameless, isn't he? Wasn't he going to get a 5 million ticket yesterday? Why are you asking for it again today? Then, Lin Chen said again, Uncle, I will give you a 15 million one next time. Ah? Ding Hui was stunned for a moment, then immediately reacted and came to Lin Chen with Debao in his arms. Okay. Add me on WeChat and let me know when it's time. I'll come get it myself. This made Ding Xiaoya so angry that she stomped her feet. Dad. Only then did Yi Qingqing get a closer look at her daughter. She looked her up and down, tears welling in her eyes. I haven't seen her for 2 years, and I don't know how she has been doing these past 2 years. When they first learned that she was pregnant, Ding Hui and Yi Qingqing both wanted to take their daughter back home. However, the old man of the Ding family said, anyone who dares to contact Ding Xiaoya will be kicked out of the Ding family. Faced with such great pressure, Ding Hui did not want his status as heir to fall into the side branch, so he could only endure the pain of missing his mother. Every time he would secretly ask the bodyguard to visit his daughter and give her pocket money, but every time it was returned by the stubborn Ding Xiaoya. There is actually no conflict between Ding Xiaoya and her parents. It's just that she was born in such a big family and there are some things that are simply beyond her control. One cannot always control one's own destiny, which is the main reason why she is determined to give birth to a child with Lin Chen. Yi Qingqing looked at her daughter for a long time, but she couldn't find any sign of fatigue on her face. Moreover, after giving birth to 4 babies, her figure seemed to be even better than before. Xiao Ya, did you give birth to these 4 babies? Yi Qingqing was surprised by Xiao Ya's figure, but she blurted out such words without restraint. Ding Xiaoya pouted, grinned, and trotted to Yi Qingqing's side, holding her arms and calling out affectionately, "Mom. You're here too. My dear. You've worked so hard. But how come you have such a good figure and skin?" Yi Qingqing asked enviously. The two people's voices became lower and lower, and they kept looking in Lin Chen's direction. Yi Qingqing learned that her daughter's skin and figure were entirely due to Lin Chen and the so-called anti-aging pill she had taken, which made her heart restless. Which woman doesn't care about her appearance? Which woman doesn't want to stay beautiful forever? Ding Hui was very happy here. Lin Chen had just promised him to buy him a ticket worth 15 million yuan in a while. That was great. He really made money this time. Since uncle and aunt are here, why don't we go shopping together today and buy you some clothes? Lin Chen suggested. Ding Xiaoya reminded her, you don't have classes today? Go to school now. Remember not to neglect your studies. If you don't get your diploma, you can't even think about marrying me. It seems I really do have classes. I'm leaving now, wait for me. With that, Lin Chen kissed the 4 babies on the cheek, said goodbye to Ding Xiaoya, and hurried off to school. Yi Qingqing pulled Ding Xiaoya to sit down. Xiaoya, what's going on? Why is he still a student? Do you know? What's his family situation like? And anyway, Yi Qingqing asked a lot of questions, and Ding Xiaoya was also confused. Her understanding of Lin Chen was still stuck at the level of 2 years ago, and that was through letters. Did Lin Chen really love her? Ding Xiaoya fell into deep thought. Could it be that he was just grateful to her for having 4 children and decided to take responsibility? Seeing the hesitation on Ding Xiaoya's face, Yi Qingqing became anxious. She immediately asked with a stern face, "Child, you were not deceived by him, were you? A scam? How could it be possible? Lin Chen wasn't that kind of person. Besides, this house, the car at the door, the 990,000 yuan he transferred to me, plus the 5 million yuan tickets he won yesterday, could they all be fake?" Ding Xiaoya retorted to Yi Qingqing. She trusted Lin Chen very much, but she just wondered how to convince her parents to trust Lin Chen as much as she did. That's right. That 5 million can't be fake. Ding Hui, who was standing by, also spoke for his daughter. Yi Qingqing rolled her eyes at him, and Ding Hui immediately shut his mouth. No matter what, it's not wrong to be careful, and this is related to my daughter's lifelong happiness. If it really doesn't work out, come back with us and we'll support you. As for the old man, we can just beg him and it should work. At worst, we can just give up on your father being the heir. Yi Qingqing became more and more excited as she spoke. Well, Ding Hui quickly interjected, that won't do. Yi Qingqing glared back at him and muttered softly, my daughter and grandson are still more important. Jinxiu Huafu was only 15 minutes away from the school, so he could have walked there, but it seemed like he was about to be late, so he drove the Infinity QX80 to school. In the classroom, the serious Marxism teacher had already been standing on the podium, his reading glasses falling on the tip of his nose. He glanced at the roll call list, then looked up at the person who answered. Carrots Hulubu. Arrive. Little Stool Xiao Banong. Arrive. Lin Chen's roommates were discussing quietly below. What's wrong with the 4th brother today? I don't know. I haven't seen him for 2 days. Usually he is an active student. Who says it's not true? Apart from studying, he doesn't even want a beautiful woman who comes to his door. I really don't know what he is thinking. Could he be sick today? Why hasn't he come yet? I can't say for sure. He goes to class regardless of the weather. If you say that the fourth child skipped class, I would never believe it, unless. On the podium, teacher Maja finally read out the name, Lin Chen. Finally got a name right. It's over. It's over. Mr. Maja is notoriously difficult to talk to. Anyone who skips his class will definitely fail this semester. No one responded. Teacher Maja raised his head and looked around the classroom. Among so many students, he had an impression of Lin Chen, a student who was very good at studying. Didn't you come today? He repeated it again, Lin Chen. Arrival. A loud answer came from the classroom door. The eyes of the entire classroom were focused on the figure at the door. Wow! Look, handsome guy. Chapter 12 Hidden Deep. Handsome guy? All eyes were focused on Lin Chen at the door. He was 183 centimeters tall, dressed in casual clothes, with clean, fair skin, a sharp-edged face, and a pair of piercing eyes beneath sword-like brows, as deep and mysterious as the stars in the night sky. A faint smile perpetually adorned the corners of his mouth, giving him an air of ease and confidence. This? Is this man still Lin Chen? Why didn't I notice it before? Wow! He is indeed my idol. I swear I must become his woman. Bah! Shame on you. I've already confessed my feelings to him, and you're not allowed to snatch it from me. Lin Chen. I want to have a baby with you. I want a woman, and I also pursue the fourth brother. Who says it's not? Why do I feel like the fourth brother has become a different person? He has mastered his temperament and is even better than me. There was chaos in the classroom, a commotion. Teacher Maja frowned and scolded, how disgraceful. If anyone shouts this again, they will fail Maja for several years. Brush. When they heard that they were going to fail the exam, everyone immediately shut up. But this can control the mouth, but not the eyes. In this class, no one was destined to focus on the teacher of Marxism-Leninism. Most of the attention would be on Lin Chen. Come and take your seat. Yes. Teacher Maja was also muttering in his heart, this kid, he feels very different today, even an old man like me can't help but take a second look at him, let alone these little girls. Lin Chen also looked at teacher Maja twice more today. Why didn't he notice anything different about this old man before? If he had enough points, he would have made a prediction for this old man Maja today. Returning to his seat, Lin Chen opened the book boredly. The boring Marxist philosophy contents that came into his sight jumped into his mind like little elves. This? Lin Chen was stunned. Is this photographic memory? No. It's even better than having a photographic memory. It absorbs nutrients directly from books like a water pump. So Lin Chen read faster and faster, and became more and more fascinated as he read. It only took him 3 minutes to finish reading the entire thick book on Marxism-Leninism. Some classmates were angered by Lin Chen's behavior and began to ridicule Lin Chen. What's this for? Are you trying to be cool? I think he does this to attract the attention of brainless women. Apart from that, his behavior serves no other purpose. Shoo. Maybe they really have finished reading it? Wahahaha. Are you kidding? Even old Maja wouldn't have memorized everything, right? Just him? He'd be lucky to remember 2 pages. It's not that bad, right? Lin Chen's grades are pretty good. Not bad? Him? Every time the results come out, he's always crushed by our young master son. That's right. With his character, as long as our young master son is around, he'll just be second in command for 1,000 years. Teacher Maja on the podium also noticed Lin Chen's actions. This guy, even if he was pretending more convincingly. Pa. Teacher Maja shook his head and threw the chalk at Lin Chen. Whoosh. Lin Chen calmly stretched out a hand, pinched the chalk head between his 2 fingers, and easily held it. This obviously made everyone slightly stunned. They didn't expect that he had such skills. He could do this? Has the fourth brother practiced it? How could I not know? That's strange. The 3 roommates in the same dormitory scratched their heads and expressed surprise at Lin Chen's action. Lin Chen. As a student, shouldn't you take knowledge seriously? Yes. Lin Chen nodded. Then let me ask you, what were you doing just now? Teacher Maja pressed on. Read a book. Any questions? Lin Chen spread his hands. Is there anyone who reads like you? It's an insult to scholars. If everyone reads like you, would there be any truly learned people in the world? Besides, don't you think it's quite lowbrow to do this? The Marxist teacher shook his head in dismay. In fact, Mr. Maja is usually very optimistic about Lin Chen. Even when Lin Chen was late just now, he didn't say anything. But Lin Chen's attitude towards reading really touched the bottom line of Teacher Maja. I am indeed reading. Lin Chen sticks to his principles. He is still stubborn and refuses to change. Let's wait and see how old man Maja will deal with him. He is simply overestimating his own abilities. Sun Hongbing on the side was even more complacent. It seemed that Lin Chen had touched the bottom line of old man Maja today. Now there was something interesting to watch. There were hundreds of people in the lecture hall, and all of them thought that Lin Chen was dead. Then I will test you. There are 10 questions in total. As long as you can answer half of them, I will. Teacher Marxist philosophy was thinking about how to criticize Lin Chen. In the eyes of Teacher Maja, Lin Chen is still a good student. As long as he is trained and polished well, he will definitely become a good student. However, the greater the expectations, the greater the disappointment. Although he was sad, he still wanted to think of a good idea that would take Lin Chen's feelings into consideration and punish him. But those who were jealous of Lin Chen refused to accept this. Test him. If he's not punished for 3 days, he'll tear off the roof. I think this guy deserves a beating. It's just a decoration. Who can't flip through a book? I can do it too. He will never be forgiven. He will be punished by copying the textbook. No. Make him clean the ladies' room. Unexpectedly, the girls were overjoyed when they heard this suggestion. They all raised their hands in agreement. Great. Great. I think it's okay. This way, they can see their dream man every time they go to the bathroom. TSK TSK. A heroine. What a joke. Cleaning the ladies' room? Are they crazy? Of course, this was just a trick of those jumping clowns. Not only did Lin Chen ignore them, but Teacher Maja also ignored them. Then I started? Don't worry, let's talk about the bet first. Lin Chen said confidently. What to bet on? You lost. From now on, you are not allowed to be late for class. You must study hard, take one step at a time, and don't mess around. What if I win? Teacher Maja answered confidently, it's up to you to arrange your classes. Good. It's a deal. A gentleman's word is as good as gold. Teacher Maja had just opened his mouth to ask a question when Lin Chen started, Chapter 1, Section 1. Chapter 2, Section 3. Chapter 3, Section 6. Lin Chen is out of control. The more they talked, the uglier their faces became, especially those who had just laughed at Lin Chen. Now they probably didn't even dare to speak. Rustle. It was the sound of students flipping through books. Because their speed of turning pages cannot keep up with Lin Chen's operation speed. How is this possible? This is impossible. Teacher Maja muttered to himself and didn't react for a long time. As soon as the bell rang, Lin Chen ran outside. He was stopped by 3 guys in the same dormitory. You are a hidden talent. Chapter 13, Reaching the Peak of Life. I have something to do today, so I want to accompany you. I'll treat you to dinner next time. Lin Chen patted his roommate's shoulder. Does the 4th brother dislike us? Something is happening. Old 4, something is happening. Was he taken in by that strong woman? Ha ha. While being teased by his 3 roommates, Teacher Maja happened to pass by them, glanced at Lin Chen, said nothing, and then left. Carrot pushed Lin Chen. Hey. Lao Si, it's over, you've been spotted by old man Maja. It's true, this old man is weird. Lao Si, you'd better be careful. Don't act so arrogant next time, or you'll be taken to investigate. Xiao Ban Deng looked serious. Lin Chen watched Teacher Maja's back as he left, muttering in his heart, this Teacher Maja seems to be no simple person, but there is no clue. Looking back at the old man's appearance when Mr. Maja taught in class over the past 2 years, it really made people not pay attention to him. 4th brother, let us go. It's better to do it now than today. Join us for lunch today and we'll introduce you to a beautiful woman. 3rd brother excitedly grabbed Lin Chen, seemingly determined to make do with this roommate today. Carrot and Little Stool also came up to help. Look everyone, Lin Chen is here. A girl with a ponytail rushed out from the door of the teaching building, pointed in Lin Chen's direction, and shouted to her companions behind her. "Don't grab anybody. Lin Chen is mine." "Bullshit. You stinky woman, you have body odor." "Woohoo! You are the one who has body odor, your whole family has body odor. A bunch of rotten fish and shrimp, with your appearance, how could Lin Chen be interested in you?" A tall and charming woman walked towards the side slowly step by step from the back. Lin Chen and his roommate were stunned. "What is going on? Carrot, we are both men, why don't I have this luck? Little stool, I'd rather die. I'm too embarrassed to see anyone." "Third brother, fourth brother, you're being too discouraging. Even so, if you pick one with your eyes closed, you can still break yours." "Why would you do that? Are you practicing virginity skills and need to maintain your virginity? Go away. Where did this little brat come from? Talking nonsense." The women glared at Lin Chen's roommate with disdain. How dare they talk to their idol like that? If that were the case, wouldn't they have no chance of acting at all? Seeing the group of women rushing towards him like crazy, Lin Chen ran away. If he had been slower, he would have been in danger. "Hey! Lao Si, you're running in the wrong direction. This is the direction to the dormitory." Carrot reminded Lin Chen. "That's right. This is for the parking lot. I live out here now, and we agreed to treat you guys to dinner next time. I have something urgent to do today, so I won't play with you guys." The three roommates looked at each other. Parking lot? The fourth brother bought a car? So the three guys didn't go back to the dormitory, but followed forward to see what was going on. Wow! Infinity QX80. Fourth brother. Are you hooking up with a rich woman? Yes. I checked online and it costs at least 1.6 million. Faced with the questioning of his three roommates, Lin Chen shrugged his shoulders. It seemed that it would not be so easy to get away today. If we delay any longer, I don't know what my future father-in-law and mother-in-law will think. Maybe they have already taken Ding Xiaoya and the babies back to the Ding family. No. We still have to hurry up. Stop talking. Get in the car. Yeah. Let us ride in a luxury car. After getting in the car, my roommate's eyes were all focused on the row of child seats. 4 of them? The car was unusually quiet, and Lin Chen felt a chill on his back. Old 4. Tell the truth, did you steal this car from somewhere? We can't behave like this. This is against the law and you'll go to jail. Carrot looked at Lin Chen with an unusually serious expression. The little stool also agreed, right. It's not too late to go back now. If you have any difficulties, tell us and we will bear them together. But don't do anything. The third brother shouted, I get it, with the fourth brother's character, how could he possibly steal? Yes. The third brother still understands me. Lin Chen felt relieved. Suddenly, the third brother changed his tone and said in a mysterious voice, could it be that the rich woman who is supporting you has several children at home? They still need you to take care of them on weekdays? The third brother said that, and I think it makes sense. It's just that these 4 child seats clearly indicate that this rich woman has 4 children. TSK. Fourth brother. That's a bit strong. Carrot raised an eyebrow. Xiao Bansing also joined in the fun. From what I see, these are clearly 4 rich women with 4 children. TSK. Fourth brother, introduce them to us too. This is a good thing, we can't forget the brothers. Lin Chen's forehead was covered with black lines. What the hell was going on? These guys really had a rich imagination. Listen carefully. Lin Chen decided to tell them about himself and Ding Xiaoya, so as to avoid making a fool of himself later. Lin Chen only spent 5 minutes to explain it roughly. After saying that, the 3 of them looked at each other, then turned their gaze to Lin Chen and shouted, hurry up and drive. Take us to see my sister-in-law. Well. Lin Chen shook his head, stepped on the accelerator, and rumbled towards number 28 Jinqiu Huafu. Hey! Lao Si, you didn't drive the wrong way, did you? Yes. There is only one destination on this road. That's right. This is splendid Washington. Turn around, old 4. But what surprised them was that the security guard actually saluted Lin Chen and shouted, welcome home, owner. What is an owner? It means that there is a house here. What on earth did this fourth brother do? He didn't see his wife, children, house, and car for a few days and started messing around. Life has reached its peak. Is there any hope for survival? I felt like I had been severely hit. I was speechless for a moment, and I shut my mouth obediently, not knowing where to start. From this perspective, the fourth brother is no longer the same kind of person as them, and it will probably be difficult for them to have any interactions in the future. I came here with a thick face today, probably for the last time. My three roommates suddenly became quiet, with very unnatural looks on their faces. Lin Chen noticed this in the rearview mirror and felt the need to explain. If they persisted, they would no longer be able to be brothers. This was an outcome Lin Chen didn't want to see. So he comforted her, "That's enough. Am I, Lin Chen, that kind of person? If you become rich and powerful, don't forget me. From now on, if you can help me, just ask." Okay. Fourth brother. With what you said, it's not in vain that we've known each other for a while. Carrot smiled awkwardly, and the atmosphere in the car eased a lot. Then silence returned. Lin Chen shook his head helplessly, thinking that he would have to let them put down their burdens soon. Just as I was thinking about this, the car had arrived at the door of Villa number 28. "We're here. Everyone, get down." Carrot and the other two wandered around the villa yard like Granny Lou entering the Grand View Garden. The gate was open, but they didn't go in immediately. "Is Lin Chen back?" Ding Xiaoya's voice came from the house. Chapter 14 Teachers and Students. Ha! Luobwa and others felt that the voice was very familiar, and they also felt familiar when they heard Lao Si introduce his woman's name as Ding Xiaoya, but they just couldn't remember it. Perfect figure, youthful face, and elegant temperament. When such a woman appeared in front of them, they suddenly lost the courage to even look at her. "What's wrong with you?" Lin Chen asked curiously. Ding Xiaoya covered her mouth and laughed, he. "Ask them what's wrong." Carrot smiled bitterly and gave Lin Chen a thumbs up. "Brother, you're awesome. She's our school's goddess teacher. The three of us chose an elective course, and this elective course is taught by Ding Xiaoya." "Oh. No. It's taught by Teacher Ding." "Oh. What class?" Lin Chen was even more curious. These three guys usually hated attending classes, so why would they take the initiative to enroll in this course? This was too strange. The three roommates looked at Lin Chen as if he were a monster. "Little bench, oh my god. Lao Si, you don't even attend Teacher Ding's class, so how did you get to join her?" The third brother was very imaginative. "Could it be that the rich woman you are with is?" Before the third brother could finish, he was hit on the head by Lin Chen and warned them seriously, "Listen to me. Ding Xiaoya, she is my wife, and we have 4 children. When we meet in the future, call her sister-in-law. Don't have any thoughts, otherwise we will lose our brotherhood." Hiss. The third brother grinned and nodded. They all knew that the fourth brother seemed to be serious this time. Because even if he was so rich, he would not forget his brothers. But in this matter, he was so serious, which was enough to prove that he and Ding Xiaoya were real. "Ahem, my sister-in-law, Teacher Ding, please forgive me." The third brother nodded and apologized to Ding Xiaoya. Ding Xiaoya didn't care and waved her hand. "Since you are all Lin Chen's brothers and my students, you should treat this place as your home from now on. Come in." Although Ding Xiaoya felt that it was a bit embarrassing for a teacher like herself to be in love with a student like Lin Chen, now that the matter was done, she couldn't change it no matter how embarrassed she was. When Lin Chen and his roommates went in and saw, my god! 4 babies sat on the carpet in the living room. Each one looked like a porcelain doll on TV, carved from jade and decorated with powder, and quite adorable. Are these really 4? The fourth child will have 4 children? Then should I have 3 children in the future? The third child held up 3 fingers and gestured in confusion. Ha ha. The third brother's words caused laughter. Lin Chen looked around and saw it was almost time for dinner, so he called everyone out. "Let's go. I'll treat you all to dinner today. Hubby. I want to go." Ding Xiaoya came to Lin Chen and shouted. Hiss. The word husband almost made Lin Chen's soul fly away. "Why? I have classes this afternoon and haven't prepared them yet." Ding Xiaoya pouted. "Class? That's right. Ding Xiaoya still has work to do." Lin Chen patted his chest and said, "Wife, why don't you quit your job and I will support you? Go." Ding Xiaoya rolled her eyes at Lin Chen. Even if I work, you still have to support me. But sometimes people can't be too idle, they still have to work. Okay. It's up to you. I support you no matter what you do. But eat first. I'll take you to school later. Okay then. Thank you, husband. Ding Xiaoya cried sweetly. Ding. Congratulations to the owner for gaining Ding Xiaoya's third-level trust, receiving 10 points for loving your wife, and 60 bonus points, for a total of 66 points. The system suddenly sounded a notification, startling Lin Chen. This sudden happiness caught Lin Chen off guard. This is too amazing. Don't worry, system, I will definitely pamper this wife and nurse this baby. Lin Chen's roommate shuddered when he heard the word husband. Is this still the same cold and beautiful teacher who is always so high and mighty? It was unexpectedly picked by the fourth kid in their dormitory. Ding Hui had eaten the dishes cooked by Lin Chen yesterday. When he heard that there was food to eat, he immediately stood up and shouted, now that you mention it, it seems like I'm really hungry. Eat, eat, eat. Just eat. What are you doing here? Have you forgotten? Yi Qingqing rolled her eyes at Ding Hui, leaving everyone baffled. Ding Xiaoya trotted all the way to her mother and said coquettishly, okay, give me some face, Lin Chen always does what he says. Okay. Let's see his sincerity. Yi Qingqing said with a straight face. Although all this is real, as a woman, Yi Qingqing certainly knows what is most important to her daughter. What Ding Xiaoya needs is a man who loves and cares for her, not a wealthy bachelor. So far, Lin Chen in front of her has only impressed Yi Qingqing 50%. So the next dinner is very important. Lin Chen directly called Lu Piapiao, and Lu Piapiao immediately sent a car to pick them up because Lin Chen's car could not accommodate everyone. It seems that I need a few more cars, otherwise it will be very troublesome for my wife to go to and from get off work. My family rode in our Infiniti QX80, while our 3 roommates and 2 nannies rode in Lu Piapiao's Mercedes-Benz. On the way, we passed by the lottery station we visited yesterday. A banner was hung at the entrance of the lottery station today, which read, warm congratulations to this station for winning 3 prizes of 5 million. Wait for me. Lin Chen suddenly stopped the car and planned to get out. Ding Hui was ecstatic because his son-in-law had promised him 15 million. Ding Xiaoya said, it's enough to get this thing once, but you must not get addicted to it. Don't worry. Honey, I know what's going on. Lin Chen nodded. On the other hand, Yi Qingqing had been looking at Lin Chen calmly, and no one knew what she was thinking. The entrance of the lottery station was very lively. With this banner, more people seemed to be buying lottery tickets. TSK TSK. Who knows which lucky guy actually won 5 million? I don't know if it's the same person, but if it is, that would be amazing. This. You all believe it? Don't be fooled, this is the boss's marketing trick. Just for fun, don't take it seriously. Lin Chen finally squeezed in front of the boss, took out a 100 yuan note, and handed it to the boss's wife. Give me 4 lottery tickets, 3 for 1 bet, and 1 for 3 bets. As for the numbers, Lin Chen pondered for a moment, his eyes cast on the lottery station's computer, and a series of numbers immediately appeared in his mind. After getting the winning number, Lin Chen reported it to the proprietress. After getting the lottery ticket, Lin Chen said, no need for change, and left in a hurry. Also because there were so many people, the proprietress waited until Lin Chen left before she shouted, the young man just now was the one who won the prize yesterday. TSK. You won the lottery yesterday, but you're not going to claim it today and are still buying it? Do you think we're fools? Someone retorted, mocking the lady boss. It really is. The lady boss was so anxious that she didn't know how to explain it. Lin Chen checked the points in the system's toolbar and found that there were only 36 points left, with 30 points deducted. It seems that the points deducted have nothing to do with the number of lottery tickets. What matters is that points will be deducted for predicting the winning numbers. Here. This is for you. Lin Chen directly handed the 3 lottery tickets to his 3 roommates. Lottery? Carrot yelled. Chapter 15 Master wants to teach cooking skills. Yes. This is a gift for you, I hope you like it, Lin Chen said seriously. Old 4. Can you please not be so serious? We're going to think this is real. If you really want to give each of us a car, Carrot teased casually. In their opinion, Lin Chen was joking. Lottery tickets? 2 yuan a ticket, isn't that just throwing it into the water? Even if you buy a popsicle, you can lick it for a while. Seeing that no one answered, Lin Chen smiled mysteriously. If you don't accept it, don't go to dinner with me later. Get off the car now and walk back. Whoosh! The three-man snatched the 3 lottery tickets from Lin Chen's hand at lightning speed. Lin Chen rolled his eyes at them. I've kept them all. I'll use the lottery tickets to eat later. After saying that, he walked towards his Infiniti QX80. After getting in the car, Ding Hui rubbed his hands with anticipation and looked at Lin Chen eagerly. Uncle! I promised you this, but I think it's safer for Auntie to keep. I hope you don't mind. Lin Chen turned a 3-draw lottery ticket and handed it to Yi Qingqing. Of course Yi Qingqing was not polite. But she was still curious, could this lottery ticket really win? Okay. Hold on tight, let us go. Lin Chen whistled and drove towards Zixiangshuan. At noon, there were not many people eating, but Zixiangshuan was still packed with guests. This is the best hotel in Jianhai City, and reservations are usually required in advance. Lin Chen and others followed Lu Piapiao and went directly to the box on the 2nd floor. Wait a minute. Why? Those who came later get a private room, but those of us who arrived earlier have to wait, a bearded man shouted. Seeing this group of women and children, plus a few college students, I felt that these people might be able to be bullied and forced to give up the box. No, their beautiful waitress Xiaoyu was so anxious that she didn't know how to explain. This customer has been pestering Xiaoyu for a long time and is trying to take advantage of her. Holding Xiaoyu's hand, then you have to explain it to me clearly, otherwise it won't be over today. Lin Chen and Lu Piapiao, who had walked halfway up the stairs, turned back and went down. Let go! Lu Piapiao scolded harshly. The bearded man was still looking Lu Piapiao up and down with his eyes wide open. Today is a really good day. I met a beautiful waitress and a beauty who looks like a fairy. Beauty, do you want to take me with you? I have plenty of money, as long as you accompany me for dinner. I let go of Xiaoyu with my big beard and moved closer to Lu Piapiao. The real Xiaoyu was like a frightened deer, and ran behind Lin Chen to seek protection. Lin Chen signaled to her not to be afraid, and flashed in front of Lu Piapiao, stretching out his hand to block the bearded man's way. Get out of the way! The bearded man shouted. No! Lin Chen responded coldly. I'll count to 3. 3. Bang! As soon as the bearded man counted 1, his body flew towards the door like a kite with a broken string. Lin Chen just took action? Lu Piapiao and Xiaoyu both widened their eyes curiously, and rubbed them, as if they didn't see clearly. He acted too quickly. The bearded man lay on the ground motionless, and no one dared to step forward to help him. Let us go! Let us go! Lin Chen didn't even look at the bearded man. He knew in his heart that he had just attacked him just to teach him a lesson, and he hadn't used any heavy blows. Lu Piapiao's eyes were full of surprise. It seemed that this partner was really extraordinary. It seemed that she had made the right bet this time. I sighed in my heart, find an opportunity to discuss it with him. After all, he is also a shareholder of Zixiangshuan now, and he will have a way to solve it. The bearded man waited until Lin Chen left before he stood up from the ground with his teeth bared, staggering away and cursing, just wait. The bearded man, can't swallow this. In the box, everyone was making a fuss around the babies. But for some reason, the 4 little ones kept babbling and no one could cheer them up. As long as Chunmei and Xiaoshan hold her, no one else here can do it. As soon as Lin Chen entered the box, the 4 babies opened their arms and asked Lin Chen to hold them. Ha ha! Babies, do you miss your daddy? Lin Chen happily went over and held all 4 babies in his arms. With 1 in each hand and 1 on the back, the 4 babies were hanging on Lin Chen like pandas, making everyone laugh so hard that they bent over. All right. Babies, come down. Ding Xiaoya felt sorry for Lin Chen and went up to carry the babies down. Chunmei and Xiaoshan held them aside to feed them. Ding! Congratulations to the owner for completing the task of holding 4 babies. Reward, a universal mop. Reward, 50 baby points. Lin Chen discovered that the points for pampering his wife and feeding his baby were separate, but both increases would be accumulated into the system points. The score is now 86. In other words, the system points are the sum of these 2 items, while the wife-loving points and baby nursing points are separate. It's really strange, but I don't know what the difference is between the wife-loving points and baby nursing points. Lao Si, hurry up and order. We are all hungry. Carrot and the others urged Lin Chen. They finally made it to Zixiangshuan, so they decided to have a good meal since someone was treating them anyway. Ding Hui still remembered that Lin Chen had given the lottery ticket to Yi Qingqing just now, and decided to vent his anger. Why don't Lin Chen work harder today? Your aunt has never tasted your cooking skills. Dad. Ding Xiaoya couldn't stand it anymore and called out coquettishly. Isn't this clearly treating Lin Chen like a laborer? Cooking a table of food is no easy task. Last time, there were fewer people, but this time, with so many, Lin Chen is sure to be exhausted. Oh? Lin Chen can cook? Then I'd like to give it a try. When Yi Qingqing heard that her son-in-law had this skill, she felt it was necessary to check on her daughter. When did the fourth child learn this? How come we don't know? Little Bench blurted out. Suddenly I thought that it was inappropriate to say such words in such an occasion, so I closed my mouth again. Today they came not to talk, but to eat and drink. Please wait a moment, I'll be back soon. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Zixiangshuan Kitchen. Fatty Wang is busy. After Lin Chen came in, he picked up a pot and put it on the stove next to Fatty Wang. This scared Fatty Wang. Who was so bold as to set up a pot and cook next to him? Even the boss lady Lu Piapiao wouldn't do such a thing, right? So he raised the pot and spoon in his hand and was about to hit the guy next to him who had no eyesight. Hiss. Plop. Fatty Wang's legs softened and he knelt down. Master, why are you here? Why don't you get up now? Give me the menu. Whatever I cook, you cook. I'll only cook once, so it's up to you how much you can learn. Lin Chen said seriously. What? Is the master going to teach me how to cook? Fatty Wang was so excited that he didn't know where to put his hands, and his face turned red with excitement. Hurry up. Oh. Let me read out the names of the dishes. Fatty Wang jumped up, quickly took the menu, and began to read out the names of the dishes. Kung Pao Chicken. Chapter 16 I Don't Dare. Boom boom boom. Next. Fish-flavored shredded pork. Boom boom boom. Next. Braised pig's trotters. Boom boom boom. Next. Cold chicken feet. This was repeated over and over again, and each dish was prepared at the most reasonable speed and with the most perfect cooking skills, which directly frightened Xiaoyu, who was standing by and watching. Normally, the waiter is not allowed to stand in the kitchen for more than 1 minute. This is the rule. Otherwise, won't his cooking skills be stolen? But today Lin Chen didn't drive her away, so Fatty Wang couldn't care less. This chef's speed is too fast. Even Fatty Wang, one of the 3 famous chefs in Shanghai, can't keep up with him. Fortunately, Lin Chen slowed down his pace, allowing Fatty Wang to barely keep up. Even so, Fatty Wang was sweating profusely. After cooking 30 dishes, none of which were repeated, Lin Chen put down his spoon. That's all for today. We'll continue next time. Lin Chen walked out of the kitchen coolly. When he passed by Xiaoyu, he gave her a look and said, Sister Xiaoyu, please help me bring the dishes I just cooked to room 222. Yes. Xiaoyu strides forward with her long legs and happily goes to serve the dishes. In box 222, everyone looked at the table full of delicious food with their mouths wide open in surprise. Even Ding Hui, who had seen how good Lin Chen was, did not expect that Lin Chen was so good. Not only was he a good cook, but he was also very fast. He cooked this table of dishes in just half an hour. Is he still an ordinary person? Did you cook this table? Yi Qingqing seemed unconvinced. Before Lin Chen could explain, everyone had already started eating. Looking at everyone's satisfied expressions, Yi Qingqing didn't bother to wait for Lin Chen's answer and picked up the chopsticks to join the group. If there is something that is difficult to solve, just treat them to a meal. If one meal cannot solve the problem, then 2 meals will do. Anyway, Lin Chen did it. 2 meals satisfied my future father-in-law, 1 meal satisfied my mother-in-law, and 1 meal shut my roommate up. They patted their stomachs contentedly, indicating that they were leaving first. Before leaving, Lu Piapiao gave them a business card, welcoming them to come to Zixiangshuan for dinner at any time. Come any time? I guess you don't have that much money in your pocket? If you can say Lin Chen's name, that's fine, but I don't have the nerve. But there is one person who is more shameless, and that is Ding Hui. Before he left, he said, Lin Chen, be nice to my daughter. If you really want to marry her, we can't make the decision. You have to prove it to our father. I'll be here to monitor your progress at any time. I have to consider my daughter's future. Dad. Ding Xiaoya stamped her feet anxiously. Yi Qingqing went straight over and grabbed Ding Hui's ear, scolding him, "If you want to come and have a free meal, just say it directly, don't talk so grandly." After watching the old naughty couple leave, Lin Chan and Ding Xiaoya smiled at each other. Old 4. We can just walk back by ourselves. The school is just across the street anyway. Teacher Ding, we're leaving first. Carrot and the others said goodbye to Lin Chan and left as well. Come again next time. Ding Xiaoya nodded politely. Come back next time? Will I have another chance to eat at this upscale restaurant? I'll definitely bring my girlfriend with me next time. In the end, only Lin Chan and Ding Xiaoya were left, along with 2 nannies and 4 babies. Pushing the stroller, Lin Chen threw the car keys to Chunmei, asked her to drive, and stayed to take care of the 4 babies. A group of people stood at the door waiting for the bus. Not far away, a bearded man with a bandage on his hand pointed in Lin Chen's direction and shouted, "Brother Chun. That kid is so arrogant. I told him that Brother Chun is my big brother, but that kid just looked down on you. Hurry up and tell me what he said." A yellow-haired man called Chunga threw away the cigarette but in his hand, picked up the steel pipe beside him, and stared at Lin Chen, who was not far away. Lin Chen, on the other hand, has been feeling uneasy and his eyelids have been twitching since he stood at the door. Weird. Why is my eyelid twitching so much today? It never ends. Lin Chen muttered to himself. To remind the owner that there is danger around or you may be attacked by a villain, so the eyelids will twitch. This is your body's conscious reaction to the surrounding environment after the system is bound. There is such a thing? I haven't offended anyone. Who would harm me? Strange. Here, Brother Chun led a group of about 10 younger brothers and rushed directly towards Lin Chen. Get out of the way. Chun Gu is doing something, everyone else please get out of the way. Crash. Zixi Yangshuan, the customers at the door all made way. This Chun Gu seems to be quite famous in this area. He hangs out here all day long, but it's not that people are afraid of him. But if you mess with such a person, you will be unlucky and things will not go smoothly. So everyone would rather avoid him than to cause trouble. Lin Chen patted Ding Xiaoyao on the shoulder and comforted her, "Don't be afraid, I will protect you." As he said this, he handed the child to Ding Xiaoya and Xiao Xiang, and went to meet the thugs who were surrounding them. Lin Chen. Husband. Ding Xiaoya called out Lin Chen's name worriedly. Lin Chen turned around and gave her a reassuring look. Even Xiao Xiang, who was standing by, comforted Xiaoya, "Don't worry. Master Lin will be fine." Ha? How did she know it would be okay? Here, Brother Chun has already surrounded Lin Chen with his men. Boy, do you know who I am? Chun Gu asked, pointing at himself. I know. Lin Chen responded calmly. You know you're still not running? You're still so arrogant in the face of my encirclement and suppression. Who do you think you are? Go! Break your legs! Chun Gu waved his hand, and everyone responded immediately. A dozen thugs surrounded Lin Chen. Who dares to mess around at my door? Suddenly, Lu Piao came trotting over here with a group of bodyguards. Well. Willow Piao? Chun Ji's eyes narrowed, and he was starting to back out. This woman wasn't someone he was going to mess with. He'd heard that Zixi Yangshuan had a pretty impressive background, and it wasn't something a small-time thug like him could handle. It turned out to be Boss Lu's friend. I'm sorry I didn't see clearly. I'll leave first. Chun Gu waved his hand and turned to leave. Don't! Brother Chun, that guy's legs aren't broken yet. The bearded man stopped Brother Chun and shouted. Today, Big Beard spent 20,000 yuan to invite Brother Chun to come out. If he just leaves like that, wouldn't the 20,000 yuan be wasted? He was angry and beaten, and now he can't take revenge. How could the bearded man just let it go? He directly grabbed Chun Ji's arm. What I mean is, I have to give you an explanation today. It seems that this bearded man is ignorant of the current situation. Chun Gu frowned and turned to look at Lu Piao. Hiss. This woman is so hateful that if she targets you, you will probably have a hard time. Chun Gu waved his hand and said, break one of your legs. Big Beard was delighted, thinking Chun Gu had been persuaded by his words. Ha ha. Now let's see what you're so proud of. If you offend Big Beard, I'll teach you a lesson. But the bearded man suddenly felt something was wrong. The thugs raised their sticks and hit his legs. Ah! There was a scream. Then the bearded man's regretful voice said, "Brother Chun, I won't dare to do it again." Chapter 17, The First Love Rival. Boss Lu, are you satisfied? Chun Gu asked cautiously. Get lost. Lu Piao responded coldly. Let us go. Chun Gu and his men left quickly. Hiss. How cruel. This Chun Gu is not a good person. Even if he is let go today, in Lin Chen's heart, this person has already been put on his blacklist. Squeak. At this time, Chun Mei had already driven the car to the door. Lin Chen got in the car with the child in his arms, and also helped Ding Xiaoya, who was standing there in a daze, into the car. My wife is frightened. I'll take you to school, Lin Chen said softly. Ding Xiaoya grabbed Lin Chen's arm with both hands and said worriedly, Husband, promise me that you will protect yourself well. The baby and I need you. You must not be in any danger. Silly girl. How could anything happen to me? Lin Chen comforted her in a low voice. He looked behind the car with a fierce look in his eyes, and secretly swore in his heart, whoever dares to touch my woman and child, I will make him regret coming into this world. It seems that I need to continue to improve my strength and ability, otherwise how can I protect the 5 of them, mother and children? I roared in my heart, System. I want money. I want strength. I want power. System, as long as you pamper your wife and baby, you will have everything. Well, doting on my wife and nursing my baby? Don't worry, I, Lin Chen, will definitely dote on my wife and nurse my baby carefully. At the gate of Jianghai University, an Infiniti QX80 stopped and the cool Ding Xiaoya got out of the car. It immediately caused a sensation. Look! Who's that? Isn't that a beautiful teacher? She was the campus belle of Jianghai University back then, and later stayed on to teach at the school. Didn't I hear that she rarely goes out? Her admirers could be lined up from the gate of Jianghai University to the suburbs. But she rejected them all. What happened just now? Did he figure it out? In the end, the cabbage was still eaten by the pig? Why? Everyone at Jianghai University sighed inwardly. Why were all the good cabbages eaten by pigs? Etc. There seems to be someone else in the car, get off. Brush. All eyes were focused on Lin Chen's face. Ding Xiaoya was curious. What were these people looking at? When she turned around, she found that Lin Chen had come down from the table and was walking towards her. Ding Xiaoya stood there, feeling panicked. She had told him not to come down, and now the whole school knew about it. Isn't this the Lin Chen who was just voted as the school idol on the campus website these days? It really is. But it's really handsome. Wow. I want to marry him. What are you crazy about? Didn't you see him and Ding Xiaoya together? Quiet. Then suddenly someone whispered softly, breaking the silence, this is not the teacher and the student. Wow. There was an uproar, and then many people took out their mobile phones to take pictures and uploaded them to the campus website. Suddenly, the news about Lin Chen and Ding Xiaoya was all over Jianghai University. It's all your fault. What should I do now? Ding Xiaoya pouted and acted coquettishly. Etc. What do we see? The goddess is acting like a spoiled child to the school hunk. Ah. It's so heartbreaking. Is this torturing us single people? Rumble. A wild sports car roared over. Squeak. The car braked suddenly and stopped not far from Ding Xiaoya. A well-dressed young man walked out. Someone in the crowd recognized the young man and shouted, It's Wan Kevin, the son of Wan Kuan, one of the 3 famous chefs in Jianghai. Wan Xiao? Hasn't he always been the pursuer of the goddess Ding Xiaoya? Now it's time to watch something interesting. These people are even more curious and are waiting to see the spoils. Wan Kevin got out of the Cadillac supercar, picked up a bouquet of flowers from the passenger seat, and walked towards Ding Xiaoya. Hiss. Ding Xiaoya held Lin Chen's arms tightly with both hands and reminded Lin Chen in his ear, We can't offend Wan Kevin, let's go quickly. Walk? Hey. Lin Chen had no intention of leaving. This kind of fly had to be chased away. The more it hid, the more excited it became. Plop. Wan Kevin actually knelt on one knee towards Ding Xiaoya. A ring box suddenly appeared in his hand. He gently opened it and looked at Ding Xiaoya lovingly. Xiaoya, marry me. This is a DR diamond ring. You can only buy it once with one ID card. Xiaoya. For my infatuation, marry me. Well. Xiaoya looked at Lin Chen for help. Infatuated? I think you are sentimental, right? Lin Chen snatched the ring from Wan Kevin's hand with a half smile, then stretched out his other hand to him. Give me your ID card. Wan Kevin's heart tightened. Where did this guy come from? He was so close to the goddess. Asking for an ID? Could he have seen something? He. Just give it to him. Even if he really goes to verify it, this ID card is fake. Ha ha. Wan Kevin thought he was foolproof and handed over his ID card generously. Lin Chen glanced at the ID card number and photo, which were obviously photoshopped. In other words, the ID card was fake. As for forging an ID card, I think Wan Kevin is very clear about the crime. Lin Chen put the ID card in his pocket. Give me back my ID card. Wan Kevin frowned. He became a little wary of this guy. Don't worry about the ID card yet, let us verify the authenticity of the ring first. As he spoke, Lin Chen took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Hello? Please help me verify Kevin Wan's ID information. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen looked at Wan Kevin with a smile, which made Wan Kevin feel insecure. Bang! He slapped the diamond ring out of Kevin Wan's hand. How could you fool someone with these two things worth $10? If you don't have money, don't act like a rich man. Can't you just be an honest person? Click, click, click. Lin Chen asked a series of questions, which made Wan Kevin furious. Where did this wild boy come from? How dare he question me, young Master Wan? This doctor's diamond ring cost me hundreds of thousands of yuan, and now it's fallen into the ditch. You have to compensate me. Wan Kevin jumped up from the ground. He spent a month's pocket money to buy this, just to trick Ding Xiaoya into his hand. Now, even Ding Xiaoya's hand didn't touch it, and the diamond ring was gone. The ID card information was fake, but the diamond ring was real. He had no choice but to catch the culprit Lin Chen, otherwise he would suffer a big loss today. Diamond ring? Ha ha. Lin Chen laughed wildly. In fact, the phone call he just made was fake, and the ID card information he confirmed was also fake. As for whether the diamond ring was fake, he didn't know either. Lin Chen just took the initiative and gained an advantage in everything. In this way, even if the diamond ring is real, if Wan Kevin has something to hide, it will be exposed. Now it seems that there is something fishy going on. Either pay me or I'll send you to the police station. Wan Kevin's fierce look was completely gone, and he was no longer the gentle and refined look he had just had. Instead, he looked ferocious. You can try it. A cold voice came. Chapter 18 Exaggerated System Rewards. Everyone looked up in that direction and saw that it was Lu Piao. Why is this woman here? That's right. This, Zixiangshuan, is right across from Zhanghai University. She can see everything clearly from there if there's any movement at the entrance of Zhanghai University. At this moment, Lin Chen had a guess in his mind. Does Lu Piao have any purpose in opening Zixiangshuan opposite Zhanghai University? Wan Kevin saw that it was Lu Piao who came, and immediately greeted her with a smile. Boss Lu. I am sorry to have embarrassed you. Today, I, Wan Kevin, propose to Ding Xiaoya. How about you come as a witness and witness? Lu Piao waved her hand. No need. You can go now. What? You have to know that no matter what, Wan Kevin is the son of Wan Kuan, one of the 3 famous chefs in Zhanghai City. Even if you don't give face to Wan Kevin, you have to give face to his father Wan Kuan. Boss Lu, this is what happened. I, Wan Kevin, gathered my composure and continued to explain. Lu Piao didn't blink and waved her hand. Go away. Well. Wan Kevin was extremely embarrassed. He didn't dare to express his dissatisfaction to Lu Piao, but that didn't mean he didn't dare to do so to Lin Chen. This unknown guy not only broke his diamond ring, but also ruined his own good deeds. You. If you don't give me the diamond ring today, I'm going to break your legs. Hiss. What's wrong with these second-generation rich kids? They're always trying to break other people's legs. The former had a big beard. They met by chance and owed no one anything, but he insisted on causing trouble and ended up with his leg broken. now Kevin himself bumped into Lin Chen's gun. Ding! Alert the owner. Break Kevin Wan's legs and receive a Porsche Cayenne as a reward. Release Kevin Wan and receive the title of coward. Oh my god. This is intolerable. Besides, he couldn't let the system look down on him. If he dared to propose to Ding Xiaoya in front of him, that would be a disrespect to him. Lin Chen looked around and saw a feces suction truck working on the side of the road. Lin Chen picked up a shit-stirring stick and walked back. Ha ha. That guy is such a jerk. He's actually playing with a shit-stirring stick. I didn't expect that the goddess would find such a fool. And Lin Chen still calls himself the school hunk. How shameless. Lin Chen never said that from the beginning to the end. Nor did he admit it. All kinds of rumors immediately began to fly. Ha ha. Ding Xiaoya, you should just follow me. Look at this idiot, he's just a country kid, not presentable. Kevin laughed while holding his stomach. Whoosh whoosh. Lin Chen didn't stop for a moment and walked straight towards Kevin. Hiss. Kevin suddenly felt that something was wrong. Could this guy be? Before he could figure out what was going on, the troublemaker had already hit his leg. Ah! A scream shocked the entire Zhanghai University. Lin Chen returned the stick to the worker, turned around and shouted towards the gate of Zhanghai University, Ding Xiaoya is my woman. If anyone dares to have any ideas, Kevin is a precedent. If you don't believe me, you can try it. The school hunk not only hooked up with goddess Ding Xiaoya, but also broke the leg of Kuan's son Kevin with a shit stirrer. Suddenly, news about Lin Chen was all over the campus website. What should we do? How about we pay some money? I still have the 990,000 yuan you gave me on my card, plus that 5 million yuan lottery ticket. I think we can suppress this matter. Ding Xiaoya was completely focused on Lin Chen, afraid that he would suffer any injustice. Isn't Lin Chen the same? Otherwise, he wouldn't have broken Kevin's leg in front of so many people. The driver carried Kevin into the car and hurried away. The onlookers, fearing that they would get into trouble, ran away. The remaining ones are Ding Xiaoya, Lin Chen, and Lu Piapiao. At this time, Lu Piapiao became more certain of her vision. It seemed that Lin Chen was right. She believed that he could definitely help her. I'm leaving first. Next time if you have any problems, call me and I'll help you solve it. After saying that, Lu Piapiao turned around and left. That enchanting back figure made Lin Chen feel itchy in his heart. Whoever gets this woman will be squeezed dry. Ah! Lin Chen felt a pain in his ears and cried out. Ding Xiaoya grabbed Lin Chen's ear with one hand and scolded him, asking if he had fallen for her. No, no, no. Are you kidding? I know my own worth. Lu Piapiao is a good partner. If you mess with her, you'll probably be in trouble for the rest of your life. Lin Chen shrugged and answered seriously. Ding Xiaoya was very satisfied with this answer and immediately let go of her hand. Lin Chen immediately received a reward from the system. Ding! Congratulations, master. Breaking the first rival's leg is a Porsche Cayenne. A reward of 500 million Chinese yuan has been deposited into the master's card. Oh my god. That's so exaggerated. Lin Chen glanced at the points for doting on his wife, and found that they had secretly increased a lot, now reaching 85 points. As for the system points, they had accumulated to 128. Hee hee. With points, you can redeem items in the system mall, and most importantly, you can unlock the Eye of Prediction. Lin Chen threw the car keys in his pocket to Ding Xiaoya, pointed to the red Porsche Cayenne not far away, and said to Ding Xiaoya, that is the car I gave you. You should drive that car to and from get off work in the future. What? When did you buy the car? Ding Xiaoya looked in that direction curiously, and sure enough, a brand new Porsche Cayenne was parked there. This is the car Ding Xiaoya has always wanted. How did Lin Chen know that she likes this model? This is so happy. Click. Ding Xiaoya stood on tiptoe, kissed Lin Chen on the cheek with her red lips, and then ran away quickly. Women are easy to satisfy, especially since Lin Chen dotes on her so much. After 2 years of no contact, Ding Xiaoya's face was filled with a satisfied smile when they suddenly returned to each other. She secretly warned herself, I must cherish my current life. For myself and my children, I, Ding Xiaoya, must support Lin Chen. Zhanghai University, President's Office. Principal Zhang, my son's leg was broken by an uneducated student in your school. What do you think we should do? At this time, Wan Cohen was sitting in the principal's office, yelling at Principal Zhang in frustration. Despite this, Principal Zhang still greeted us with a smile. This is Wan Cohen, one of the 3 famous chefs in Shanghai City. If you say this is just a famous chef, it's no big deal. But in today's society, many big families and big tycoons like to recruit these famous chefs to cook specifically for them. Now these famous chefs have a strong backer, and with a backer, these famous chefs become more powerful. As the tide rises, so too does their status. Mr. Wan, I will investigate this matter thoroughly. I will give you an explanation when the time comes, and I will also make it public so everyone can have an explanation. You should go back first. Principal Zhang couldn't stand these people's bossing around. Is it great to have power? Principal Zhang is a scholarly principal. He is only polite to these people on the surface, but he looks down on them from the bottom of his heart. No. This must be resolved today. And right now. Wan Cohen loudly refused. Chapter 19, is the world going to be turned upside down? No. Principal Zhang frowned and the smile on his face immediately disappeared. What's wrong with this guy? I've already given him face, can't he see it? Humph. Whatever. Principal Zhang also got angry and tilted his head. Wan Cohen didn't buy it and warned Principal Zhang, I'll give you 10 minutes. If you don't find the student who caused the accident, I, Wan Cohen, will go find him myself. If that student is missing limbs by then, don't blame me, Wan Cohen, for being a rough guy. Faced with Wan Cohen's threat, Principal Zhang had no choice but to ask his assistant to find Lin Chen. At this time, Lin Chen just sent Chunmei, Zhou Xiang and the babies back to number 28, Jinqiu Huafu. I was playing with Dabeo when the phone rang. The eldest brother's anxious voice came from the phone, fourth brother. Where are you? Come to school quickly. Ha? What's wrong? Lin Chen had a bad feeling, and his whole body immediately became murderous. Dabeo was so scared that he started crying. Be good, Dabeo. Don't cry. Daddy will be back soon. After saying goodbye to the 4 babies at home, Lin Chen drove the Infiniti QX80, stepped on the accelerator, and rushed directly to Shanghai University. Lin Chen did not return to the dormitory, but went directly to the principal's office. Because the eldest brother made it clear on the phone that the 3 of them were taken to the principal's office. Principal Zhang's office. Hurry up and tell me. Where is that Lin Chen? When will he come? Wan Cohen, already anxious, pointed at Luo Bo and the others and shouted at them. It was as if they were treating the carrots as fish that could be slaughtered at any time. Principal Zhang's face was gloomy and his eyes were about to spit fire. If the school had not been short of funds in recent years, it would have had to rely on social donations to barely survive. These donors are basically related to Wan Cohen. In just half an hour, Principal Zhang has received no less than 20 calls, all of which are threatening Principal Zhang. If you want this year's donations, you must hand over Lin Chen today. It would be best to fire him. If Lin Chen is ruined, maybe they will be happy to donate more. It's really a headache. What kind of student is this Lin Chen? Not only did he hook up with the most beautiful female teacher in the school, but he also offended this great god. Sigh. This has caused great trouble to Principal Zhang. These are my students, I want me to ask them questions, please don't be impatient. Principal Zhang said with a stern face. Wan Cohen was bored and paced back and forth in the office. The boss and the others all spoke well of Lin Chen in front of Principal Zhang. What kind of grades put you in the top 3 in the grade? What about learning from Lei Feng and doing good deeds? What a clean family background and upright character. Principal Zhang shook his head. How could such an excellent student do such an irrational thing? Even if he is bullied or provoked, he should believe in the school and society. Well, let's wait until someone comes. Thinking of the helpless and already predetermined ending, Principal Zhang's face was covered with more wrinkles. If this continues, Shanghai University's century-old reputation will be ruined, and the school will gradually deviate from its track and original intention. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking on the door startled everyone inside. Are you here? Among them, Wan Cohen was the most excited and rushed to the door. Bang! There was a sound. The offices were opened. A handsome man with a height of 183 centimeters stood at the door. That's right, this person is Lin Chen. He's so handsome, is he still a man? How can he be so handsome? Even Wan Cohen, who has always been proud of his looks, was jealous. How could he be so handsome? He was several levels ahead of him. Compared with him, he was really a dwarf compared to him. Principal. Are you looking for me? Lin Chen walked around Wan Cohen and headed towards Principal Zhang. Wan Cohen hesitated to speak, but since he is here, there is no need to rush. He has plenty of ways to deal with Lin Chen. Now it depends on how Principal Zhang performs. If it doesn't work out, we can just stop the donations, which will save a lot of money. The first time Principal Zhang saw Lin Chen, he felt from the bottom of his heart that this student was definitely not simple. Classmate. Your name is Lin Chen? Yes. Principal Zhang, if you need me, just call me. There's no need to call my roommate as well, right? Lin Chen complained that if the other party was not the principal and if he did not have to study here, Lin Chen would have turned against him long ago. This is a threat. This is kidnapping hostages to threaten Lin Chen. Here's the thing, classmate. Principal Zhang, calmly review what happened today. Yes. I did it. Lin Chen admitted it without a second thought. Look, Principal Zhang, for this kind of unrepentant student, I think you need to expel him directly. Wan Cohen, who was standing by, finally couldn't help it and interrupted. Lin Chen looked at Wan Cohen with a gloomy face. Is this Kevin Wan's father? Humph. Like father, like son. It seems this old man is not a good person either, to raise a son like that. Who do you think you are? This is a school, how can you, an outsider, give orders? Besides, Principal Zhang is the head of a lower school. He has the final say at Shanghai University, not you. What are you shouting about? While questioning, Lin Chen approached Wan Cohen, forced Wan Cohen into a corner, and overwhelmed him with his momentum. These words left him speechless. Principal Zhang also felt much more comfortable. Lin Chen was indirectly helping him vent his anger. I have been suffocated by these people these years, and I dare not speak out. This young man Lin Chen is young and not afraid of offending others. He is just the right person to dampen this guy's arrogance. Wan Cohen immediately countered, President Zhang, do your students still care? Are you planning to give up this year's donation? I'm telling you, they've just entrusted me with this. I have full authority to represent them. If I wish, from now on, our cooperation with Shanghai University will be terminated. Termination of cooperation? That means Shanghai University will lose all its funding this year, which means that this old university will be surpassed by other universities and may even go bankrupt. You can't do this. Although it is a noble character to not bow down for a few pieces of silver, Principal Zhang had to bend down when it came to the collective interests. This is not the time to show off. You have to bow your head when you need to, otherwise the consequences will be huge. It's not impossible not to do this. Fire Lin Chen and then convince Ding Xiaoya to marry my son. Wan Cohen's face was full of smiles. Because the balance of victory began to tilt towards him. Principal, no. Lin Chen is a good student, you can't expel him. Besides, it was Wan Kevin who was wrong, not Lin Chen. We can't let that old thief Wan Cohen succeed. In this bright and clear world, we cannot confuse right and wrong. The roommates all spoke well of Lin Chen. The wrinkles on Principal Zhang's face deepened, his face became dark and ugly, and he looked much older in an instant. Shaking his head, Lin Chen. From now on, you. Wait a minute. Lin Chen interrupted Principal Zhang. Chapter 20 I have a condition. Lin Chen thought, his wife Ding Xiaoya works here, and he is a student of the computer department of Shanghai University. It would be unacceptable if Shanghai University went bankrupt. Besides, Lin Chen doesn't want to see Shanghai University survive under the control of a villain like Wan Cohen. So, he had to take action. What about the donation you just mentioned? Lin Chen looked at Principal Zhang with a sharp gaze, hoping to get the real answer from him. Hey! Donate, without us, this. When it comes to donations, Wan Cohen becomes extremely arrogant and his tail immediately rises to the sky. Shut up! Lin Chen glared at him fiercely. Suddenly, a murderous intent penetrated into Wan Cohen's body. He couldn't help but shiver and dared not say a word anymore. His gaze turned to Principal Zhang again, and this time Principal Zhang and Lin Chen looked at each other. I never expected that a student would have such a sharp gaze. This Lin Chen is really not simple. Even Principal Zhang, who is old and has experienced many vicissitudes of life, could not stand under Lin Chen's gaze for more than 3 seconds. Principal Zhang immediately withdrew his gaze and murmured in explanation. This is not a glorious thing, but it is the fact, and Principal Zhang does not want to hide it any longer. After listening to what Principal Zhang said, Lin Chen did not find the problem difficult to solve. Is this something that can be solved with money? I was just rewarded 500 million by the system. How much do they donate each year? Principal Zhang stretched out his hand and swallowed, 50 million. Ha ha. How about that? 50 million is no small sum. Without this money, Jianhai University will be broke. Hateful. It is outrageous that such a great Jianhai University has fallen to such a state and still has to depend on the moods of these villains. Boom. Lin Chen's heart was filled with a sense of justice, and he turned around and promised Principal Zhang, I will donate 400 million yuan, and I will invest the same amount every year in the future, and it will only increase, not reduce. What? Wan Cohen found it somewhat amusing. This joke was not funny at all. Lin Chen was just trying to show off his eloquence. It would be too late for him to regret it later. Principal Zhang, do you think so too? Principal Zhang was now in a difficult position. It would be best if he could get rid of Wan Cohen and his men. But this investment is real money. If Lin Chen, a student, speaks nonsense, wouldn't he that harm the school? Seeing that Principal Zhang was hesitant, Lin Chen decided to wait a little longer to see Principal Zhang's attitude. Of course, he would not let Wan Cohen succeed. He just wanted Principal Zhang's attitude. Sweat dripped down Principal Zhang's forehead. It was really difficult for him to make such a difficult choice at such an old age. Hurry up? I don't have that much patience. I'll give you 3 minutes to make your choice. Wan Cohen pressed Principal Zhang further. Call. Those 3 minutes were truly tormenting for Principal Zhang. On one hand, there was the greater good is in teaching and educating students about what to do and what not to do. On the other hand, right and wrong were reversed, but it allowed the school to continue. Finally, Principal Zhang finally spoke, Wan Cohen. You go. As for what happens to the school in the future, it has nothing to do with you. I'm tired. I'm old and don't want to mess around anymore. Bah! I think you are really old and confused. Wan Cohen walked out cursing, and did not forget to turn back to warn Lin Chen, you better not leave the campus, otherwise you will wait for my revenge. Revenge? Hey! When had Lin Chen ever been afraid? Was he afraid of the system? Are you kidding me? If you keep talking nonsense, I will break your legs too. Wow! When he heard that his leg was broken, Wan Cohen ran outside like the wind, not daring to stop for a moment. Seeing Wan Cohen leave, Principal Zhang slumped in his chair and waved his hand, students, go back. Stay away from Wan Cohen in the future. He might really be capable of anything. Principal Zhang is really old. Lin Chen couldn't help feeling distressed when he saw him like this. For the sake of Jianhai University and for his sake, they have offended Jianhai bosses like Wan Cohen. Jianhai University will have a hard time in the future. You guys go back first. Lin Chen sent his 3 roommates away first, then sat down opposite Principal Zhang. Do you have anything else to say? Principal Zhang suddenly looked up and saw that Lin Chen hadn't left yet. President Zhang, I will donate to Jianhai University's funding in the future. Are you kidding? This is no small amount. Principal Zhang confirmed again. Lin Chen nodded affirmatively. However, without seeing the money, Principal Zhang was still worried and did not dare to fully trust Lin Chen. So Lin Chen asked for the school's account number and immediately transferred 10 million yuan to the school account using his mobile phone. If there were no limit on the amount, Lin Chen would have transferred 400 million yuan to the school. This? It turns out to be true, the school is saved. Jianhai University is saved. Principal Zhang shouted loudly, expressing all the unhappiness that had accumulated over the years. After Principal Zhang calmed down, Lin Chen said calmly, I have a condition. Tell me what your conditions are. As long as the school can deliver, I'll basically agree to your request. And the school will also clear your and Ding Xiaoya's reputations and restore your innocence. Principal Zhang patted his chest and promised. What's there to clarify? Let them think whatever they want. The condition is that the school cooperates with me to set up a company, which can not only generate its own income, but also provide students with opportunities for training and development, and also give back to the school. Well. Quiet. Very quiet. Principal Zhang looked up and down at Lin Chen in disbelief, with a gleam in his eyes. He is indeed a good student and the man that Ding Xiaoya likes. This one condition solves the real problem of Jianghai University. Good. 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 Principal Zhang said 3 good S in a row. When Lin Chen walked out of Principal Zhang's office, the sun was already setting. Just then, the phone vibrated. Is it Ding Xiaoya? Hello? Lin Chen, where are you? Ding Xiaoya's impatient voice came from the phone. Lin Chen asked curiously. I just came out of Principal Zhang's office. What happened? Ah! Ding Xiaoya screamed and her chest pounded. What could Principal Zhang want to talk to Lin Chen about? Seeing that Ding Xiaoya didn't say anything, Lin Chen said, wait for me at home, I'll be back soon. When Lin Chen pushed open the door of number 28 Jinxiu Huafu, he didn't expect that his future father-in-law and mother-in-law were there. Uncle! Aunt! Are you all here? Ahem! Lin Chen, when do you think we can go get the lottery ticket? Otherwise, I won't feel at ease. Ding Hui spoke before Yi Qingqing about the reason for coming here. Yes. It's time to redeem the lottery ticket. Lin Chen remembered that he hadn't redeemed the winning lottery ticket yet. Jianghai City is the capital of Jiangnan Province, so there is no need to go elsewhere to claim the prize, just do it in Jianghai. But Lin Chen glanced at his future mother-in-law Yi Qingqing and found a dim light above her head. Lin Chen couldn't help but open the eye of prediction and looked at Yi Qingqing. Call. How so? Chapter 21, Group to redeem prizes. And it's related to the baby, which is strange. Why is this happening? Lin Chen couldn't believe what the eye of prediction saw. Auntie. Do you believe me? Lin Chen said this out of the blue. This question confused everyone. Isn't it normal for a mother-in-law to trust her son-in-law? Why did she suddenly say something like that? Lin Chen didn't know where to start. At this time, Sibao, who usually didn't cry much, started crying. Zhou Xiang held her and tried to comfort her, but it didn't work. Yi Qingqing went over to pick her up, shouting, Sibao, don't cry. Grandma, give you a hug. Don't. Lin Chen covered his face and shouted. Crash. A warm current flowed down Yi Qingqing's cheek, into her neck, and then along her belly, wetting her entire body. Ah! Yi Qingqing screamed. Since she married into the Ding family, she has been considered a wealthy lady and has never experienced any of this. Today I was actually wet with my grandson's urine. What a pity! This was also the scene Lin Chen saw just now. Lin Chen didn't know where to start, and the following real scene came to mind. Hurry up and take Sibao to take a bath, otherwise his pants will get wet and he will catch a cold. Ding Xiaoya instructed Zhou Xiang. Then he turned around and pulled Yi Qingqing upstairs. Mom! You should take a shower too. This kid, Lin Chen took Sibao from Zhou Xiang's arms. You guys go and get busy. Leave Sibao to me. Seeing Lin Chen carrying Sibao into the bathroom, Ding Xiaoya felt a warm feeling in her heart. This man can not only protect them, mother and child, but also do these meticulous things. Is this a blessing that he has accumulated over several lifetimes? Sibao was carried into the bathroom by Lin Chen, dancing and making Lin Chen's body wet. Ding! Complete your baby's first bath and receive a level 10 piano level reward, along with a Helen piano worth $500,000. It will be delivered in an hour. A piano with a 10th grade? And a piano worth 500,000 yuan? Wow, it looks like I can play the piano for my children and give them early education classes myself in the future. After Yi Qing finished taking a shower and everyone was ready to go out to claim their prize, the sound of a truck was heard at the door. As soon as I pushed the door open, a man in blue work clothes asked politely, "Is this Mr. Lin Chen's home?" Looking for Lin Chen? Ding Xiaoya and others turned their eyes to Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded and thought, it seems that the piano has arrived. Oh. I am. Hello, Mr. Lin Chen, your piano has arrived. Oh. Help me move to this position. Under the leadership of Lin Chen, the workers took great efforts to move the Helen piano worth 500,000 yuan into the hall. Piano? We were discussing this in the school office yesterday. This week the school is holding a cultural evening party, and as the only talented female teacher, Ding Xiaoya, everyone's expectations are on her. But even if you have the skills, it won't work without the tools. Where can I borrow a piano? Look. I'm thirsty, and someone just brought me some water. Lin Chen. I want to tell you something. Ding Xiaoya pulled Lin Chen aside and whispered. What is Ding Xiaoya doing so mysteriously? Just tell me what you want. As long as your husband can do it, he will definitely do it for you. Lin Chen patted his chest and promised. Ding Xiaoya blushed again at the word husband. She stamped her feet softly. 3 things in total. First, the child's household registration hasn't been registered yet, but your name is listed as the father on the birth certificate, so there shouldn't be any problem getting the child registered. We just need to hurry up and get it done. Yes. That's as it should be. Children's matters are more important. Second, when will we get our marriage certificate? Ding Xiaoya's voice gradually became quieter. But Lin Chen still caught it, and looked at Ding Xiaoya with a smile, feeling ecstatic. Did he win Xiaoya's heart just like that? Did she agree to marry him without giving him anything? Seeing Lin Chen grinning at her, Ding Xiaoya knew what he was laughing at. She punched his chest with her fist. Humph. You got it easy. If it weren't for the child, I wouldn't have gone to get the marriage certificate with you. Yes. If you want to apply for household registration, you need a marriage certificate. Ding Xiaoya is really thoughtful. Lin Chen nodded and asked, what else? Also, can you lend me this piano next week? As Ding Xiaoya was speaking, Lin Chen's face had already darkened. Ding Xiaoya curled her lips in grievance. Forget it. Then he turned and left. Lin Chen grabbed Ding Xiaoya and pulled her into his arms, saying softly, Wife, this piano is for you. Besides, even if it's not yours, you can use the things in this house as you like. You are the mistress here. Do you understand? Looking at the fiery eyes, Ding Xiaoya knew that she was wrong for not truly treating Lin Chen as her husband. The experiences of the past 2 years have made Ding Xiaoya cautious, and it has become a kind of love. This is also what makes Lin Chen distressed. He wishes he could make up for it with everything he has in this life. Feeling Lin Chen's anger and love, Ding Xiaoya gently patted Lin Chen's chest. Okay? Stingy, I won't do it again next time. What's yours is mine. They looked at each other and smiled. Over there, Ding Hui and Yi Qingqing couldn't wait any longer. Seeing Lin Chen and his daughter Ding Xiaoya being so affectionate with each other, they couldn't stand it anymore and shouted, Are you still going? Go, go. Lin Chen pulled Ding Xiaoya towards the car. Today, Lin Chen left the baby at home with 2 nannies. Before leaving, he explained a lot about the baby. Before leaving, I sent a message to my roommate, let us go and get the prize. The car stopped in front of the gate of Jianghai University, and Carrot and the other 2 were already waiting there. As soon as they met, Xiao Bandang shouted, Old 4. Did you travel back in time? How did you know the winning numbers? The third brother also said excitedly, This is amazing, the 3 of us each have 5 million. Ding Xiaoya replied indifferently, And me? I have 15 million plus 5 million. Ding Hui added proudly. Luobla and others looked at Lin Chen in even greater disbelief. Are so many people going to claim their prizes? Did you bring your ID? You need your ID to redeem your prize. Lin Chen reminded everyone. How could I not bring such an important thing? Ding Hui's voice was particularly loud today, as if he was afraid that others would not know his existence. Even though he was glared at by his future mother-in-law several times, he still pretended not to see it. The 3 roommates got in the car, checked their lottery tickets and ID cards again, and then answered Lin Chen, I brought them all. Are we going as a group to claim the prize? Ha ha ha. Rumble. With a step on the accelerator, he arrived directly at the gate of Jianghai City Lottery Center. There are usually very few people here. Even if there are, they are all lottery shop owners who come here to negotiate business. As for redeeming prizes, there are only 1 or 2 people a month. Lin Chen and his group of 7 walked into the lobby of the lottery center. Hey! Stop! What are you doing? The security guard, who had just been lying on the table, suddenly woke up and asked, holding up the stick in his hand. Chapter 22, No Prize Redemption. Hey! Brother, we are here to claim the prize. Carrot came forward carelessly. The security guard used the stick in his hand to push the carrot and warned, Stay away from me, who is your brother? Ugh. But we're here to claim our prize. Carrot was a little angry, but for the sake of the money, he decided to remain restrained. Redeem your prize as soon as you hear it. The security guard's attitude was slightly better. Only a few people come to claim prizes every month, so why are there so many people today? And they all seem to know each other. These people are really weird. When someone else wins the prize, they are afraid that people around them will know, so they actually call all their relatives and friends over. I asked casually, who wants to claim their prize? This is a lottery center, not some lottery shop. Only winners can enter. Everyone else should wait outside. But no one wanted to leave. I repeat, this is not a lottery shop, but a lottery center. If you continue to do this, don't blame me for being rude with the electric baton in my hand. As he said this, the security guard shook the electric baton in his hand with a threatening look. We all are. Lin Chen said coldly. Bring all the lottery tickets here for me to see. The security guard held out his hand. What? Want to see the lottery ticket? Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. How could he possibly let this security guard show his lottery ticket to him? What right do you have to look at our lottery tickets? Lin Chen shouted indignantly. It expressed everyone's thoughts. This roar alarmed many people in the lottery center. It's usually very quiet here, but now so many people suddenly appear here, and some are shouting. Obviously something has happened. What's going on? At this moment, a young man in a suit walked towards this side. Manager's son, this guy refused to listen. He won the prize alone, but insisted on bringing so many people in together. I couldn't persuade him, so when the security guard saw that guy coming, he felt a little uneasy. Oh? Manager's son looked at Lin Chen and his group, sizing them up and down. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto Ding Hui and Yi Qingqing. He quickly stepped forward and shook Ding Hui's hand. It's Mr. Ding. It's our employee who's not doing his job well. Don't bother with him. If anyone wants to claim their prize, just follow me. It turned out that manager's son recognized Ding Hui's identity. Ding Hui was at least the heir of the Ding family, so it was not surprising that someone in society knew him. The security guard felt a chill in his heart. It was over. It seemed that he had offended an acquaintance of manager's son, so he took the opportunity to slip away quietly. Lin Chen and his group were taken to manager's son's office. If anyone wants to claim their prize, give it to me. Manager's son brewed a cup of fine Longjing tea for Ding Hui. Swish, swish, swish. Everyone handed him a lottery ticket. What? Ding Hui coughed twice. Don't be anxious, come one by one and exchange it for us first. That's because Ding Hui has a 15 million note and he was afraid it would get mixed up. As he spoke, Ding Hui pushed Yi Qingqing, and Yi Qingqing handed the 2 lottery tickets to manager's son, and did not forget to instruct him to transfer them to my account. Well, it turned out that everything was in vain in the end, and Ding Hui didn't look very happy. Manager's son was busy all morning and redeemed a total of 6 lottery tickets, totaling 40 million. Well, this is the first time such a situation has occurred in my long time working at the lottery center. That's it. Mr. Ding, our lottery center has regulations. Before making payments, we need you to make a donation. Manager's son smiled awkwardly. Whether or not they can recover some of the losses depends on their current donations. Donate? Lin Chen stepped forward and took the row of donation units from manager's son's hand. None of them was something he had heard of. Let's donate to Jianhai University. Each person should donate 500,000 yuan. Lin Chen made the decision for them. Right. If we're going to donate, let us donate to Jianhai University. Luobo and the others echoed. This had never happened before, and manager's son was completely bewildered. I immediately made an excuse to ask my leader for help and asked them to wait. Lin Chen, why don't we just pick a random organization and donate? We just need to take the money and leave. Don't let anything happen, Yi Qingqing said worriedly. 20 million, after deducting taxes, and donating another million, she can still get back 15 million. Seeing the money about to reach her pocket, why did she feel a little panicked? After saying that, he turned his gaze to Lin Chen, hoping that Lin Chen would retract his previous suggestion. Of course, Lin Chen couldn't change his original intention. He explained, do you know who these people are? Our donations all go into their own pockets. It's better to donate to those people than to those in need. Yes. I support Lao Si's idea. Carrot came out to show his support. Me too. I support. All three roommates expressed their opinions. Ding Xiaoya also answered softly, I listen to Lin Chen. Xiaoya. This is 16 million. I can donate a little and get 15 million back. With this money, I won't have to worry about the old man's face anymore. Yi Qingqing said bitterly. It can be seen that they have not lived well in the Ding family over the years. Otherwise, how could they lose their bottom line as human beings because of this 15 million? He doesn't know right from wrong and allows himself to be bullied. As long as Lin Chen is around, these things will never happen. Mom! Why are you like this? You didn't teach me this way before. Now that you have grandchildren, let's see how you can set a good example for me in the future, Ding Xiaoya scolded angrily. The atmosphere was a little awkward for a while. Lin Chen came to the rescue. Uncle. Aunt. I know you're worried about money. But as long as I, Lin Chen, am here, you don't have to worry about spending money. Even if you leave the Ding family now, I can still support you. What? Leave the Ding family? Ding Hui and Yi Qingqing exchanged a glance and shook their heads. They didn't have the courage to throw away such a good hand and start over. No matter how good Lin Chen is, he is only good to his daughter. He is not rich. It was just Lin Chen who said, I am rich, you should leave the Ding family. Of course, Lin Chen would not say such things. Everything was up to them. If Lin Chen is willing, wouldn't this money be easy to come by? Even if he donated 400 million to Jianghai University before, he still has 100 million in his account. As Jack Ma said, I am not interested in money. Money is just a string of numbers. Bang! Suddenly, someone pushed the door open and came in, shouting, Who? How dare you mess around? Believe it or not, I won't give you the prize. Hiss. The prize will not be redeemed? Yi Qingqing and the others were immediately disappointed. What if they really didn't redeem it? A bearded man rushed in. Big beard. It turns out it's you. Enemies always meet again. This bearded guy is the one who had fought with Lin Chen for the private room at Zixiangshuan before. The bearded man turned out to be from the lottery center. Lin Chen couldn't help but open the eye of prediction and look at the bearded man. Humph. If you fall into my hands today, you won't get a penny. The bearded man threatened them. Chapter 23 Another broken leg. The bearded man actually dared to threaten them. Ding Hui's face showed an awkward expression. No. You can't do this. Aren't you afraid of being investigated by the higher-ups? Investigate? Who? I did the accounting myself, what can I find out? The bearded man sat down on the chair and carefully moved his injured leg. He had been offended by Lin Chen before and had his leg broken, and it's still in a cast. We must get our revenge today no matter what. Not only that, don't even think about taking a single cent of this money. Put it all in his bearded man's pocket. It seems that I will take revenge for my broken leg today. Is there no justice in the world? Ding Hui was anxious. If you are really not allowed to collect the money, it would be really annoying to see the money go into someone else's pocket. Justice. Ha ha. Here, I am justice. The bearded man roared angrily. He was taking revenge on Lin Chen. He wanted to torture him slowly, not only to prevent them from getting the money, but also to. His eyes were fixed on Ding Xiaoya and he could no longer look away. Why didn't I notice it last time? How could this woman be so beautiful? I, Big Beard, have never seen such a beautiful woman in my life. While looking at Ding Xiaoya, his saliva was flowing everywhere. Ding Xiaoya felt the strange gaze and hid behind Lin Chen. Hiss. Girl. If you can make some sacrifices, I might consider letting them cash in all the lottery tickets. Otherwise, you know what will happen. The bearded man said shamelessly. He really doesn't know whether he is alive or dead. Maybe he has forgotten how his leg was broken last time. His words aroused everyone's indignation. Carrot, screw you. Big Beard, I don't want this money anymore. If you dare to touch my sister-in-law, I will fight you. Xiaobandang, I really can't stand it anymore. Money doesn't matter. The key is that one is my brother and the other is my teacher. I might let them suffer. The third brother, we have to take the money, and we also have to teach this guy a lesson. Yi Qingqing, how dare you set your sights on my daughter? Are you still asleep? Ding Hui, okay. In that case, we won't be polite to you anymore. Why would we reason with a hooligan? Lin Chen took a breath, walked over and picked up the bearded man sitting on the chair. This really scared the bearded man. He didn't expect that this guy would dare to do such a thing in his own territory. He immediately shouted, "Help! Someone is going to kill someone!" Crash! Several security guards from the lottery center rushed into the account manager's office. When they saw Lin Chen holding up the bearded man, they were all stunned. Who is this person? How dare he be so rude to their director? Lin Chen didn't know what to do next, because he just saw that the bearded man's other leg was also broken. Before he could see how it was broken, he was interrupted by the bearded man. Never mind. Let nature take its course. This kind of person deserves it, no matter who interrupted him. It's enough to let him be punished. Plop! As soon as Lin Chen let go, the bearded man fell to the ground with a plop, yelling, "Ouch! Kick them all out," the bearded man shouted. I see who dares. Ding Xiaoya held up her phone and said to the bearded man, "My phone is live streaming. This is the Zhanghai City Lottery Center. This is my lottery ticket. Now." Ding Xiaoya actually started a live broadcast. The bearded man's eyes, as big as rice grains, were wide open like green beans. He knew what Ding Xiaoya was doing now. Of course, if he let the situation continue, his ending would be even worse. "Quickly grab her cell phone for me," the bearded man ordered. "Don't move." Lin Chen protected Ding Xiaoya. Ding Xiaoya continued the live broadcast. "Everyone, look. This is the director of the lottery center. It is him who not only refuses to redeem the prizes, but also forces donations. And what are those donation units? I believe that as long as you check. This is shocking news. The lottery center refused to honor prizes, forced donations, detained people who claimed prizes, and there were problems with the donation unit. These 4 offenses alone are enough to send this bearded man to prison for life." Ding Xiaoya's live broadcast room exploded instantly. It is said that those who received the awards were all relatives of the director, but today when the director saw that it was not one of his own, he immediately became hostile. A parasite of society. Let him spend his whole life in jail. Disgusting. Winning the lottery is a matter of course, but forcing people to donate is moral kidnapping. Investigate. Investigate thoroughly. The number of fans in the live broadcast room continued to rise. Ding Xiaoya had never expected that this unintentional move would lead her to the path of becoming a live broadcast blogger. Beads of sweat dripped down the bearded man's forehead, and his body slumped limply on the chair, completely exhausted. It's over. It's over. It's all over. No. There is still hope. There is still hope. The bearded man immediately changed his attitude and asked Manager Sun to help them with the prize redemption procedures right away. Half an hour later, the prizes of several people brought by Lin Chen were all successfully redeemed and all the money was deposited into their accounts. Let us go. Let us go home and celebrate. Carrot shouted happily. At this moment, a siren sounded at the entrance of the lottery center. Catch! Catch! The bearded man trembled and lost his balance. Bang! He fell to the ground, beads of sweat dripping from his head, and he shouted with grimace, "It's broken! It's broken!" Yes, he broke the other leg himself. At this moment, the police officer just walked up to the bearded man and said, "We have received a report from the public, please come with us." The bearded man grinned and said, "Do you think I can still walk now? Take away." In this way, the lottery center director with a big beard was taken directly to the police station. At this point, the lottery incident came to an end. How about celebrating? Little Bench reiterated Carrot's suggestion. "It's not impossible, but it's such a big deal, I think I should talk to my family about it," the third child said cautiously. Lin Chen's 3 roommates are all different people with different personalities. The eldest brother, Carrot, spends money lavishly and never seems to worry about money. The second child, Xiao Bandang, has never had any concept of money, but he doesn't spend it recklessly. The third child is always cautious and frugal. Not to mention the fourth child, Lin Chen, who has been working to earn money to support his own schooling for the past 2 years. Now that they have money, the eldest and second oldest sons of course want to spend it, while the third oldest son wants to give more to the family. Well. So, let's not celebrate today. Everyone has classes this afternoon, so don't show off. The three of you come to my house tonight. I have something to discuss with you. Lin Chen patted the eldest brother on the shoulder. The eldest carrot was stunned at first, then took over the conversation. Right. Isn't it the same to celebrate when you have money? We should think about our future. Then listen to the fourth brother. Lin Chen sent them back to Jianghai University, and then returned to number 28 Jinxiu Huafu. At the door, Ding Hui and Yi Qingqing did not go into the house, but hurried home. Suddenly having such a large sum of money, they thought about how to invest it. As soon as Lin Chen entered the room, he was stunned by the scene before him. Go check on the baby. Ding Xiaoya reminded. Chapter 24 Teacher Ding, I love you. What caught my eye was the mess in the hall, as if it had been robbed. After being reminded by Ding Xiaoya, Lin Chen quickly ran to the room upstairs. I saw Chun Mei and Xiao Xiang slumped on the ground, looking exhausted. 4 babies were also sitting on the tatami, their diapers were wet everywhere. The tatami was pitch black, and I didn't know what was stuck on it. What's going on? Lin Chen picked up Debeo, who was closest to him, and didn't care about the dirt. Looking at Debeo with a black face, Lin Chen's eyes were blazing with fire, as if he wanted to eat him. Chunmei said weakly, we don't know what happened. The 4 babies got ink from somewhere and it was all over the place. What? Lin Chen and Ding Xiaoya were shocked. Is the baby okay? It should be fine. Xiao Xiang answered softly. Lin Chen checked the 4 babies and found that there was nothing serious. The black spots on the babies' faces and bodies were probably stained with ink. Sigh. I haven't seen you for such a long time, and you've become like this. Fortunately, it wasn't an accident. Ah. I'm going to be late. Thank you for your hard work, Lin Chen. I'm going to work first. Ding Xiaoya looked at her watch, screamed, and left in a hurry. There were only 4 babies and Lin Chen left. The 5 of them looked at each other and laughed heartily. Okay. Let Daddy give you a bath today. Lin Chen carried all 4 babies into the baby bathroom, put warm water in the bathtub, put swimming rings on the 4 babies, and let them have fun in the water. The 4 little guys were so happy that they kept jumping up and down. Soon the entire bathtub was pitch black. Lin Chen immediately changed another tank of water for them, and repeated this process 3 times before the water became completely clear. Call. Lin Chen was gasping for breath due to exhaustion. Ding. Complete the first bath for your baby and get 4 baby health pills as a reward. They will help you avoid getting sick. Lin Chen quickly looked at the system's storage column and saw that the points increased instead of decreasing. Wife loving points, 85. Baby points, 188. System points, 273. Lin Chen discovered that these points were points for pampering his wife and breastfeeding his baby. Baby health pills? Lin Chen fed them to the 4 babies without hesitation. The baby health pills might be a little sweet. After the babies ate them, they babbled and opened their hands to ask Lin Chen for more. Dabao, Daddy. I want it. Bao, Daddy. Woohoo. Sanbao, Yaya. 4 treasures. The more Lin Chen looked at these 4 guys, the more he liked them. The feeling of being connected by blood made Lin Chen want to look at them. Even if the whole world was traded with him, he would not agree. Because these 4 babies are his whole world, and of course Ding Xiaoya. After Lin Chen finished bathing the 4 babies, Chunmei and Xiao Xiang cleaned up themselves and came over to help. I looked at my watch and it was still early for the time agreed with Principal Zhang, so I accompanied the baby for a nap. Here, Ding Xiaoya drove the red Porsche Cayenne to the office. The colleagues around were all blocking the door and watching. Xiaoya. This is Zhou Jia, who has the best relationship with me, pointing at the luxury car and asking. Zhou Jia had just graduated from college. She always took Ding Xiaoya as her role model and learned from her in everything. Look, Ding Xiaoya has a new car, which makes Zhou Jia very envious. You can learn from other places, but you can't get a luxury car just by wanting to learn. Sister Xiaoya, please teach me. I also want a car. It doesn't have to be too luxurious, as long as it is a car. Can this be taught? This was given to me by my husband. Ding Xiaoya did not hide it and openly admitted that it was given by Lin Chen. Wow. So everything on the campus website is true. Someone exclaimed, as if they had discovered a secret. It turned out that everything was true. Ding Xiaoya was with a student from school, and that student was super rich. Of course, Ding Xiaoya ignored all these comments. Fortunately, these colleagues were not so snobbish and were just gossiping and joking. Sister Xiaoya. During the free time after class, Zhou Jie couldn't help but approach Ding Xiaoya. What's wrong? Ding Xiaoya put down the work in her hands and turned to look at Zhou Jie. I am still single, Zhou Jie said shyly. Ding Xiaoya looked Zhou Jie up and down, somewhat confused. Suddenly she thought of the changes in herself, and she immediately reacted. My husband's roommates all have girlfriends, so you don't have to worry about it. Why? It seemed that she had guessed her little trick, and Zhou Jie's face turned red. Sister Xiaoya, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about how you've changed so much. You have a husband and 4 babies, and yet you look so good, and your skin is so beautiful. Wow. If I were a man, I'd be attracted to you too, Zhou Jie praised exaggeratedly. As he said this, he pinched Ding Xiaoya's delicate face. You are going to die. Hee, she is even more youthful than an 18-year-old girl. The two women played around for a while before they quieted down and started talking in whispers. After a conversation, Zhou Jie became more interested in Lin Chen. Sister Xiaoya, I will go to your house for a meal someday. I will find that your husband's cooking skills are really as good as you said. I will only know if I try it myself. Okay. Come with me after get off work. I have to go to class now. Ding Xiaoya stood up and packed up her lesson plan. Zhou Jie was still thinking about what she should bring when she went to Ding Xiaoya's house. It's my first time visiting a colleague's house, so I have to bring something, right? Zhou Jie muttered to herself. Guanjia, a colleague passing by, chimed in, why bring anything? They're so rich, they don't care if you bring anything or not. Hee. I want to go too later. I want to see those 4 adorable babies. At this time, Ding Xiaoya just came back to get a pen. After hearing their discussion, she simply announced, I am treating everyone at home today. If you have nothing to do, you can come over for dinner. Yeah. There was a cheer from the office. They were in the music teaching group, so most of the teachers were female. Since it was an elective course, and Shanghai University had been financially strapped for cash in the past 2 years, there weren't many teachers. Ding Xiaoya, Zhou Jie, and Guanjia, there are only 3 teachers in the entire music department, and of course there is also a director. Lin Chen's 3 roommates chose this course because there were many beautiful girls in it, especially the goddess Ding Xiaoya, whose class was basically always full. Look, before Ding Xiaoya even entered the classroom, 250 students had already entered the music-tiered classroom that could seat 200 people, and some were sitting directly on the steps. Snap. Snap. Ding Xiaoya walked into the classroom with graceful steps. Cheers rang out from inside, long live the goddess. Teacher Ding. I love you. Chapter 25 3 roommates get dumped. Cough cough. Ding Xiaoya coughed twice deliberately. The crowd below suddenly became quiet. Those 250 pairs of eyes were fixed on Ding Xiaoya. Among them were Lin Chen's 3 roommates, who kept warning their classmates, don't have any thoughts about Teacher Ding. Teacher Ding, why is your skin so good? Someone suddenly asked. Ding Xiaoya answered without hesitation, because my husband spoils me. Hiss. Although it was a little outrageous, this answer didn't seem wrong. Teacher Ding. How come you're still in such great shape after giving birth to 4 babies? Because my husband spoils me. Teacher Ding. Why are you more confident than before? Because my husband spoils me. Ding Xiaoya answered many questions with one sentence, because my husband dotes on me. This class not only allowed the students to witness the sweetness of Ding Xiaoya, but also made everyone curious about Lin Chen, who won Ding Xiaoya. What kind of person is that sophomore student who was voted the school's most handsome boy? After the get out of class was finally over, Ding Xiaoya walked back to the office with confidence. 2 colleagues from the office had been waiting here for a long time. In order to go to Ding Xiaoya's house for dinner, they finished their work early. Let us go. Let us go to Sister Xiaoya's house for dinner. Zhou Jie shouted happily as she walked out of the office. This made the students who had just finished class extremely envious. Big brother, it seems that the 4th brother told us to go to his house to discuss something with him, right? Asked the 2nd brother, Xiao Bench. That seems to be the case, but isn't it too early to go now? Big Carrot scratched his head. What do you mean early? Now is the perfect time to go and get a free meal. Xiao Ban Dang glared at them both, meaning that they didn't even have this much intelligence? After taking just 2 steps, he was blocked by 3 female students. Lily. Really? Xiao Xiao. It turned out that these 3 girls were their girlfriends. Although they were called girlfriends, they only held hands and had never even kissed. Look, this time he shows up, and I don't know what tricks he is up to. Carrot. Let's break up. We're not suitable. Little Bench. Let's break up. You can't support me. Useless Wu Yong. Let's break up. You're not my type. The 3 girls actually broke up with the 3 of them. What? Lily. Are you serious? Have you never loved me? Jinjin. What you said is not true. Xiao Xiao. Where did I go wrong? Can't I just change? Crash. A lot of people gathered around, all here to watch the fun. What a ridiculous plot. 3 women dumping 3 men at the same time. Get out. You poor bastard. Pauper. It seemed like they had never spent money generously before, but that was all they had. The eldest and second oldest children don't like to ask for more money from their family, and the 4th child really has no money. Just now, they were still debating whether to tell their girlfriends that they were rich now. But now it seems that it is no longer necessary. Although I don't have any money, I have spent all my pocket money on you. Big Carrot shook his head helplessly. Me too. Besides money, I do so many things for you, always at your service. You are like my queen mother. The second brother looked at Jinjin affectionately. I, the 3rd child, was hesitant to speak. Why? Just sighed. Okay. We're not here to ask for your opinion, we're just here to inform you. Then he turned and left. Watching them leave in a graceful manner, and those 3 happy backs. The 3 of them shrugged their shoulders, and their originally sad mood suddenly became somewhat relaxed. Now if they are asked to act like bootlickers under the public's nose, there are only 3 words to say: can't do it. Well then. Let them see each other's faces clearly and the separation will be quick and easy. Let us go to my brother's house for dinner. Let us go to the god of wealth's house for dinner. Let us go to the goddess house for dinner. Lin Chen is at home with 4 babies sleeping. The phone rang. Hello? Lin Chen picked up the phone in a daze. I'm going to be home soon, and some colleagues are coming over for dinner. Hubby, please take the trouble to cook a few dishes. When Lin Chen heard that he had to cook again, he was a little reluctant, because he was still half asleep and his laziness had not yet dissipated. But I didn't wake up. Black silk reward you at night. Whoosh. Lin Chen immediately woke up and asked tremblingly, is it true? It depends on your performance. He said 4 words and hung up. When Ding Xiaoya brought her 2 colleagues to her red Porsche Cayenne, Director Lu from the music department happened to pass by in a BMW X1. First he honked his horn, then whistled at them, hey, beauties, where are you going? Can I give you a ride? If the director drove them there on weekdays, they would naturally be happy for it. But today is different. Ding Xiaoya has her own car, so of course they will listen to her. No, we'll go back by ourselves, Ding Xiaoya refused coldly. Director Lu was still not giving up. He patted his brand new BMW X1 and said happily, it's newly bought, come up and feel it. Beep. Ding Xiaoya pressed her car key, and the lights of the red Porsche Cayenne next to her flashed twice. Ding Xiaoya got into the driver's seat and did not forget to call them, get in the car quickly, I will take you to visit my new home. Porsche Cayenne? Looking back at my BMW X1, it suddenly didn't smell good anymore. The ecstatic feeling disappeared instantly. It was like I had eaten shit, and my throat was uncomfortable. Ding Xiaoya and the others were sitting in the car, giggling. Zhou Jia, oh. You guess Director Lu must be looking unhappy. Guan Jia, who cares? He's so overconfident, not only showing off, but setting his sights on us. He's old enough to be my dad, and he still wants to seduce us. He's really something. Ding Xiaoya, no matter what, you should be careful next time. Director Lu isn't a very honest person, so we girls should protect ourselves. Remember this. Got it. Sister Xiaoya. Hey. Who said it wasn't tea? Director Liu was good in every other respect, except that he always wanted to take advantage of the three of them, which made them feel uneasy. Especially Ding Xiaoya. The way Director Liu looked at her always made it seem like he wanted to eat her alive. It would be better to find a time to tell Lin Chen about this and let him handle it. Director Liu was really unhappy at this time. He sat in the newly bought BMW X1, slapped the steering wheel hard, and said harshly, "Don't give me a chance, otherwise you three stinky women will have to beg for mercy from me, hee hee. Then it will be out of your control. Ha 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 ha." Chapter 26. The brave will die of overeating, the timid will die of starvation. Ding Xiaoya and two colleagues stepped into number 28 Jinxiu Huafu. "Zhou Jia, oh my god. Is this your new home? It's really luxurious. Guanjia, Xiaoya. Does your husband like my type? If not, Zhou Jia and I can be his mistresses." Zhou Jia blinked, "I don't object." "Are you ashamed?" Ding Xiaoya rolled her eyes at them. Their happy laughter attracted Chunmei and Xiaoxiang over. As the saying goes, three women make a play, and these five women are competing against each other, chattering non-stop. Lin Chen was busy in the kitchen, and from time to time a fragrance wafted out, which distracted Zhou Jia and Guan Jia's attention. 10 dishes in one soup. Please enjoy it, ladies. After Lin Chen served the last hot and sour soup, he politely made a gesture of invitation. When they just sat down, Zhou Jia and Guan Jia resisted the temptation of the food and kept taking pictures with their mobile phones. They made a 9-square grid, added some beautiful text, and sent it to their friends' circle. Then they picked up their chopsticks and joined the ranks of those enjoying the food. Ding dong. Someone rang the doorbell at this time. Was it because of the fragrance? When Lin Chen opened the door, he saw three roommates standing at the door in a bad mood. "What's going on?" Lin Chen asked curiously. "We are here to eat for free." The boss waved his hand, indicating that he didn't want to talk about it now. "Come in. You're welcome, come eat together." Ding Xiaoya politely invited them. Just as they sat down, they heard a baby crying from the baby's room upstairs. Whoosh! Ding Xiaoya subconsciously stood up and went upstairs. Lin Chen stopped him. "Just sit down and eat well, I'll take care of everything, I'll go." Boom boom boom. Lin Chen went up to the second floor in a few steps. As soon as he entered the room, the baby stopped crying. At the dinner table, Zhou Jia and Guan Jia looked at each other, then looked at Ding Xiaoya. "Xiaoya, how did you teach me this? Your husband is too good to you." Ding Xiaoya blushed and retorted, "No way. But he really has nothing to say to me." "Well, comparing yourself to others will only make you angry. How can they be so loving?" The three roommates felt their hearts bleed when they saw this scene. How could they be so loving while they were so miserable? It's better to use delicious food to numb your wounded soul. Lin Chen upstairs was busy, sometimes making milk powder, sometimes changing diapers, sometimes holding the crying second baby, and sometimes making the laughing first baby laugh. The whole person was like Superman, shuttling back and forth between the four babies. Ding! Completed the first time of taking care of 4 babies alone, and was rewarded with level 10 musical talent. Oh my god! Is this even possible? This is simply a life of winning without doing anything. So boring. So lonely. But life of pampering my wife and raising my baby is really wonderful. I am grateful to the system for giving me a different life. Master. No need to thank me. With great power comes great responsibility. You need to keep working hard. Well. Lin Chen's forehead was filled with black lines. This was the first time he had seen a system in the world that could whip its master. Lin Chen has no big revenge, his only hope is to find his goddess Ding Xiaoya. Now we have found it, not only are we together, but we also have 4 lovely babies. This allowed him to achieve his goal in an instant, and it seemed that life had lost its meaning. But some things that happened in the past 2 days also made Lin Chen understand. Just like what the system said, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Zixiangshuan, what happened, Zhanghai University, and the Lottery Center. Everything is quietly changing Lin Chen. I will not offend others unless they offend me. If someone offends me, I will offend him. After the babies had eaten and drunk enough, Chunmei and Xiaoxiang also finished their meal and came up to take over Lin Chen. Mr. Lin, please go and have dinner. Xiaoxiang said politely. When Lin Chen arrived at the restaurant, the 10 dishes and one soup were all gone, and there was nothing left for him to eat. What was even more hateful was that Ding Xiaoya's 2 colleagues and her 3 roommates, a total of 5 people, were staring at Lin Chen. Hiss. Lin Chen shuddered. What are you doing? Isn't it delicious? Delicious. I want more. Zhou Jie put the last piece of meat into her mouth. Yes, yes, yes. We want more. Big Carrot nodded. Oh. Okay. Lin Chen put down the dishes and chopsticks he had picked up, put away the empty bowls, and walked into the kitchen again. Let me help you. Ding Xiaoya picked up her apron and followed Lin Chen into the kitchen. But Ding Xiaoya was pushed out of the kitchen by Lin Chen again. Just chat with your colleagues. Ding Xiaoya retreated helplessly and spread her hands to her 2 colleagues. Lin Chen's 3 roommates really couldn't stand it anymore. If Lin Chen didn't have something to discuss with them later, they would have run away after dinner. After a while, Lin Chen brought out a few more plates of fruit, strawberries, cherries, starfruits, and mangoes. There are more than 10 kinds of fruits. Zhou Jie screamed, Sister Xiaoya, are you so happy every day? I'm so envious. Guan Jia looked at Lin Chen with an obsessed expression. Do you have any thoughts on taking a concubine? Ding Xiaoya patted her arm and scolded her, get out. Then there was a burst of laughter. The sight of the flower fluttering made the 3 guys who had just broken up with their love stare wide-eyed and drool. Lin Chen went straight up and called out, you 3, follow me. Well. Carrot quickly wiped his saliva, straightened his clothes, and tried his best to maintain his appearance. Lin Chen study. What are your plans? Lin Chen asked as he closed the door. Plans? The 3 roommates were stunned. At this moment, they didn't have any plans. They were all dumped by women. No. Carrot replied dejectedly. The second child, Xiao Bend, opened the campus website on his phone and handed it to Lin Chen. Look, a female student from Jianghai dumped her boyfriend and formed a group. And what's even more abominable is, 3 bootlickers got dumped. I'm so angry. Where? Let me see. The third brother took a closer look and his face turned green. Suddenly, there was silence in the study, and Lin Chen could feel how upset they were. Enough. Lin Chen scolded. Then he slapped the desk, bang. This sound woke them from their sorrow. A man of honor never has to worry about having a wife. Besides, the ex-girlfriends of the 3 of you weren't that great either. They were all below average in both appearance and character. Don't you even look at the entire forest outside? Those 2 in the hall, would you dare? When they mentioned the 2 beautiful teachers in the living room, their eyes lit up and the sadness just now disappeared instantly. Look. This is the power of a good woman, she can cheer up a depressed man. And those women who are full of the smell of money and decadent thoughts can only make men more decadent. Dare or not? Big Carrot muttered to himself. Never mind. The brave die of overeating, the timid die of starvation. Unexpectedly, the most timid third child was the first to speak out. Chapter 27 Preparation for Zhengda Technology. When they returned to the living room again and the 3 roommates were ready to show themselves, only Ding Xiaoya, 2 nannies, and 4 babbling babies were left in the huge living room. When they saw Lin Chen appear, they all waved. Dabao, Dad. Hee hee hee. Bao, woo woo woo. Sanbao, Dad. Hey. Sibao, ya ya. Call. The 3 roommates breathed a sigh of relief, not knowing whether they felt relieved or moved and disappointed. Maybe I'm not ready yet, considering I just broke up today. 4th brother. Then we'll go back to school too. Carrot planned to say goodbye to Lin Chen. Oh. Wait a minute. Lin Chen patted Carrot's shoulder and said, I will take you to meet someone and talk about future development. Meeting people? Development. Yes. You can't just take the money, hide under the covers, and never come out again. Lin Chen brought his 3 roommates and went directly to Principal Zhang's office. Principal Zhang. Haven't you eaten yet? This is my home-cooked meal for you. Try it. Lin Chen placed the lunchbox on Principal Zhang's desk. Principal Zhang, who was writing something on the table, raised his head, glanced at the lunchbox and sniffed. Wow. It smells pretty good. I'm really hungry. So Principal Zhang ate alone while the 4 of them watched. The eldest brother Luwabwa poked the third brother who was closest to him and asked in a low voice, "Do you know why the fourth brother brought us here?" The third brother replied, "How would I know?" Maybe the third brother's voice was a little loud, which attracted both Lin Chen and Principal Zhang. Principal Zhang just raised his head slightly and immediately immersed himself in the food again. While eating, he kept saying, "It's really delicious. Did you really just bring this from home? It tastes even better than at the restaurant." To ease the awkwardness, the third child nodded quickly, "That's right. This is all cooked by Lin Chen himself, not everyone else can eat it. Principal Zhang is in for a treat today. Ha ha ha. What a treat." After Principal Zhang finished his meal, Lin Chen waved to the three of them. "I have decided to donate 100 million yuan to Zhanghai University." Before Lin Chen finished speaking, Principal Zhang wiped his mouth, interrupted him and asked, "Isn't at 400 million? Could it be that this Lin Chen doesn't keep his word? Alas! He is still too young. If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have agreed to him so easily. How could such a young man have so much money? Even if he did have that much money, he would have to discuss it with his family, right? So reckless. Does President Zhang only want the 400 million yuan, or does he want Zhanghai University to be self-sufficient in the future? What?" Bang! Principal Zhang stood up suddenly, knocking the chair behind him to the ground. His lips trembled slightly. "Supplying his own blood? I plan to establish a technology company under the name of Zhanghai University. I'll own 50% and the three of them will each own 10%, leaving Zhanghai University with 20%. President Zhang, what do you think?" Swish, swish, swish. The three roommates looked at Lin Chen with bright eyes. Is he going to become a shareholder and start a business? TSK, TSK. With this company, can't you make money just by sitting or lying down? But Zhanghai University only holds 20%. Will President Zhang agree? Swish, swish, swish. The three of them turned their gaze to Principal Zhang again. Principal Zhang's face was trembling slightly, but his heart was actually in turmoil. It is the dream of all universities to set up their own companies and then provide themselves with financial support. No one wants to ask for money every day. If you can provide blood and create experimental opportunities and provide more opportunities for academia, that is profit. What is more, the school still accounts for 20%, so the less the better. Sure. As long as you can afford it, our school will provide the talent. Okay. I'll put up 300 million. They'll do the work, and each of them has to put in 4 million. Lin Chen looked back and forth between his three roommates. What? It turns out that the fourth brother was taking their lottery winnings. Forget it. As long as they work hard, that's all. Principal Zhang waved his hand, thinking, how much money can this student have? No way. If the fourth brother tells us to go out, we will go out. The eldest brother, Carrot, answered simply. So they hit it off and made the decision happily. But what is the name of the company? The third brother, who usually spoke very little, suddenly asked. Name? Everyone thought that this matter should be left to Lin Chen. Jianda Technology. Lin Chen slowly uttered these 4 words. Jianda Technology? Good. This name is simple and elegant, I think it's fine. Principal Zhang laughed heartily. Maybe Lin Chen helped him solve a problem of survival after attending Zhanghai University, and he felt indescribably good. What does our company research and produce? Principal Zhang put away his smile and asked with a stern face. We've been so happy for so long, but we still don't know what they're going to do. Isn't that ridiculous? Lin Chen smiled mysteriously, keep it secret for now. The next step was division of labor. Principal Zhang collected some of the school's existing information and then selected an empty teaching building to be used as the company's office. Boss Carrot will go to the industrial and commercial department. With his big mouth, there shouldn't be any problem. The second child will select 2 managers from the management department, 10 researchers from the physics department, and 10 computer experts from the computer department. The third brother's job is to recruit some honest and hardworking poor students, giving them the opportunity to generate income and also finding the most reliable logistics support personnel for the company. Of course, Lin Chen is a hands-off boss. All he has to do now is to pamper his wife and baby, and he has no time to start a company. So, the first thing he did after leaving school was to rush home. As soon as I got home, I walked towards the baby's room. At this time, Shunmei and Xiaoxiang are playing games with the baby. They were happily crawling back and forth on the tatami, drooling and holding toys in their hands. Dabao, daddy. Hug me. Bao, brother daddy. Woo woo woo. Sanbao, dad. Yes. 4 treasures. Seeing the 4 adorable babies, Lin Chen felt a sudden sense of relief. The company and his studies were no longer a problem. His wife and 4 children were his lifeblood. Oh no! I forgot, Sibao seems to have some eczema on his thighs. I forgot to apply medicine to him. Chunmei said apologetically. It's okay, go get the medicine, I'll apply it. Lin Chen picked up Sibao, put him on his lap, and lifted his pants to reveal a red eczema. TSK. It must be itchy. It's only spring and you've got eczema. Didn't you take baby health pills before? The system immediately protested, Master. Baby health pills don't cure all diseases, they just make it harder for common viruses and bacteria to invade. This eczema could be an allergy, it could be genetic, or it could be caused by sun exposure. Okay. Let us not pursue this for now and think about how to treat it. It is not good to use only medicine for such a young child. Master. You can check out the system store. Maybe there's something you need. The system reminded Lin Chen again. Chapter 28. I am at my teacher's house. System mall? If the system hadn't reminded him, Lin Chen would have almost forgotten about this. System mall. Lin Chen clicked the system mall button on the control panel. The scene in front of him changed, and he immediately entered a shopping mall that was completely different from the reality. There are only 3 products in it, one of which is baby PP cream. It seemed that this was it. Lin Chen clicked to buy without hesitation, but when he saw the milk points that needed to be consumed, he was shocked. 100 points, 1 bottle. Looking at my own baby, it seems that the amount is not enough. What to do? The owner can play with 4 babies for 1 hour, and the points will increase by 1 point. Is there such a good thing? However, Lin Chen thought that he only had 85 points now, and it would take another 15 hours for it to rise to 100 points. I can wait, but my baby can't. Why? A feeling of frustration came over me. It seems that having a system is not omnipotent. It is better to rely on yourself than on others. Lin Chen took out his phone, thought for a moment, and then dialed, Hello. Mom. You little brat, it took you so long to call me. I thought you didn't want me anymore. How's it going? Are you short of money? I'll ask Dad to transfer you later. A familiar voice rang out from the other end of the line. Lin Chen's heart suddenly felt warm and his eyes became wet. Lin Chen himself couldn't remember when was the last time he called. Oh. This really shouldn't have happened. After having a baby, Lin Chen finally understood the hardships of being a parent. At this moment, I seem to have grown up a lot. Speak up. Lina, the mother on the other end of the phone, couldn't sleep because she missed her son so much. Now that her son called, how could she not want to listen more? I adjusted my mood, took a deep breath, and said, Mom. Don't be surprised by what I say next. Just answer my questions. We can talk about the rest when I get back, okay? What's so surprising? Son, go ahead and tell me. I'm listening. Mom Lina said disapprovingly. I could tell my mom was very happy and relaxed. Lin Chen looked back at the 4 babies who had been staring at him silently, and said to the phone, Mom. What if the child has eczema? Is there any good way to deal with it? A child? Whose child is it? Why are you still concerned about other people's children while you're in school? Lina was filled with confusion. Logically speaking, I can't have any contact with my children even if I go to college. My son's major is computer science, which has nothing to do with parenting. Well. He glanced at the 4 babies again. The 4 babies thought Lin Chen was playing hide and seek with them and giggled happily. The mother on the other end of the line had sharp ears and immediately heard the child's laughter. Hello. Son, where are you? Why is there a child's voice? What to do? Explain? But I couldn't explain it clearly over the phone. At this moment, Ding Xiaoya pushed the door open, clapped her hands and shouted to the 4 babies, Babies, I'm back. The mother opposite asked again, Who's back? Son, what are you doing? Obviously, the mother was anxious, thinking that her son was not studying in school, but doing a part-time job like a nanny. Lin Chen immediately made a silent gesture to Ding Xiaoya while explaining, "Mom, don't worry, this is the teacher's home, and the baby just now was also the teacher's child." After hearing the teacher's words, Mother Li Na breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. That's good. But Ding Xiaoya was not happy. Lin Chen suddenly felt a pain in his waist. He looked over and found that it was Ding Xiaoya's hand pinching the flesh on his waist. Teacher? Isn't that my wife? Seeing the jealousy and grievance in Ding Xiaoya's eyes, Lin Chen didn't care anymore. He made up his mind and decided to confess to his mother right away. Mom! I have something to tell you. Come on. You're so hesitant, kid. You weren't like this before. Did you get wronged at school? No. No. The child I just saw is mine. What? Mom on the other end of the line jumped up and screamed, shouting to Dad, who was reading the newspaper. Lao Lin, look at your son. He's got a child outside. What are we going to do? You can't harm that girl. Don't worry. Your dad and I will come tomorrow and try to resolve this privately. You can't let him lose his studies. Mom Li Na was anxious, but her thoughts were clear, not at all like someone in her 50s. Lin Chen's father was a postman in a small county town and is now retired at home. His mother was an elementary school teacher in the county town and is still teaching. You could say they're both working. Although life has always been decent, we're used to being frugal. My father's voice came from the phone, this kid. Hiss. Lin Chen's heart tightened. This father usually didn't like to talk, but once he got angry, he would hang him up and beat him. It's a bit like me back then. Tell him not to be afraid, to protect mother and child, and we'll set off now. Lin Chen didn't expect his father to say this, and his eyes were filled with tears of excitement. My mother patted my father and scolded him. What do you mean by similar? If you hadn't been so mean, would I have married you? Don't talk about these useless things. You already have grandchildren, why are you still talking about those things? Lin Chen felt particularly warm when he heard the conversation between his parents on the phone. Parents are the umbrellas of protection for their children. Even if you commit a serious mistake, they will help you. Ding Xiaoya, who was standing by, heard the words, protect the mother and child. Ding Xiaoya was so moved that she cried, and reminded Lin Chen to reply and explain quickly, otherwise he would really come overnight. Dad. Mom. Don't worry. We'll take a day off tomorrow and come back to visit you too. Tomorrow? You don't have class? Even though she's an elementary school teacher, her mother still remembers her son's lessons. What's the point of attending classes? Go buy some groceries tomorrow, my son is coming back with someone. What do you think about all day long as a mother-in-law? Dad was still muttering beside Mom. Yes, yes, yes. Son, ask your daughter what kind of vegetables she likes to eat, and I will go buy them tomorrow morning. Well. Lin Chen's head was filled with black lines. What the hell was going on? But it was fine, no need to explain. It would be better to talk about it when I got home tomorrow. Ding Xiaoya came forward and shouted into the phone, Auntie, I'm not picky, anything is fine. Hearing Ding Xiaoya's voice, my mother simply let Ding Xiaoya answer the phone and left Lin Chen aside. The two of them chatted for an hour. When he was about to hang up, Lin Chen took the phone and asked, Mom. You haven't told me what to do about the eczema on your child. Don't worry, boil the pig's skin in white vinegar for 10 minutes, and use the soup to apply on the child. Okay. I'll get it done right away. After hanging up the phone, Lina remembered, I forgot to ask what the girl's occupation is. If she is also a student, then the two of us will take care of the child to reduce the pressure on them. I remember Xiaochen said at the beginning that he was at the teacher's house. The two looked at each other, could she be the teacher's daughter? Ha ha. Xiaochen is really good, even the teacher's daughter can. No. My mother immediately refuted, I was chatting with that girl, and she seemed to have said that she worked at a university. Chapter 29, Smiling from Ear to Ear. That night, Lin Chen's father and mother stayed awake all night. It's natural to say that I'm happy, but at the same time I'm also worried about my son's future. He already has a wife and children before graduating from this school. This sets the ceiling for his future and it will be difficult for him to make any major progress. Which parent doesn't want their children to become successful? But it seems good to be able to live a stable life. At least they have grandchildren earlier than old Wang next door. Meanwhile, Lin Chen had just applied the thing his mother mentioned to Sibao, and Sibao fell asleep peacefully. Ding! Congratulations to the owner for completing the first time applying medicine to the baby. Reward, 4 lollipops. What? Lollipop? Isn't this too much? It's only 50 cents each. I can buy it for $2, and I still need system rewards? This is a joke. The system was unconvinced, my lollipop is different. If you don't believe me, give it to the children tomorrow and see how it works. Just try it. We didn't talk all night and slept in our clothes. The next day, Lin Chen and Ding Xiaoya had already taken leave and prepared to go back to their hometown to take care of some important things. First, marriage certificate registration. Second, register the child. Third, the parents of both parties meet. The next day, Lin Chen gave Chunmei and Xiaoxiang a few days off and let them do whatever they wanted. Master. I want tea leave. I want to follow you. Master. I want tea leave either. I'm not going anywhere. Faced with these two nannies assigned by the system, Lin Chen had no idea what to do. Are these two women real people? If they always look this young, won't Ding Xiaoya be jealous? But it seems okay for now. At least I get along well with Ding Xiaoya, and the 4 babies are taken care of very well by them. Just take a few days off and have fun. It's a rare opportunity for you to have a day off, so enjoy it. Just make sure you don't get lost when the time comes. It's the master. The two nannies' faces were filled with smiles. Still calling him master? Lin Chen frowned. It's Mr. Lin. That's about right. So, Lin Chen drove the Infiniti QX80 towards his hometown, Longhu City. The journey took about 3 hours, and the road was smooth. When we arrived, my mom and dad were already waiting for us at the door. In the early years, the houses the family lived in were allocated by the unit. Since both parents were working, Lin Chen's house was naturally a collective compound. Look, if someone as elderly is having a birthday, a child is getting married, or someone is licking the furniture at home, everyone in the yard will know about it. After waiting for a long time, I finally saw a luxury car appear at the gate of the yard. Hey! Dad, whose car is this? Li Na poked Lin Jian behind her. How would I know? I hadn't seen it yesterday. Could it be that the Wang family's child just picked up the car today? Lin Jian pondered. The Wang family is even more arrogant now. I guess they don't even lower their voices when they speak. They speak as loudly as they can. Dee. The car honked twice, attracting all the neighbors. Bang! Lin Chen got out of the cab. Xiaochen? Why is it you? Li Na was stunned. When did her son learn to drive? How could she not know? Where's my daughter-in-law? Li Na went straight up to look into the car. At this moment, Ding Xiaoya also got out of the car and called out in a tender voice, Auntie. Hey! Hey! This girl is so beautiful. Li Na took Ding Xiaoya's hand and kept praising her, looking her up and down, satisfied with everything she saw. Lin Jian stepped forward and asked, Where is my grandson? Grandson? Oh. Child. Maybe because the car was shaking, all 4 babies were sleeping with their heads tilted. 4. Li Na opened her mouth wide and shouted. Hey! Is this the Lin family's kid back? Hey! Who is this girl? Lao Lin. Is your son in a relationship? Isn't he still in school? Teacher Li, whose child is this? It can't be your son's, right? Oh my god. Quadruplets. TSK. Lao Lin. Set up a few tables tonight. Let's celebrate. Suddenly all the neighbors knew that Lin Chen, the son of the old Lin family, not only bought a luxury car, but also brought back a beautiful wife and 4 children. At this moment, a voice came from old Wang's house, Look at Lin Chen, he's younger than you, and he already has a car. Do you know how much that car costs? We can't afford it even if we save for a lifetime. A voice came from old Huang's house, Look at you, all you do is play games all day long. You are 30 years old, and Lin Chen is only 22 years old. He has brought his wife and children back home. Anyway, the neighbors are all envious of me. Fortunately, we have a good relationship normally, and there is no jealousy or bad intentions between us. Hurry, hurry. Let us go home first. Lina and Ding Xiaoya each held one baby, while Lin Chen held both babies by himself. As for Lin Jian, he kept rubbing his hands, not knowing what to do. Yes. Shocking. Absolutely shocking. The Lin family has an heir. And there are 4 of them in this life, quadruplets. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Lin Jian and Lina would probably laugh in their dreams. Sitting on the sofa at home, Lin Chen was finally able to take a breath and speak. Dad. Mom. I came back this time to get my household registration book. Before Lin Chen finished speaking, his mother Lina immediately smiled happily. I understand. I understand. But Lin Jian immediately stopped him with a stern face. Wait a minute. Well. He was fine for no reason, but suddenly changed his attitude. This seemed to be consistent with Lin Jian's previous style. Lin Jian. Are you having a seizure? That's a good thing. Besides, don't scare your daughter and the 4 babies. Lina spoke up for Lin Chen and the others, defending the young couple at every turn, fearing that Ding Xiaoya would be wronged. Lin Jian shook his head. The parents of both parties haven't met yet. If we just let them get the marriage certificate hastily, people will accuse us of being impolite. I see. Lin Jian continued, marriage is a big deal, and both parents need to agree. Why don't we call our in-laws and have them come over? That way, we can discuss the marriage. Dad. Lin Chen shouted as a reminder. Uncle, we're just getting the marriage certificate. The time and schedule don't allow for marriage right now. Ding Xiaoya explained politely. In fact, Ding Xiaoya was worried about the old man of the Ding family, as her marriage still needed the old man's approval. But the call still needs to be made, and the meeting still needs to be made. Lin Jian took a step back and said. Ding Xiaoya called her parents and they immediately said they would arrive in the afternoon. Ding Xiaoya immediately told them that this was Longhu City, and Ding Hui and Yi Qingqing would fly over in the afternoon, and Lin Chen would go to the airport to pick them up. Gurgle. Ding Xiaoya's stomach growled beside her. Are you hungry? Lin Chen asked with a small smile. Ding Xiaoya nodded gently. It was her first time at her husband's house, so she felt a bit restrained. How could mom and dad be in the mood to cook right now? They're just happily enjoying themselves with their 4 babies. Lin Chen couldn't bear to call them, so he turned and walked into the kitchen. Ding Xiaoya felt a little restrained and followed Lin Chen into the kitchen. After a while, there was a clanging sound coming from the kitchen. Lao Lin, guess who's cooking? Li Na smiled mysteriously. No need to guess, it must be that girl. Lin Jian said without thinking. Li Na pointed at Lin Jian with her finger. You old antique, it's a different era now, and you still think that only women cook and serve men. Dad. Mom. What are you talking about? Chapter 30 Lollipop War. Lin Chen was wearing an apron and holding 2 plates of fried dishes, which he placed on the dining table. When Mother Li Na saw this scene, she couldn't stop smiling. Dad Lin Jian nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that his mother was right. Xiaochun. Well done. Your mother is right. Women don't necessarily have to serve men. We men should protect our women. As he spoke, Lin Jian rarely took Li Na's hand and said affectionately, Wife. You have served us too for most of our lives. From now on, let me and my son serve you. This scene was also seen by Ding Xiaoya, who had just come out of the kitchen carrying dishes. I feel so sweet in my heart. Only a family like this can educate such a good Lin Chen. It seems that I really did not choose the wrong person, and I have decided on this person for my life. Li Na shyly shook off Lin Jian's hand and said coquettishly, Can't you see the child is still here? Why are you talking like this as an old couple? Isn't family supposed to help and support each other? Yes. Yes. Lin Jian happily scratched his head. At this moment, this 50-year-old man was like a child, with his hands not knowing where to put them. Come on. Uncle, aunt, come and try Xiaochun's cooking. Ding Xiaoya imitated Li Na and called Lin Chen Xiaochun. For this, Lin Chen rolled his eyes at her several times. However, Ding Xiaoya pretended not to see it, and the more she called it, the more comfortable it became. Is this Xiaochun's cooking? Not you? Li Na took a bite of the dish, her eyes widening. What's wrong? Even if it's not tasty, give Xiaochun some face. Say something encouraging. Hey! Great! Xiaochun, how about you teach me? Lin Jian also took a bite of the spicy tofu and gave his son a thumbs up. A warm and happy lunch ended just like that. The four babies here also cried out of hunger. Li Na helped Ding Xiaoya coax the children, while Lin Chen was busy making milk powder. As for Lin Jian, he just paced back and forth and could not help facing four babies. The inexperienced Lin Jian really didn't know where to start. When Lin Chen was a child, his mother took care of him alone, and Lin Jian rarely intervened. Finally, after eating and drinking, the four babies were still crying. Why is that? Lin Chen and Ding Xiaoya really couldn't understand. Is he afraid of strangers? This is his first time here, and the child might not be familiar with it yet, so Li Na muttered worriedly. As he spoke, his face showed nervousness. He paced back and forth, and was extremely anxious. Suddenly, the four babies stopped crying. Each person wants a lollipop in their mouth. Who gave it to the child? Ding Xiaoya went up and took the lollipop out of the child's mouth. It doesn't matter if they took it, they all cried heart-wrenchingly. Li Na scolded Lin Jian, "You old fool, why did you give the child a lollipop? He's only a little over 10 months old. The child can't have sweets." Lin Jian was a little puzzled, but seeing how bad-tempered the two women in the family were, he didn't dare to argue. Poor dad took the blame for Lin Chen. Everyone has their own responsibilities, and Lin Chen will not let his father take the blame. Besides, those 4 lollipops were rewards from the system, and they really didn't understand the secret behind them. I fed it to the child. Lin Chen patted his chest and stood up to say. What? Ding Xiaoya and Li Na looked at Lin Chen in disbelief. They didn't expect that a college student would do such a childish thing. You are so stupid. Ding Xiaoya was so angry that she wanted to throw away the lollipop. Lin Chen stepped forward and stopped him. Don't throw it away. Can't throw it away? Should I still give it to my child? Even the most irresponsible parents wouldn't give their children candy so early, right? Ding Xiaoya's eyes were about to burst into anger. What was wrong with Lin Chen today? Why would he go against her? Lin Chen snatched the lollipop, really worried that Ding Xiaoya would throw it away. This was a good thing rewarded by the system, and if it was lost, it would be gone. What is this? Ding Xiaoya asked. Lollipop. Lin Chen answered truthfully. Can children eat sweets now? Cannot. Good. Lost it. No. Why? Because this thing is not simple, you see. I gave it to the babies and they stopped crying. And Lin Chen was also anxious, not knowing how to explain it. He couldn't just say that he had a system that gave him cooking skills, a photographic memory, and the anti-aging pill. No one would believe this if I told them. It would only make things more troublesome. Seeing that Lin Chen couldn't explain, Ding Xiaoya became even angrier. Mother Li Na also stepped forward and waved at Lin Chen. Give me the lollipop, don't give it to the child. Mom! I told you, this isn't just a lollipop. Lin Chen felt like crying, but he couldn't. Listen, take it out. Even Lin Jian stood on their side. Now it's 1 against 3, and they are obviously not at an advantage. If the confrontation continues, it will probably affect the relationship. Well, since it's a system reward, then giving them the rejuvenating pill makes sense, doesn't it? Lin Chen took out a youthful pill and stuffed it into Li Na's hand. Mom. This is good stuff. Go back to your room and eat it. Take a shower while you're there. I guarantee Dad's eyes will pop out when he sees it. Well, it's such a time and my son is still joking like this. As soon as the pill came into my hand, a cool feeling came over me. Hiss. What is this? Li Na successfully attracted attention. At this time, Ding Xiaoya also noticed the pill in Li Na's hand. She was anxious and shouted, Mom! Go and eat it quickly. This thing is good for you and is priceless. Don't waste it. But Li Na stood there motionless. It wasn't because of anything else, but because Ding Xiaoya accidentally called her mom just now. What did you call me just now? Li Na asked excitedly. My face, Ding Xiaoya, turned red all the way to the base of my neck, and I continued to shout shyly, Mom! Hey! Li Na's face was full of smiles. Then he walked towards the room with a smile on his face, completely forgetting about the lollipop. Ding Xiaoya turned her head and stared at Lin Chen and asked, What's the point of taking out that anti-aging pill at this time? Don't think I'll forgive you just because you've diverted my attention. Lin Chen leaned over and whispered in Ding Xiaoya's ear. This lollipop is from the same source as the rejuvenating pill. It's extraordinary. So it's not candy at all, but a medicine without side effects. Ding Xiaoya patted her chest and relaxed. If babies eat sweets too early, it will not only be bad for their teeth, but also be detrimental to their physical and brain development. Now that Lin Chen explained this, they felt relieved and even personally stuffed the lollipops back into the babies' mouths. This. Lin Jian was confused. What was this young couple up to? Lin Jian was bored, so he sent WeChat messages to several of his immediate relatives, asking them to come over for dinner. He booked a restaurant at the Happy Hotel in Longhu City. Lin Jian. Come and take a look. How is it? Li Na walked out of the room gracefully. Plop. The phone fell to the ground. Chapter 31. Father-in-law and mother-in-law are coming. Dad Lin Jian didn't even bother to check if his cell phone fell to the ground. He picked it up and ran straight towards Li Na. He grabbed Li Na's arm and shook her. How could this be possible? How could this be possible? What did you eat? What just happened? Li Na blushed and looked at her son Lin Chen. It was a pill my son gave me just now. I became like this after taking it. Pill? Lin Chen took 2 steps and 3 steps to Lin Chen's side, reaching out to ask, give one to Daddy quickly. Dad. I'm not sure if this man can eat it. What if he gets sick? Lin Chen hesitated. To be honest, Lin Chen really didn't dare give it to a man. This pill was called the rejuvenating pill, but Lin Chen was still unsure about it. So I quietly asked the system, is the system here? Is the system there? I'm not here. I have a name. Next time, call me Xiaodi, or I'll ignore you. The system emitted a girl's voice. Lin Chen was shocked to find that this system could imitate human voices, and the voice was very similar to Xiaoya's. There is no other way. If you need help from someone, just bow your head. Xiaodi, can this anti-aging pill be taken by men? Of course. Women and men all age one day. Your parents are taking the anti-aging pills now, and they should be able to recover to their 30s. Xiaodi happily explained after hearing Lin Chen call it by the name he had given it. In this case, Lin Chen felt relieved and took out one and handed it to his father Lin Jian. Go and eat it. Don't forget to take a shower. Got it. Brat. Lin Jian ran away quickly. Li Na was filled with anticipation. If only they were a dozen years younger, happy days would be waiting for them in the future. At first, I gave one to Xiaoya and her daughter, and now I give one to my father and mother. 4 pills have been consumed. Since this can be given to men, my father-in-law will need one, so there are only 5 left. This stuff is used less and less each time, so it's better to be frugal. Half an hour later, Dad Lin Jian walked out in high spirits, just like a dad in his prime. This anti-aging pill is truly like an elixir of life. The whole family was excited, and the babies were babbling with lollipops in their mouths. It is time to sleep in the afternoon. After Lin Chen took the lollipops from the 4 babies' mouths, he began to coax them to sleep. Maybe it was because he was in a new place, he just couldn't sleep, which made Lin Chen very upset. Just now he kept saying to Xiaoya and his mother, I can handle it by myself. Now he was in a dilemma. He wanted to ask for help but couldn't speak. If he didn't ask for help, he really couldn't handle it alone. Never mind. Just go for it. Lin Chen muttered to himself. Then just lie down on the ground, let the eldest and second baby sit on the back first, and then crawl around on the ground. Next, change to the 3rd and 4th treasures. This went on and on, much to the delight of the babies. From time to time, the room was filled with the joyful sounds of the babies. This aroused the curiosity of Ding Xiaoya and Li Na outside. So the 2 women lay down through the crack in the door and looked inside. Wow! Lin Chen really dotes on his baby and even plays horse riding with him. Speaking of horseback riding, Lin Chen also wanted to play it when he was a child, but Lin Jian couldn't let go and just refused, so he never fulfilled this wish. Now this wish has been fulfilled in my own child, which can be regarded as a wish come true. Ding! Congratulations! First time playing horseback riding with your child. Reward, 4 sets of teething sticks. Oh my god! Lin Chen, who has never taken care of a child, shouted, what is a baby teething stick? Ding Xiaoya next to him was shocked by him, but still answered, the baby is about to grow teeth, and this is a baby toy or food specially used to exercise the growth of teeth. Oh? Is this it? Lin Chen said as he pulled out 4 small stick-shaped objects from his pocket. Xiaoya took it and smiled. I was just thinking of buying it for the babies. I didn't expect you to be more attentive than me. You've already bought it, and you're still asking. Xiaoya gave Lin Chen a look that was full of charm and captivated Lin Chen's soul. Damn charm, there is nowhere to put it. Xiaoya's charm is radiating all the time. Lin Chen had no idea that this was also the case in Ding Xiaoya's eyes during this period of time. This is my first time taking care of a baby, so I definitely need to ask a lot of questions. Lin Chen looked very well behaved. The babies here had already eaten up the lollipops in their mouths, and without anything to chew on, they started to become restless. 4 adults can't handle these 4 babies. Look! Ding Xiaoya stuffed 4 teething sticks into their mouths, and they immediately became quiet. Call. It's really tiring. I learned that before this, Ding Xiaoya was carrying her big belly alone and took care of the baby by herself until it was 10 months old. She only hired a nanny in between. Lina was so excited that she couldn't speak, and secretly swore, as long as Lin Chen treats Xiaoya badly, she, as a mother, will be the first to disapprove. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, while the babies were taking a nap, Lin Chen took Xiaoya to pick up his father-in-law and mother-in-law. Longhu City, Airport. People were rushing back and forth. Lin Chen and Xiaoya were waiting at the airport entrance. Both of them were very excited because today was the day for their parents to meet. Although 2 people can be together just because they like each other, marriage still needs the support of 2 families. It can be said to be a union of 2 families. Xiaoya's small hand tightly grasped Lin Chen's arm, which hurt Lin Chen, but Lin Chen did not make a sound. Here. Dad. Mom. Xiaoya let go of Lin Chen's hand and walked towards her parents. At this moment, she wants to stand with her parents because they are her support. Lin Chen scratched his head embarrassedly, like a boy who had just met his parents. Come. Give me the things. Lin Chen was quite considerate. He stepped forward and took the luggage from his father-in-law and mother-in-law, then followed behind. How can this be so embarrassing? Ding Hui declined. Finally, Lin Chen quietly handed Ding Hui a rejuvenation pill and told him to go to the hotel and take the pill. He guaranteed there would be a surprise. When they arrived at the hotel, Ding Hui thought it was that kind of medicine, and as soon as Lin Chen and Xiaoya left, he couldn't wait to eat it. Ah! It's so hot! Ding Hui shouted. This frightened Ji Qingqing, and she asked, "What's wrong? What did you eat just now when you were sneaking around like that?" Ding Hui's face flushed red, and he was too hot to speak. He secretly blamed himself. Why did he take it so hastily without asking clearly? Isn't the medicine his son-in-law gave him too strong? Ah! This time it was Yi Qingqing's turn to scream and push Ding Hui into the bathroom. When Ding Hui came out of the bathroom again, he seemed like a completely different person, young, strong, and well-built, with the same temperament as when he was young. Yi Qingqing was also stunned, as if she had returned to her youth, when she was still the one pursued by Xiaoya's father. Qingqing! Look! I'd become as young as you. Chapter 32 Uninvited guests arrive at the party. Longhu Hotel, where my father-in-law and mother-in-law are staying and where both sets of parents will meet later. Before going back, Lin Chen took a look at the environment in advance. It was not bad, quite quiet and elegant. The 2 sides should not be disturbed when discussing something later. Just as Lin Chen and Xiaoya were about to leave hand in hand, Lin Chen frowned, still feeling worried. What's wrong? Xiaoya asked worriedly. Today is the day our parents meet. It is of great significance and I don't want anything to go wrong. I'll take another look. He turned around and opened the eye of prediction. Everything in front of him was dark, and then a bloody smell came over him, filling the entire Longhu Hotel. This. Lin Chen took 3 steps back. Just now, Lin Chen spent 40 points to predict what would happen here tonight. The result is predictable. Lin Chen was so scared that his face turned pale and his eyes were fixed on the lobby of the hotel. No. We can't just sit there and wait for death. Change place. Lin Chen suddenly said coldly. Huh? Why? Ding Xiaoya asked, puzzled. My parents just moved in. Do they need to move? It was obvious that Ding Xiaoya was a little angry. Lin Chen's sudden change of mind made Ding Xiaoya very uncomfortable. Because today was an important day, she didn't want too much uncertainty. I just want to spend this day in peace and quiet. Now suddenly changing his mind and wanting to change places obviously breaks this quiet situation. Lin Chen comforted Ding Xiaoya and whispered softly in her ear, Xiaoya, you are my wife. I love you and care for you, so some things must be done. This is not a good place for us to have dinner together. We need to find another place. Believe me. The two looked at each other, exchanging information with their eyes. Really? Ding Xiaoya saw that Lin Chen didn't look like he was looking for trouble. Yes. Lin Chen nodded sincerely. Good. So Ding Xiaoya pulled Lin Chen back. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door of the room where my father-in-law and mother-in-law lived. Xiaoya? Why are you back again? It was Yi Qingqing who opened the door. At this time, Ding Hui and Yi Qingqing were happily enjoying the future. Since he was young, he should enjoy life. He decided to either take over the old man of the Ding family and directly inherit the Ding family business, or just leave. Now they can see that their daughter has found a good son-in-law. After this, the Ding family's assets would probably be nothing. I heard that Lin Chen directly invested 400 million yuan in Zhanghai University. That's 400 million yuan. Not 4,000 or 40,000 yuan. What is the purpose of life? After taking the anti-aging pill, Ding Hui suddenly became enlightened and no longer obsessed with becoming the heir to the Ding family. Lin Chen is here? I was just talking about you guys. Ding Hui also came out to greet him. Dad, Mom. Let's go, I'll find you another place. This hotel has bad feng shui. Lin Chen made up an excuse. After hearing what Lin Chen said, the two were stunned, then went back to pack up with a smile. Since it's not difficult, I changed hotels for my parents-in-law. This time it's the Dragon Tiger Hotel. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of the Longhu Hotel, you can just see the gate of the Longhu Hotel not far away. Looking at his watch, Lin Chen called home and informed several immediate family members to come to the Dragon and Tiger Hotel. Here, Ding Xiaoya was asked to stay in the hotel with her parents, and she drove back to pick up her parents and children. 5 p.m. The Dragon and Phoenix Hall of the Dragon and Tiger Hotel. It was very lively, with both sets of parents present, as well as Lin Chen's uncle's family and aunt's family. Xiaochen is really amazing. After not seeing each other for a year, he actually understands his wife and children. Who says it's not true? Brother Chen, please teach me. I'm going to take the college entrance examination tomorrow. Do you think I'll meet my other half? Oh my god. For babies. Xiaochen, you are so amazing. It's not Xiaochen who is awesome, it's Xiaoya who is awesome. Xiaochen has grown up under our watch. He's always been full of ideas. We understand everything he does. But suddenly bringing his wife and child home was quite unexpected. Ha ha ha. In the box, everyone was chatting and laughing, talking about Lin Chen, Xiaoya, and the 4 babies. Today they are the protagonists. Bang! The door of the box was suddenly pushed open from the outside with great force. Everyone's eyes were focused on the door. After seeing this, Lin Jian clenched his fists, wishing he could punch him. Lin Chen's relatives' expressions also changed, especially his uncle, who was a little excited. What are you doing here? Today is the wedding of the second child. If you have anything to say, we can talk about it another day. Let's go. Swish, swish, swish. 3 people broke in. 1 man and 2 women. Lin Chen also recognized the person, patted Xiaoyao on the shoulder, and said softly, watch the baby. I'll take care of it. Be careful. Seeing that the person coming was not friendly, Ding Xiaoya blurted out that she was afraid that Lin Chen would be hurt. Lin Chen nodded at her and walked towards her. Uncle San. Since you're here, why not sit down and have a meal together? We're all relatives, and it's been a while since we last met, so let's have some fun. Lin Chen pulled out the cigarettes he prepared, smoked 2, and handed them over. The man called Third Uncle had a smug smile on his face. Third Uncle? I don't deserve that. I won't eat this meal, or you won't be able to pay later and I'll have to pay for it. Third brother. You've gone too far. Apologize. The uncle said with a gloomy face. At this time, the woman walked up and said loudly, we are not here to make trouble with you today, we are here to get the money, and we will leave after we get the money. Take money? Lin Chen turned his gaze to his father Lin Jian. At this time, Lin Jian and his uncle Lin Jun looked at each other and smiled bitterly. It was you who proposed the separation, and it was you who didn't want the old house. What else do you want? Now no one owes anyone anything. Uncle explained before Dad Lin Jian. Impossible. You are ungrateful wolves who can never be satisfied. Dad Lin Jian was furious and wanted to teach his brother a lesson himself. It turns out that my father and his brothers were three and they separated after my grandmother passed away. At that time, my uncle and father were both married, but the third son was the only one who was not married. De Bo Lin Jun joined the army. After retiring, he found a decent job in this city. His wife's family also had some money, so he left the countryside. The second child is the father, Lin Jian. In order to take care of the family, he dropped out of school early and worked as a temporary worker delivering newspapers at the post office. Later, he became a regular worker, married Li Na, an elementary school teacher, and settled down in the city. Only the third child was weak and lazy, so he stayed in the countryside to live a mediocre life. He still hasn't married since his grandmother passed away. Later, my uncle and my father discussed it and, in the name of dividing the family property, both sides contributed some money to help the third son get married. But after all this, the third son was not only not grateful, but instead said that after his grandmother passed away, she gave all her belongings to them and he didn't get a penny. Then he asked for money again and again. Hurry up! If you don't want me to spoil your mood, just give me the money and leave. We won't owe each other anything from now on, the third brother, Lin Kai, shouted. Chapter 33 Predictions Come True. Give money? There must be a reason. Should I give money to someone who asks for it for no reason? Uncle and Dad looked at each other again, but this time, they ignored Uncle San. Lin Chen also frowned, because what he had seen in the Eye of Prediction of Longhu Hotel was actually related to his third uncle. Now that he is in contact with her again, Lin Chen will definitely not sit idly by. Taking this money may be the fuse. But how can I persuade Uncle San to leave? The third aunt sat down on the ground, scratched her hair with both hands, and then shouted at the top of her voice, "Oh my God! My life is so miserable." Shut up! The uncle finally couldn't stand it anymore and shouted loudly. Suddenly, it became quiet. The box that was bustling just now was filled with smoke and there was no atmosphere at all. Now he's starting to act like a spoiled brat. Lin Jian also walked over and shook his head. You guys go. From now on, we won't have you as our third brother. This money is just a small token of my appreciation as the second brother. We won't have any further dealings from now on. Lin Jian said this and took out a wad of money from his pocket. Lina rushed forward, snatched it away, and angrily said, "This is money for my daughter-in-law and grandson. Why would we give it to these ungrateful bastards? How much have we given him since he was little? Has he ever been grateful? He hasn't even said thank you." Well. Lina's words left Uncle San's family speechless. Indeed, the eldest and second brothers had always been very good to them. Especially the second sister-in-law, who took good care of them on a daily basis. But asking for money again and again, being unreasonable, and taking everyone's kindness for granted has already lost the sense of family affection. Uncle San knew he was in the wrong, so he lowered his head and said nothing. It was third aunt, crying, "Your son is getting married, but my son isn't? My daughter-in-law is waiting for me at the Longhu Hotel. If I don't come up with 300,000 yuan today, that girl will break up with my son. You have to give me the 300,000 yuan today, or we won't leave." Wow! He asks for 300,000 right away. You might as well just rob him. I see. The third uncle was asking for 300,000 yuan as a gift for his son's marriage, but he couldn't come up with the money, so he decided to ask his eldest and second brothers for it. A little bit of kindness is a big grudge. Today they finally realized it. Now that he is powerless, he even puts the blame for his son's inability to find a wife on his benefactor. Lin Chen finally understood that if he wanted to have a smooth parent-teacher meeting today, he would have to spend money to avoid disaster. He could pay for it, but he couldn't just throw it into the water. Otherwise, he would have a hard time explaining to his uncle and father, and it would be difficult to explain to his wife Ding Xiaoya. 300,000. I have it. Lin Chen suddenly said. The uncle's son, Lin Yue, Lin Chen's cousin, stepped forward and grabbed Lin Chen's clothes, shouting, "Give it to me now. It will be too late if you are late. Let go." Lin Chen stared coldly at his cousin Lin Yue. Although he was his cousin, he was only 1 month younger than Lin Chen. However, due to work commitments, Li Na had given birth relatively late in those years. When Lina was pregnant, my uncle's wife Luo Xiaofeng was also pregnant with Lin Yuwei. Hiss. Lin Yuwei felt the coldness in Lin Chen's eyes, shuddered, and almost fell to the ground. I quickly let go of her hand, but I still muttered, "Give it to me. Otherwise she will really run away with someone." Wouldn't it be better if she ran off with someone? What's the point of a woman like that? If you really want money, go earn it yourself. But today is the day that my parents, Lin Chen and Ding Xiaoya, will meet. You'd better behave yourself, or else don't blame me, a relative, for turning against you. Lin Chen's voice was so loud that everyone in the box could hear it clearly. Hiss. I haven't seen Lin Chen for a few years. He seems to have grown up. His aura is not something that ordinary people can possess. All the relatives and friends looked at Lin Chen differently, especially his father-in-law and mother-in-law, who all nodded in agreement. Some people might never encounter such an occasion in their entire lives. On your happy day, someone comes to make trouble, but you can still handle it calmly. This is the means, this is the courage and ability of the superior. Turning your back on me? Your father didn't say that, so why would you? Aunt San obviously didn't want to go home empty-handed. But he was suppressed by Lin Chen in terms of momentum. If he continued, it was obvious that he no longer had the momentum. I don't care what you do, but you can't ruin the atmosphere. You can stay for dinner, but if you want to leave, we're more than welcome. I'll give you 3 minutes to choose. Lin Chen gave the multiple choice questions without hesitation, and only had 3 minutes. The Lin Kai family, who always responded to requests, was a little helpless. But time waits for no one. It ticks by. What to do? Time's up. Make your choice. Or get out. Lin Chen looked at his uncle's family fiercely. Call. For a moment, the box was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Lin Yuwei felt like the whole world was ruined in an instant, and tears streamed down his face. It seems there is no hope, my girlfriend will definitely leave me. Look. Something happened at the Longhu Hotel. Someone shouted. Everyone gathered in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, which was facing the entrance of Longhu Hotel. I saw a group of people surrounding a woman with an enchanting figure and seemed to be arguing with each other. Really? Eye of prediction worked. What I saw was about to happen. Lin Chen murmured, "The woman is about to fall." Fall? No one understood what Lin Chen meant. Lin Yuwei beside him shouted, "Jingjing. It's Jingjing. It seems so. Who is that man? Why is he pulling Jingjing?" Aunt San asked in surprise. Uncle San's face looked a little ugly, and he guessed in his heart the relationship between that man and Jingjing. Now that his relatives and friends have seen this scene, he is too embarrassed to face the consequences. I have long said that this woman is unreliable, but now look. A man suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Even if I marry him, who knows what he will do to you in the future? Without waiting for Lin Kai to finish speaking, Lin Yuwei roared, "Stop talking." Then, at the entrance of Longhu Hotel, Jingjing and the man were tugging and pulling each other. Suddenly, the man pulled out a dagger from somewhere and stabbed Jingjing in the chest. Sure enough, he fell. How did Lin Chen know this? Could this guy be a fortune teller? The blood stained his clothes. When the man saw Jingjing lying in a pool of blood, he turned and left. Jingjing! Lin Yuwei yelled and rushed out. His uncle and aunt quickly chased after him. After Uncle San's family left, the atmosphere on Lin Chen's side no longer existed as it had at the beginning, so they went straight to the topic of Lin Chen and Xiaoya's marriage. In-laws. Look at Lin Jian looking at Ding Hui. I think it's their business, so they should decide for themselves. Ding Hui kicked the ball towards Lin Chen and Xiaoya. Chapter 34, Uncle San's family was slandered. First, get the certificate and register the child. Everything else can be done after Lin Chen graduates. Ding Xiaoya was the first to express her opinion. Of course, this is also what Ding Hui and Yi Qingqing meant. They should really hold the wedding, otherwise the old man won't be able to pass it. Lin Chen also waved his hand without any doubt, I think so too. After this gathering, my uncle and aunt's family became even colder towards Lin Chen. When they were children, they took good care of Lin Chen. Now that Lin Chen has finally become successful, they have stepped aside and no longer have any demands. Why is there such a big difference between people? The more this happened, the more grateful Lin Chen was to them. Unlike my third uncle's family, who always try to gain benefits everywhere, that will only hurt themselves, My uncle and aunt's family are more open-minded. After the party, both sets of parents praised each other for looking young. In fact, they all knew that this was all thanks to the medicine given by Lin Chen. But this is a secret, and they are not stupid, so they naturally won't mention it. Although uncle and aunt noticed the difference between Lin Jian and Li Na, they kept it to themselves and didn't ask. Go get the certificate tomorrow. Mother-in-law Yi Qingqing handed the household registration booklet to her daughter Ding Xiaoya. Household registration book? Ding Xiaoya's eyes lit up. It seemed that her parents had made their choice. Once this thing is taken out, it is equivalent to standing opposite the old man. In fact, Ding Xiaoya had already guessed that since her parents had agreed to let her and Lin Chen get married, it meant that the household registration book had to be taken out. Suddenly, Ding Xiaoya felt something heavy in her hands, a feeling she had never experienced before. Dad! Mom! Ding Xiaoya shouted excitedly. It doesn't matter. Even if we are kicked out of the Ding family, the 15 million that Lin Chen gave us is enough. The father-in-law looked at Lin Chen gratefully. Wow! This sentence really ignited everyone. Everyone cast questioning glances at Lin Chen. When did Lin Chen become so rich? He spent 15 million at once? Mother-in-law Yi Qingqing quickly explained, it was Lin Chen who gave us 2 lottery tickets, and we won 15 million. Wasn't it Lin Chen who gave them to us? Wow! Goodness! If winning the lottery was so easy, who would still work hard? However, everyone still gave Lin Chen a thumbs up for his luck. Even Lin Jian and Li Na, who had never been too concerned about money, couldn't help but glance at their son. After all, it's 15 million, how can you just give it away? But fortunately, they are relatives, not just other people. In the future, they will give it to their children. Thinking of this, they can accept it a little more. What surprised everyone next was that Lin Chen took out 4 lottery tickets from his pocket. Is this guy going to give them lottery tickets too? Really? Uncle! This is for you. Thank you for taking care of my family and my third uncle's family over the years. Lin Chen handed one of the lottery tickets to his uncle Lin Jun. Lin Jun is a veteran, so of course he doesn't believe in lotteries or anything like that. But this was a token of his nephew's kindness, so he accepted it symbolically. Seeing that he didn't take it seriously, Lin Chen reminded him, Uncle, remember to keep it. This is the only one, I don't have a replacement. Uncle Lin Jun laughed heartily, you kid, you always do things to surprise us. I want to see if you can surprise us and let an old man like me enjoy his old age. Lin Chen smiled mysteriously, then turned and came to his aunt. He knew his aunt's temper. She always gave things to his family and rarely took things from Lin Chen's family back. So Lin Chen directly handed the lottery ticket to his uncle-in-law and reminded him to watch the lottery results in the evening. Of course, I didn't forget my parents. Although my money belongs to my parents, if my parents have such unexpected money, they will definitely be very happy and can spend it with peace of mind. If Lin Chen gave them 5 million, he guaranteed not to spend a penny. In fact, Lin Chen had no idea that even if it was unexpected money, his parents would not spend it carelessly and would save it for his future use. There was one left that was originally intended for Uncle San. Now it seemed that I should give them another chance and see how they performed. Lin Chen would not shamelessly give the other party such a big gift. Cousin Lin Meijia came to Lin Chen and held out her hand, Brother Chen. Where's mine? You can't be partial, right? Looking at those big blinking eyes, Lin Chen suddenly felt that his cousin seemed to have grown up and had become a graceful young lady. At this time, Wu Xiaobao, the son of my aunt, also stretched out his hand to Lin Chen. In that case, I want one too. Lin Chen shook his head, you are still young, I can't give this to you. How are we small? The two of them retorted in unison. You're not young anymore, but studying is still your priority. I'll keep your lottery tickets for you. It won't be too late to give them to you when you go to college. Lin Chen agreed. What? It's not expired yet? Exactly. A stingy person. The aunt pulled Gu Xiaobao to her side and scolded him, how can you talk to your brother Chen like that? You have no respect for your elder brother. Meijia. Come back. Uncle Lin Jun also scolded Lin Meijia. In fact, lottery tickets are like checks to Lin Chen. They have no expiration date and can be redeemed anytime he wants. However, Lin Chen cannot rely entirely on lottery tickets to make a living. So what is the difference between him and salted fish? At the moment when the lottery tickets were being distributed, the police arrived at the entrance of Longhu Hotel and put some witnesses into the police car. Even Uncle San's family was taken away to record their statements. My father was silent. Although they don't get along on the surface, he is his third brother after all, and there is a brotherly bond between them. The uncle walked over to Lin Jian and patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, second brother. That matter has nothing to do with third brother, so you don't have to worry. I'll ask my comrades in the police station tomorrow, and everything will be fine. Yeah. Lin Jian nodded without saying anything more. The party ended like this. Despite that incident, everyone was happy for Lin Chen. The Lin family might be about to produce a big figure. Although no one said it out loud, everyone thought so in their hearts. Come back and live with us. I want to chat with Xiaoya. Mother Li Na pulled her son's sleeve. Dad Lin Jian also said, yes. I want to play with my grandchildren for 2 more days. Lin Chen had no plans to leave. Since he was getting the marriage certificate tomorrow, of course he had to stay at home. Xiaoya. Go get your marriage certificate tomorrow. Mom and Dad will be back in Jianghai City after we get your household registration. Otherwise, Grandpa won't be able to see us and will be furious, Ding Hui instructed. Good. Ding Xiaoya also knew the situation of her parents and the Ding family. As the car drove into the yard, Lin Jian's cell phone rang. Hello? Second brother. This is bad. Some people are insisting that the girl was killed by third brother's son, Lin Yuwei. Now it's hard to prove anything. The voice of eldest uncle Lin Jun came from the other side. What? Father Lin Jian sat paralyzed on the ground, not caring about the cold ground, and did not stand up for a long time. Lin Chen carried the babies into the room, turned around and ran out, helping their father Lin Jian up from the ground. Come on. Dad. I'll go with you. Well. I'll call your uncle. Chapter 35 The Prodigal Son Returns. Longhu Police Station. The atmosphere was extremely depressing. Someone committed a crime openly right in front of the Longhu Hotel. This is already a very bad thing. He was also reported by the masses, but fortunately the person who was reported was immediately brought under control. But everything requires evidence. If there is no evidence, the police can only release the person after 24 hours. Officer. We're really not the murderers. Are you sure? Aunt San retorted unwillingly. He was the only one shouting in the entire police station for an hour. Uncle San didn't speak the whole night, but Lin Yuwei was worried about Jingjing and kept calling Jingjing's name. Shut up. Our police department doesn't need your direction when handling this case. If your son is truly the murderer, he'll get at least 35 years in prison. What? Aunt San was even more sad now. Not only did my son lose his lover, but he also had to go to jail. No one could accept this. Knock, knock, knock. 3 people appeared in the corridor of the police station. Third brother. How's the child? What did the police officer say? Dabo Linjun spoke first. There's no need for you to be so hypocritical. Are you here to laugh at us? Aunt San had a stern face and swept her cold eyes over the 3 people in front of her. Especially the expression on Lin Jian's face was filled with indescribable hatred. How's that girl? Lin Jian asked, changing the subject. No one answered him. Then silence returned. Why? We can't go on like this, it won't solve the problem. It will only cause more misunderstandings here, and will make uncle and aunt think they are here to laugh at us. So Lin Chen walked up to the officer and asked quietly, how is the girl? Is she in danger? The officer saw that the young man was quite friendly and told him in a friendly manner, he's currently in the ICU for emergency treatment. I hope he's alright. Is he your relative? The police officer pointed at Lin Yuwei with a meaningful smile on his face. He is my cousin. Lin Chan responded indifferently. It's not worth it. People like this. You come here to run around for them, but they don't appreciate it. This is obviously a thankless task. Even the police officer noticed this, so no one else would fail to understand. The words were not spoken loudly, but everyone in the hall heard them clearly. Awkward. Capital awkward. But Lin Chen was open-minded. Wasn't he here because of his father and uncle? What my uncle and dad are fighting for is the unbreakable family bond. Sometimes family affection is unreasonable. It does not require any return, nor does it require consideration of whether it is worth it. Everyone noticed a hint of indifference on the three of their faces and gave them thumbs up. Officer. We'll bail them out, okay? Lin Chen took out a wad of money and put it on the table. The police officer glanced at Lin Chen, returned the money to Lin Chen, and pointed at his uncle Lin Jun. It's enough to have his guarantee. Put this money away. Not all problems can be solved with money. Not everything can be solved with money. This statement deeply shocked Lin Kai and his family of three. Could it be true? But isn't it true that without money you can't do anything? It seemed that no money was really paid, but his uncle Lin Jun acted as a guarantor for the sake of face, and he was actually released on bail. Don't think we will be grateful to you for doing this. Lin Kai grumbled as he walked along the road. I wanted to shout loudly, but I didn't have the confidence. After all, I was able to get out thanks to my eldest and second brothers. But deep down I was not convinced. Let us go. Let us go to the hospital. Just as Lin Kai and his family were about to go back, Lin Chen suddenly spoke. Even uncle and father Lin Jian looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen waved his hand calmly, get in the car. Otherwise it will be too late. The Infiniti QX80, a 6-seater, starts at 1.6 million. Are you that rich? Or your future sister-in-law? As soon as he got in, Lin Yuwei forgot all his unpleasantness and was actually quite interested in the car. Lin Chen frowned. If you want to live in peace, you have to pray that the woman is fine, otherwise even if you didn't kill her, you will be implicated. Why? On what basis? Lin Yuwei, young and energetic, immediately shouted. Even Lin Kai, who was standing by, pulled his arm, asking him to be more restrained. At the moment, it seems that Lin Chen and the others are willing to help him. If even his brothers Lin Jian and Lin Jun don't help him, then his family will be helpless. Squeak! An emergency brake. Lin Chen parked the car on the side of the road, turned around and glared at Lin Yuwei, either you get out or sit here and be quiet. Hiss. Such a powerful aura, it makes people feel breathless. Even Lin Jun, who has been a soldier, feels that this nephew is extraordinary. Most people can't stand such a momentum. What do you want? Lin Yuwei knew he was in the wrong, so his voice became much quieter. Lin Jun stepped forward to ease the atmosphere. All right. We're helping you now. If you feel wronged, you can get off the bus and do whatever you want. We're no longer relatives, and we don't have a brother or nephew like you. Lin Jun made it very clear, either obey and reform, and perhaps we can continue to be relatives, or get out and fend for ourselves. Silence. No more sound. The Lin Kai family lowered their heads and said nothing more. They know they are in the wrong, so of course they won't say any more. Hospital Ku emergency ward. Who are you to that girl? I've already told you that she's in critical condition and could die at any moment. Going to see her won't help. A doctor in a white coat explained impatiently. Because he didn't know how many people he had explained it to, and someone came again today. In imminent danger? Upon hearing these 4 words, Lin Yuwei burst into tears. He didn't want to go to jail, and he didn't want his life to be ruined because of the girl's death. Lin Kai also regretted it very much. If he had known this earlier, he would not have done it in the first place. Although the girl's injury had little to do with them, many things were closely related. There was a cause for every effect. If they had listened to their eldest and second brothers, they wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Their son wouldn't have met such a girl, and wouldn't have been involved. The third sister-in-law pulled the third uncle's arm and cried, shouting, "What should we do? Our son is still young, he can't go to jail." Plop! Lin Yuwei actually knelt down towards Lin Chen. Looking at Lin Chen, he pleaded, "Cousin, help me, as long as you can help me. I, Lin Yuwei, promise not to be a bastard anymore. I will start a new life and cherish the relationship between relatives. We will repay you in the future." Perhaps some people will grow up and mature only after encountering certain things. Lin Chen didn't want them to ask for anything in return. He just wanted his uncle and father not to be sad because of this matter. A prodigal son? If that were possible, that would be great. Doctor! Quick! Give that girl's family a critical illness notice. A nurse popped her head out of the ICU and shouted. Chapter 36, starting from accompanying sign in. What? Swish, swish, swish. Everyone's eyes turned to the ICU ward, with some worry in their eyes. Lin Yue didn't care about his image anymore. He stepped forward and grabbed the nurse's arm, shouting, "Nurse! Please, you must save her. Please." It's rare to see someone kneeling down to a nurse, and it seems like he really means it. The nurse was about to issue a critical illness notice, so she asked, "Who are you, the patient?" "Me." Lin Yue turned his head, looked at his parents, then looked at Lin Chen, still turned his head away, and said firmly, "She is my fiancée, please. Save her no matter what." Well. The nurse seemed to have something to hide and was a little embarrassed. She confirmed again, "Are you sure she is your fiancée?" Lin Yue nodded without hesitation. "FK fiancée. You're taking advantage of me. Get out of here. That's my mom in there." A bearded man pushed Lin Yue aside, took the critical illness notice from the nurse, and signed it. What? It turned out to be the middle-aged bearded mother in front of me? It turned out to be a misunderstanding. No wonder the nurse had that expression. If the woman inside is Lin Yue's fiancé, then the middle-aged man with a big beard must be Lin Yue's son, right? Phew! Lin Chen almost laughed out loud, but forced himself to hold it back. However, some people couldn't help laughing, and several patients nearby who were receiving treatment burst into laughter. Lin Yue was so embarrassed that he had to admit his mistake. Call. Fortunately, it's not. This is also the best news. After asking the nurse, I found out which ward the girl was in, and then I hurried over to visit her. Jinjing! Lin Yue called out as soon as the door opened. Perhaps because he invested too much in the relationship, Lin Yue really couldn't let go of the girl named Jingjing. Yue! The girl on the bed sat up suddenly. It turns out nothing happened. Lin Chen and others looked at each other. It seemed that their worries were in vain. In that case, several people retreated outside, leaving time and space to the young couple. After a while, Lin Yue walked out of the ward with a relaxed look on his face. How is it? Son, will she testify for us? Third aunt went to meet him. Lin Yue shrugged, I didn't ask. But I think she should do it. But third uncle Lin Kai still wanted to ask something. Lin Yue interrupted her again, okay? I'm breaking up with her. From now on, I'll go on with my own life. She's just a passerby. As she said this, she turned her head and secretly wiped away her tears. This is forced calmness. Good boy, you seem to want to reform yourself. It seems to be solved. When he returned home, Lin Chen was greeted by 4 babbling babies who all reached out to him. Dabao, Daddy. He. Bao, Daddy. Woohoo. Sanbao, Dad. Jiligulu. 4 treasures. The 4 little guys had already left Ding Xiaoya and Li Na, who were playing with them, and were pushing hard towards Lin Chen. Helplessly, Lin Chen thought these guys wanted their father to hold them. As a result, the 4 little guys all climbed onto Lin Chen's back. Lin Chen immediately understood that these guys wanted to play a horse riding game. Okay. Lin Chen muttered, then lay down on the ground. There were 2 babies sitting on his back. Dabao and Bao came first, but after they had turned half a circle, Sanbao and Sibo refused to continue. As a result, 4 babies sat on Lin Chen's back together, with Xiaoya and her mother Li Na supporting them on both sides. Just like that, they started playing the horse riding game in the hall. Ding! Congratulations to the owner for completing the first time playing horseback riding with the baby in public. Reward, 10 health strengthening pills. 4 bodyguards. Is this okay? Lin Chen's first reaction was, this system is bullshit. This can be rewarded? But who would object to some rewards? Of course, the more the better. A pill to strengthen your body? Just as the name suggests, it can make your body strong. The anti-aging pill cannot be given to everyone, but this body-strengthening pill should be able to be given to everyone. It's not that Lin Chen is stingy, but the fewer secrets someone has, the better it is to be suspicious of them. If they weren't close relatives, Lin Chen wouldn't dare to take the risk. Even for this kind of health-strengthening pill, he has to think carefully before giving it. Just these 4 bodyguards? Before Lin Chen could think about it, a notification sounded from the system, Master. 4 bodyguards are already in place, standing at the door. As long as you give the order, they will appear in front of you at any time. Wow! So awesome? Then you can walk sideways from now on, right? Just when Ling Linchen was still happy about the reward from the 4 bodyguards, he felt a warm current running down his back. Then came the cry of Erbao on my back, woo woo woo. All right. I lost. This little kid actually climbed onto my back and peed. But even so, Lin Shen didn't feel dirty. He just carefully carried them down and went back to the room to change his clothes. Xiaoya stayed with the babies until they fell asleep, then came to Lin Shen's bed and slipped in. Why is it so cold? Lin Shen frowned. Don't touch me. Warm me up, Ding Xiaoya whispered. Feeling a lump of ice in his arms, Lin Shen opened his arms and held her in his arms, warming her with his body temperature. In this way, the two hugged each other for a while. After calming down a little, Ding Xiaoya looked up and looked at Lin Shen with her watery eyes. What's wrong? Lin Shen felt that the girl in his arms had something to say. Do you think babies are so ignorant that they pee on your back? Well. Lin Shen didn't know why Ding Xiaoya said that, so he reached out and scratched Ding Xiaoya's delicate little nose with his index finger. I said lovingly, how could that be? They are my own flesh and blood, I love them dearly. How could I possibly despise them? Besides, they are still young, how could they understand so much? He. Thank you, hubby. As Ding Xiaoya spoke, she snuggled into Lin Shen's arms again. At this moment, the two loving hearts were even closer. Just as the two were being affectionate, the system sounded another reminder, ding. Reminder. The mission has ended. Next, the system will reward you with a companion sign-in. Special notice to the owner. What? Lin Chen jumped up. So, from now on, just spending some time with the system every day will result in a reward? This is really cool. This system is really getting to know him better and better, always considering Lin Chen. What's wrong? Ding Xiaoya looked up and asked. It's okay. Go to sleep. We have to get our marriage certificate tomorrow. That night, I slept very soundly and deeply. When they woke up again, it was already 9 o'clock the next morning. Xiaoya. Wake up, it's already 9 o'clock. Ah. Why didn't you tell me earlier? It's over. It's over. If it's over soon, it will affect Mom and Dad's return trip. By then, Ding Xiaoya will be so anxious that she won't even be able to find her own clothes. Don't panic, it's late anyway, there's no need to rush. When they walked out of the room, they found that there were 2 people in the house. Brother Chen. Lin Yuwei stood up from the sofa and nodded at Lin Chen. Chapter 37, Qingming Festival Certificate. Why are third uncle and Lin Yuwei here? Not. Lin Chen didn't want to speculate any further, so he just let them be. As long as they turned over a new leaf, there was nothing much to say. Xiaochen. That's how it is. Seeing that Lin Chen had no intention of answering, Lin Kai gritted his teeth. While eating the breakfast his mother cooked, Lin Chen said to Lin Kai, not now. I need to go get my marriage certificate. This is very important. So if you can wait until I get the marriage certificate and come back. Lin Kai hesitated to speak. Lin Yuwei lowered his head and said nothing. It's not that Lin Chen is showing off, nor is it that Lin Kai and the others are mean, but this matter is simply inexplicable. Xiaochen and Ding Xiaoya also pulled Lin Chen's arm. But seeing Lin Chen's unshakable determination, he had no choice but to follow him out. Right. It was to take care of the status of Ding Xiaoya's family of 3 in the Ding family. This household registration book was taken out by Ding Hui without telling the old man of the Ding family. If he returned too late, he might be punished by the Ding family. Although Lin Chen didn't care about these things at all and could support his wife and her family, there were some things that just didn't work that way. Lin Chen also didn't want their lives to change because of him. So, this matter can't wait any longer. Before leaving, I remembered the System-S reminder yesterday, accompanying sign and reward. Hey! It's better to get it before going out, maybe it can be useful. Lin Chen took the initiative to reach out and hug Erbao. Erbao understood what he meant and immediately moved towards Lin Chen. Holding Erbao in his arms, Lin Chen couldn't help but kiss her pink and tender face. Ding! Congratulations, owner! Complete the companion sign-in and receive a universal camera as a reward. Is it so easy to sign? However, Lin Chen still hugged each baby once and kissed them once. Then he took Ding Xiaoya out. Lin Kai and his son Lin Yuwei were left sitting awkwardly on the sofa. Come back at noon, Lin Jian said casually and went out. Only Li Nao was at home with 4 babies, and Lin Kai and his son felt embarrassed to stay any longer, so they had to leave with their heads down. As soon as Lin Chen walked out, 4 bodyguards followed him. Brush. 2 men and 2 women, 4 people stood side by side, bowed to Lin Chen and shouted, "Young Master Lin. Well. You all stay and look after the house and the baby." Yes. On the way to the Civil Affairs Bureau, Ding Xiaoya asked, "Who were those people just now?" "The newly hired bodyguards will protect the safety of you and your baby in the future." Ding Xiaoya felt sweet in her heart. It seemed that Lin Chen was really thoughtful. With 4 babies, they sometimes just couldn't take care of them all. Although there are 2 nannies taking care of them, it is inevitable that they will be negligent. Now with the protection of bodyguards, I believe the 4 babies will be safer and they can go out with more peace of mind. Longhu City, Civil Affairs Bureau. When we walked into the hall, there was a long line at the marriage certificate window. Such a long line? Ding Xiaoya frowned. What day is today? Lin Chen's first reaction was that it might be a special day, so naturally there would be more people coming to register. After checking her phone, Ding Xiaoya raised her head and gave Lin Chen a wry smile. It's true, today is Qingming Festival. What? What a coincidence. They actually came to register on Qingming Festival. What a coincidence. But so many people registered on this day. Did they not check the almanac before going out? Lin Chen also began to back down in his heart, but when he saw Ding Xiaoya's anxious look, he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Whatever. Xiaoya doesn't care, so why should I be so pretentious? This is just a formality. What is really needed is that the husband pampers his wife and the wife is considerate of her husband. This is the real thing. After figuring this out, Lin Chen raised his head and shouted to the front, "Oh, honey. Today is Qingming Festival. After we finish registering, we have to go back and worship our ancestors." When Lin Chen called her like that, Ding Xiaoya's face turned red. She rolled her eyes at him but nodded shyly. Qingming Festival. Call. Many young people discussed it briefly and then left. However, most of them were older young people. They did not hesitate at all and were still queuing calmly. This. Lin Chen really didn't expect that there were so many people who didn't care about this day. A conversation came from the front of the team. How about we come back tomorrow? A man suggested vaguely. The woman next to me was furious. Do you not love me anymore? Or do you have someone else? You don't even want to get married with me. Unexpectedly, his words made his fiancée cry. The man was at a loss as to how to comfort her. So many people are watching the fun. The woman cried and said, "Does it matter what day it is? What matters is that I have you in my heart and you have me in your heart." Right. I was wrong. Honey. Forgive me. But no matter how the man comforted her, the woman kept crying. Finally, the man had no choice but to say, "After I get home, I will let you do whatever you want with me." The woman burst into laughter. Really? You're not allowed to go anywhere these days. Stay with me. I'll kill you tonight in that dress. Ha! The people around laughed and prayed for the man, hoping he could pull through. Many people around were discussing. What's wrong with Qingming Festival? It's a holiday we finally have, so of course we have to do important things. That's right. I don't have time during normal times, so why not come during the holidays? Isn't this just perfect? Happy Qingming Festival. We've registered, and it's a great time to go back and worship our ancestors and let them witness our marriage. I will be 35 after the new year. If I don't register now, do I have to wait until I'm older to register? I'm not a child anymore, I can't wait any longer. Everyone talked to each other and cleared up all the knots in their hearts. So everyone waited even more eagerly for registration. But some things, the more anxious you are, the more likely they are to play tricks on you. Just then, someone in front of me called out, "The camera's broken. You should go to the photo studio first and take 2 recent 2-inch half-length, bareheaded photos with a red background. Our camera here is broken." This. How could the camera be broken? I was caught up by myself. Today is really a hard day. Everyone dispersed, all wanting to quickly get the photos ready so they could get their marriage certificate early. Lin Chen also pulled Ding Xiaoya out, but not towards the photo studios, but into a small alley nearby. What's this for? Ding Xiaoya asked curiously. Stand still. Let's take a selfie. Lin Chen placed the camera he had just received as a reward that morning on the opposite wall, then ran over and stood close to Ding Xiaoya. Snap. The camera flashed, and then a piece of photo paper appeared on top of the camera. Lin Chen stepped forward to take a look. Wow! The half body is 2 inches with a red background and there are 4 of them, which is simply amazing. Is it done now? Ding Xiaoya beside her asked in disbelief. Done. Let us go. Lin Chen dragged Ding Xiaoya straight into the Civil Affairs Bureau. In this way, they quickly registered their marriage. Walking out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, the 2 men each held a red book in their hands, with smiles on their faces. Wife. Husband. Chapter 38 The Baby in the Belly. Walk out of the Civil Affairs Bureau. The 2 of them called out to each other affectionately. At this moment, they are no longer afraid because at this moment, they are protected by the law. Even if the old man of the Ding family came, Lin Chen was not afraid and could argue with him. Let's go. Send the household registration book to my parents quickly. Ding Xiaoya was still a little worried that her parents would be implicated. Although he didn't understand why his family was so afraid of the old man from the Ding family, Lin Chen still cooperated and considered Xiaoya's family. As soon as they arrived at the Dragon and Tiger Hotel, Xiaoya's parents had already packed up and were waiting for Lin Chen to deliver the household registration book. I checked out directly and waited in the hotel lobby. How about we go to the airport and wait for them? Let them take us directly to the airport? Yi Qingqing suggested. Don't worry. Wait a little longer. Ding Hui was anxious in his heart, but he was comforting Yi Qingqing. Dad, Mom. Why are you waiting here? Ding Xiaoya let go of Lin Chen's arm and walked towards her parents in the hotel lobby. Lin Chen followed closely and shouted, Dad, Mom. Well. Here. I'll take you to the airport now. Lin Chen helped carry the luggage and walked directly outside. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen would be so considerate. After spending a few days together, Yi Qingqing was very satisfied with this son-in-law and felt relieved to leave her daughter to his care. Airport. Go back. Remember to return to Zhanghai as soon as possible. Don't neglect your work and studies. Before leaving, Ding Hui did not forget to give instructions. Yi Qingqing patted Ding Hui and muttered, Why do you care about the affairs of the young couple? Besides, now they don't have to work or go to school, aren't they living better than ordinary people? Well. Although Yi Qingqing was not as knowledgeable as Ding Hui, he was choked by this sentence. What is the purpose of life? Isn't it just to have a good life? What's the use of high education and decent job? In the end, don't they all serve your own life? We can't put the cart before the horse and sacrifice our lives just for a diploma or a job that others think is good, right? It's up to you. Ding Hui, who had nothing to say, shrugged and stopped talking. Watching them leave, Ding Xiaoya took Lin Chen's arm and asked casually, What do you think? Is that what my mother thinks too? Well. It seems that there is no way to escape this soul-searching. However, Lin Chen had already considered this problem. Although he has no worries about food and clothing now, he still needs development in the future. Learning is a means of understanding society and knowledge, so he certainly cannot give up just like that. I will continue to go to school, and as for you, I respect your choice. Lin Chen answered Ding Xiaoya without hesitation. That's good enough. Ding Xiaoya gave Lin Chen a satisfied kiss on the face. This little girl is really a charming little devil. As for me, I'll just continue to be my teacher. Xiaoya laughed like a silver bell and ran ahead. Lin Chen shook his head and followed. When they arrived at the door, they found that Lin Kai and his son were squatting at the door waiting. When the father and son saw Lin Chen coming back, their eyes lit up and they stood up in an instant. Uncle San. Come in. Lin Chen immediately put away his smile and said lightly. In the living room, Xiaoya and Li Na both held their babies and went into the inner room to play, while Lin Chen sat on the sofa. Pointing to the chair opposite, he said, Sit down. Uncle San. Just tell me what you want to say. Explain? Where to start? Anyway, Lin Kai and Lin Yuwei thought about their opening remarks countless times before coming and during the waiting period, but they just didn't know how to start. Plop. Uncle San actually knelt down towards Lin Chen. Brush. Lin Chen stepped forward to help Lin Kai up and said coldly, "You are my elder, isn't it inconsiderate of you to do this?" Well. Lin Kai didn't know how to start anymore. Instead, Lin Yuwei lowered his head and said, "I want to marry Jingjing." Lin Chen thought, didn't he let go of that woman? Why is he marrying her now? Besides, who is that woman? Don't they, father and son, understand? This is your own business, I can't help you with it. Lin Chen spread his hands. As he spoke, he poured 3 cups of brewed tea from the table, moved 2 of them in front of the father and son, and picked up 1 cup to drink. Drink tea? How could they, the father and son, have the heart to drink tea now? Extremely anxious. No. Lin Yuwei gritted his teeth and said, "As long as you lend me 300,000, I can marry Jingjing." 300,000? 300,000. Could this father and son have been cheated? Are they so stubborn and naive? Seeing that Lin Chen didn't believe it, Lin Kai continued, "It's like this." After listening to Lin Kai, Lin Chen finally understood the truth behind the matter. It turned out that the girl named Jingjing was pregnant with Lin Yuwei's child, but the girl named Jingjing was a married woman. This made Lin Yuwei devastated. But in the end, seeing that the woman was pregnant with Lin's child, he compromised and agreed to pay 300,000 yuan in exchange for Jingjing's freedom. The story is even more exciting than what the screenwriter wrote. Lin Chen had to admire this father and son. Even so, they could accept the woman named Jingjing. I, Lin Chen, swallowed the words that were on the tip of my tongue and said, "How about this? I'll go with you guys, so you don't get cheated." In this way, Lin Chen drove the Infiniti QX80 to the hotel agreed upon by the other party for negotiations. Longhu Hotel. It turned out to be the hotel where the incident happened last time. Lin Chen recognized the man next to Jingjing at a glance. He was the man who stabbed Jingjing last time. Lin Chen suddenly realized that this matter would not be that simple, and Lin Kai and his son must have been deceived by the other party. Looking back at this father and son, it really makes people speechless. They were deceived, yet they still thought they were sentimental. What a pair of fools. But for the sake of my third uncle, I should help them. This will also make my father and uncle feel better. They are all relatives. If Lin Chen acts too harshly, he will seem unkind. If no one offends me, I will not offend anyone. If someone offends me, I will definitely offend him. Based on what this father and son have done, no matter how Lin Chen treats them, he thinks they will have nothing to say. But Lin Chen couldn't bear to see people around him suffer, so for the sake of his family, he had to let go of his obsession. "Did you bring the money?" the man next to Jingjing asked impatiently. "Money?" Lin Kai looked at Lin Chen. "Did you forget to bring it?" The man suddenly got angry and his face turned gloomy. "Since you are not sincere, then we will see you in court." Hiss. So domineering. "If we disagree, we'll see each other in court." This man immediately gave Lin Kai and his son a show of force. If it were an ordinary person, they would really be scared by them and submit obediently. Unfortunately, they met Lin Chen today. "Let us not talk about money first, let us talk about the baby in the belly." Lin Chen pointed at the belly of the Jingjing woman calmly. "Wow!" Lin Chen's words caused an uproar. The man jumped up and looked at Lin Chen with a ferocious look. "Who are you?" Chapter 39, Seeing Through the Scam. Just now, Lin Chen once again opened the Eye of Prediction and determined that the child in the belly was not Lin Yuwei's at all, but had a slight connection with the man in front of him. This feeling is just like the feeling between me and my 4 babies, as close as flesh and blood. Now the child in Jingjing's belly and this man feel like they are connected by blood. This is what the Eye of Prediction told him, and it can't be wrong. Lin Chen was now even more convinced that Lin Kai and his son had been deceived. The man and Jingjing were undoubtedly scammers, and they had simply been unlucky to have run into Lin Chen today. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is whose child this woman is carrying. Brush. Jingjing's face turned pale. The man also subconsciously took a step back. The two of them looked at each other secretly and pretended to be calm. Of course it was Lin Yuwei's, could he still deny it? Jingjing insisted. The man also cheered on the side. "Lin Yuwei took possession of my wife and made her pregnant with his child. If I don't avenge this, I will be a traitor. I will send him to prison." When Lin Kai heard about going to jail, he panicked and begged for mercy. "Please. My son can't go to jail. We'll pay you whatever you want. Ha ha. Money. When the man heard that he could really get the money, his eyes lit up and his mouth smiled, looking very proud. Just hold on a little longer. As long as you can get the money, the world is so big, where can't you go? From their faces, Lin Chen had found the answer and was more certain of the accuracy of the eye of prediction. Since they want to continue lying to my face, don't blame me, Lin Chen, for being rude. Money. I'll give it to you on their behalf. Name your price. Lin Chen said calmly. He didn't want to delay any longer, so he wanted to end the battle quickly and avoid any more trouble. Hey hey. Lin Kai and his son smiled, knowing that Lin Chen would not ignore it. Since he was here, he would really help them. Then they just have to wait for a good ending. Jingjing and the man were also happy, 350,000. Hurry up. Didn't you say 300,000? How could you change it so suddenly? Lin Yuwei immediately quit. Since it was Lin Chen who helped them, they still have to repay this favor. Now that I know that the prodigal son has returned, I must return the 300,000 yuan to Lin Chen. But this guy raised the price by another 50,000, which is so painful. Change. Of course it will change. Now it's going to be 400,000. The man thought he had won and continued to increase his bet. Lin Chen shrugged and said, "It doesn't matter how much." The sudden pause gave the man a bad feeling. He stared at Lin Chen, waiting for his next words. Hiss. This young man has such great self-control that he is not afraid at all even though he looks so ferocious. The man was muttering in his heart. At this point, Jingjing couldn't sit still any longer. Regardless, she was a crucial link in this matter, and she was most concerned about how much this deal would affect her. But what? Tell me. Jingjing pursed her lips and urged. The man glared at Jingjing. At the critical moment, Jingjing should say less. If the other party didn't take the bait, all her efforts would be in vain. Let's do a paternity test. I think you should have no problem. Otherwise, I won't feel at ease after giving you this money. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows at the other party. Well. Lin Kai and his son looked at each other, smiled, and nodded repeatedly, yes, yes, yes. We must do this. What are you doing? Lin Yuwei, you don't have me in your heart at all. If you were a man, you wouldn't doubt me. Don't you want to take responsibility for what you did? Jingjing's face changed, and she pointed at Lin Yuwei and cursed. They really didn't expect that the young man invited by the Lin family father and son would use such a trick. Paternity test? That would be a revelation. No. Absolutely not. However, Lin Chen has now decided to conduct his own appraisal, but the other party refuses, and the scam is about to fail. Jingjing looked around and bumped into a pillar beside her. Bump! His hair was disheveled and there was a pool of blood on the ground. Even Lin Chen was dumbfounded. How could this woman be so foolish? For a man, she was willing to make such a great sacrifice. The more this happens, the more it proves how much of a scumbag this man is. Lin Yuwei rushed over, picked up Jingjing from the ground, and cried, "Why? Why are you hurting yourself?" On the other hand, the man looked at Lin Yuwei with a smug look on his face, waiting to see what Lin Yuwei would choose next. Lin Chen was not in a hurry to speak, so he gave this opportunity to Lin Yuwei himself. No matter what he chooses, the money will never be given to him. Anyone who gives it to him is a fool. But it is still possible to help him get out of this predicament and escape from this scam. Now the key to this situation lies in Lin Yuwei. If he insisted on getting a paternity test, the matter would naturally be solved. If he didn't go, he would just be a fool, and Lin Chen didn't want to bother with him anymore. Do you want the baby in my belly, or the money? Jingjing, with blood all over her face, stared at Lin Yuwei fiercely. I didn't expect this man and woman to be so cruel. I don't know how many people they have deceived. When Lin Chen arrived, he had already sent a report to the police station. I guess it's almost time now. The man also looked at Lin Yuwei expectantly. But Lin Yuwei might have been frightened by Jingjing's behavior and was reluctant to answer. Why don't you say something? Jingjing jumped up from the ground anxiously. It didn't matter that she jumped, a pillow actually fell out from her big belly. There was also a bag of blood wrapped in a plastic bag. This. The people at the scene were stunned. This is fake, everything is fake. Let us go. The man was quick-witted and quick-handed. He stepped forward and grabbed Jingjing, ready to run away. Where are you going? At this time, several policemen surrounded them and took the man and woman directly back to the police station. The matter ended here. On the way back, Lin Yuewei remained silent. Even Lin Kai didn't say a word. Uncle San. We're here. Lin Chen stepped on the brakes and turned around to shout to the back seat. Ha! Oh! Lin Kai finally reacted and hurriedly pulled Lin Yuewei out of the car. The whole process was very awkward, but when they saw that there was no other expression on Lin Chen's face, they felt relieved. After finishing this matter, Lin Chen and Xiaoya planned to return to Zhanghai. Dad Lin Jin and Mom Li Na kept holding the child, reluctant to let go. It's just that children have their own world, and they also know that they can't hold others back. Before leaving, Li Na slipped Xiaoya a card. Girl, this is a little gift from Mom. I have work to do, so I can't spare the time to help you take care of the kids. But I can pay for it. I'll transfer money to you regularly from now on. Mom! What are you doing? Ding Xiaoya declined. Keep the money for yourself. Xiaochen and I have the child, and we have 2 nannies at home. Don't worry. If you miss the child, come to Zhanghai and stay for a few days. The two of them pushed and shoved each other, and finally Lin Chen couldn't stand it anymore. He took the card and stuffed it into his father's arms. Okay. Don't worry about the money. Just like Xiaoya said, if you miss your child, come to Zhanghai City. I'll pick you up at the airport. Finally, Li Na had no choice but to fill Lin Chen's trunk with things before she let them leave. The car drove out of the yard and Lin Chen stopped. What's wrong? Ding Xiaoya asked curiously, looking out the window. Waiting for someone. Lin Chen also looked out the window. Chapter 40, Rape the Girl. Waiting for someone? Xiaoya was confused by Lin Chen. When I came here, I was alone with my family. Besides, my parents-in-law just said they couldn't leave, so who else can we wait for? Suddenly, 4 people came from the front, 2 men and 2 women. They bowed in front of the car and shouted in unison, Young Master Lin. Get in the car. Lin Chen gave the order, and 4 people got in the car from both sides. This posture really scared Ding Xiaoya. From now on, they will be our bodyguards, protecting you and the baby. Lin Chen sat in the driver's seat and half turned to explain to Ding Xiaoya, who was sitting in the back seat. Actually, it doesn't have to be so expensive. Xiaoya knew that hiring bodyguards would cost a lot of money, and she wondered how much Lin Chen spent on hiring these 4 people. One of the male bodyguards said, Mr. Lin. Let me open it. You open it? Lin Chen didn't expect that this bodyguard was quite humane and would consider him. Lin Chen's idea was immediately dismissed by the system, Master. The 4 of them are now acquired masters. As long as they don't encounter those innate masters, there are basically no safety risks. However, it seems that several countries around China are ready to make moves, so it's better to be cautious. The 4 of them can level up. This leveling up requires accumulating more experience, and they will automatically level up. Well, can it also be upgraded automatically? Good. This bodyguard is perfect. Lin Chen gave the driver's seat to one of the bodyguards, and he sat in the back and played with the babies. However, due to the bumpy road, the babies fell asleep after playing for a while. Xiaoya also closed her eyes drowsily and fell asleep, her head tilted and leaning on Lin Chen's shoulder. Master Lin. Before we left, we followed your instructions. That man and woman will definitely spend several years in prison, one of the bodyguards reported in a low voice. Yeah. Lin Chen nodded slightly. What are your names? Reporting to Master Lin. The driver is Linny, I'm Lin Air, the girl in the passenger seat is Lin San, and the girl in the back seat is Lin Si. I didn't expect their names to appear in this form. Lin Chen didn't say much. Knowing that they were rewarded by the system and their loyalty was not a problem, he closed his eyes and rested. Mr. Lin. Sit tight. I feel like something's happened to the 2 nannies at home. Lin Yi, who was driving, said seriously. What? Lin Chen looked nervously at Lin Yi, who was driving, only to see Lin Yi blink at Lin Chen. System Shouty explained to Lin Chen, they are all rewards from the system and have some connection with each other. Then drive faster while ensuring safety. Lin Chen said as he looked back at Ding Xiaoya and the babies, and couldn't help but worry about Chunmei and Xiuxiang. Arrived at Zhanghai City, number 28 Jinxiu Huafu. When bodyguard Lin Yi pushed open the door, it was quiet inside, as if no one had lived there for several days. He searched all the rooms in the house but couldn't find the two nannies. Then do you know where they are now? Lin Chen asked. Although they are just two nannies, I have developed some feelings for them after spending a few days with them. If there is danger, this is something Lin Chen doesn't want to see. Follow me, Lin Yi said as he walked towards the garage. After a while, the car arrived at the door. Lin Chen and Lin Er both got in the car. Before leaving, Lin Chen instructed Lin San and Lin Si, protect Xiaya and the babies. Zhanghai Martial Arts School. There were about 50 people in the martial arts hall, all wearing the same white training suits. The scene was quite spectacular. A scarred man sat in the middle of the gym. This was the only chair in the entire gym. I warn you, if you don't let us go today, be careful that your martial arts school will be kicked out. Chunmei raised her head, her face haggard, but she was not afraid of them at all. Looking at Xiaoxiang again, perhaps because of her delicate body, she was much weaker and leaned her whole body on Chunmei. TSK. How could such a pretty girl be so perfect? From the first day, I've been saying that our martial arts school needs two boss ladies. Have you considered this? The scarred man asked calmly. He was not afraid at all that Chunmei and Xiaoxiang would not agree. He had plenty of time. Besides, these two beautiful ladies were stranded in Zhanghai Martial Arts School. How could they want to leave? That is harder than climbing to the sky. Today is the third day, and judging from the situation, the time for them to surrender is getting closer and closer. He just didn't believe that this woman was so resistant that she would rather starve to death than obey. But in fact, Chunmei and Xiaoxiang were really that strong. On the surface, they looked calm, but in their hearts, they were calling for Lin Chen to show up quickly. 3 days ago, they were bored while shopping and saw a martial arts gym, so they went in to take a look, but once they entered, they could never leave. Not only was the cell phone stolen, but even personal freedom was restricted. What is disgusting is that the director of this martial arts school actually wants to monopolize them. The only hope lies in Lin Chen, but without a mobile phone, the news cannot be spread. Faced with the scar man's renewed pressure on her, Chunmei was extremely anxious. She might be able to resist, but Xiaoxiang beside her could not bear it anymore. If this continued, someone would die. I've thought about it, Chunmei answered promptly and clearly. The man with the scar was delighted and simply stood up from his seat, walked to Chunmei, lifted Chunmei's chin with his hand, and looked into her eyes. The moment their eyes met, Scarman felt sorry for not meeting such a beauty earlier. It was such a pity that he had only just come across such a beauty. But fortunately, it fell into his hands. Someone, come. Untie the boss ladies and bring them some preserved egg and lean meat porridge. Crash. Several apprentices came up and untied the ropes on Chunmei and Xiaoxiang. Chunmei felt much more relieved after regaining her freedom, but she still held Xiaoxiang and was cautiously on guard against the scarred man. Soon, 2 bowls of preserved egg and lean meat porridge were served. Chunmei drank 1 bowl herself and fed the other to Xiaoxiang. After they finished their bowls of porridge, their pale faces became bloodshot. Xiaoxiang, in particular, was able to stand on her own. After they finished eating, the scarred man waved his hand and laughed heartily. Zhanghai Martial Arts School is closed today to celebrate my wedding night. Wah-aha! Chunmei's next words poured cold water on Hu Zhanghai. Who agreed? You're dreaming. We'll never agree to this, you ugly bastard. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? After saying that, Chunmei and Xiaoxiang stood back to back, wary of everyone in the martial arts gym. What? You dare to play tricks on me? Okay. Come on. Send them to my room, I'll take them in now. Let's see if they're still so chaste. Scarred man Hu Zhanghai was furious and jumped up and shouted. Wait a minute. A man's voice came. Chapter 41. The boss lady is in trouble. What a familiar voice. Chunmei and Xiaoxiang smiled and called out softly, Mr. Lin. You're finally here. Yes. Lin Chen arrived just in time, and of course, he also came to Lin 1 and Lin 2. Who are you? How dare you break into my Zhanghai Martial Arts School? Your behavior is a provocation to my Zhanghai Martial Arts School. Hu Zhanghai's body flashed, and he took a fighting stance. Seeing that Chunmei and Xiaoxiang were not hurt, Lin Chen looked at Hu Zhanghai. Then he waved to Lin Yi and Lin Er. The next moment, there was a banging sound coming from Shanghai Martial Arts School. In just 5 minutes, more than 50 people were knocked to the ground. Especially the scarred man kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. "Hero, spare my life. Just treat me like a piece of shit and let me go. I have elderly parents and young children to take care of. My life is not easy." Not easy? When you wanted to forcibly occupy Chunmei and Xiaoxiang just now, why didn't you say that your life was not easy? So he took out his cell phone and dialed a number. "You finally remembered me, kid? What? You figured it out? You agreed to be my boyfriend?" A woman's voice rang out on the phone. Lin Chen shrugged awkwardly. "Senior sister. Please, I have a wife and children now. Can you be more careful with your words next time?" "Ah. When did this happen? Tell me the truth, kid," the woman on the other end of the phone yelled. Lin Chen could feel that his senior sister seemed really excited. But the other party immediately calmed down and asked, "What's the matter? Tell me. If it wasn't business, you would never come to me." It was still the senior sister who understood him. If Lin Chen had not been obsessed with Ding Xiaoya, the senior sister Luo would have almost got there first. "Sister. It's like this." As soon as Lin Chen finished speaking, senior sister Luo slammed the table and flew into a rage. "How dare someone abduct a woman in broad daylight? Wait for me." After saying that, he hung up the phone heavily. This is senior sister Luo, a carefree and decisive woman. Wait for her. Lin Chen didn't want to cause trouble, so he sent a location to senior sister Luo and asked Lin Yi and Lin Air to tie up all the uninjured people. Then he took Chunmei and Xiaoxiang away. "Mr. Lin." Yu Chunmei pointed at Lin Chen, speechless in embarrassment. It turns out that the master is quite popular, and there are women who are still infatuated with him. However, after knowing that the master is married and has children, I wonder if the other party will be very sad. Go home and don't talk nonsense. This sister Luo helped me before, and she is a very good person. Lin Chen warned them seriously. Chunmei and Xiaoxiang nodded, and even Lin Yi and Lin Air beside them looked as if they had promised not to tell. Why? What was there? Nothing at all. I was just worried that Xiaoya would start to overthink things. When Xiaoya got home, she saw Chunmei and Xiaoxiang were back. She went up to them and hugged them, saying excitedly, "Where have you all been? I was so worried. Sister. We. Cough cough." Lin Chen deliberately coughed twice, and then made an excuse, saying, "I'm going to cook for everyone." The 4 bodyguards were completely stunned. Oh my god. Young Master Lin is their master, is he asking his master to cook for him? I suddenly became at a loss, not knowing whether to stand or sit. Chunmei and Xiaoxiang were very natural, whispering to Xiaoya while playing with the baby. Finally, Lin 1 and Lin 2 went straight to the door, while Lin 3 and Lin 4 ran to the kitchen and shouted for help. In the end, Lin Chen felt that there were so many people around and so much to burn, so it was understandable to ask them to help. So I thought about teaching them cooking. It would be a good thing to have more people cooking in the future. Lin San and Lin Si started learning by washing vegetables. Everyone enjoyed the meal very much, especially Lin San and Lin Si. Not only did they help, but they also got to eat the delicious dishes cooked by Lin Chen. Chunmei and Xiaoxiang had just recovered and couldn't eat too much. They ate a little and then went back to their room to rest. Ding ling ling. The phone rang at an inopportune time. Hello? Hello? Master. It's me. Come to Zixiangshuan quickly. The boss lady is in trouble. Fatty Wang's anxious voice came from the phone. I'll be right there. Lin Chen put down his chopsticks and stood up in a flash. Swish. Lin Yi and Lin Air also stood up. Lin Chen suddenly remembered that he didn't seem to have anyone to sign in today. At this time, Debao and Erba were also rolling around on the sofa with their butts twisting. It's time to poop. Lin Chen, with his experience over the past few days, could tell what the babies needed at a glance. It only took 3 minutes to change the diapers of the eldest and second babies. Sanbao kept shouting towards Lin Chen, "Yaya. Looks like he's hungry." Lin Chen prepared milk powder for Sanbao again. Sibao just looked at him with his 2 black eyes. So Lin Chen sang a song 2 tigers for Sibao. Ding! Congratulations to the owner for completing the accompanying sign-in and receiving a ticket to the Baby Food Master contest. What is this? However, Lin Chen did not have that much time to wait for the system to explain. He hurriedly said goodbye to Xiaoya and rushed towards Zixiangshuan. Zixiangshuan. The living room was bustling with people standing there, but none of them seemed to be dining there. The proprietress Lu Piapiao and a bald man sat face to face. Lu Piapiao, I don't have the time to sit around like this. Either admit defeat or send someone out to challenge me. Otherwise, you won't have a spot in this baby food competition. Wan Cohen stroked his bald head and said cheerfully. His eyes were still looking back and forth at Lu Piapiao with a strong sense of aggression, sweeping back and forth somewhat unscrupulously. The hotel security guard nearby was indignant, but he could only worry because the other side had more people. Xiao Yu wanted to step forward several times to help the boss lady scold them, but was stopped by the chef Wang Pangzi. If I go up there, I will definitely suffer a loss. I'd better just hope that the master will arrive soon. Chef Wan, the tickets for the quadrennial baby food master competition are all issued by the competition's organizers, and each of China's 3 most famous chefs will reserve a ticket. Did you take our fatty Wang's ticket? Lu Piapiao retorted calmly. But who is Wan Cohen? If he hadn't been prepared, how could he have come here to cause trouble? No. I'm just here to inform you on behalf of the organizer that Fatty Wang from Zixiangshuan is not eligible to participate this time. It's that simple. You. The usually calm Lu Piapiao was so angry that her face turned red. This made Wan Cohen even more fascinated. He licked his lips and said, but that is not the way. For example, you accompany me. Impossible. Lu Piapiao simply refused, and a chill came over her, making her shudder. Hiss. So cold. This woman is really hard to deal with. Even this can't threaten her. So Wan Cohen proposed another condition: if it really doesn't work, you ask Fatty Wang's master Lin Chen to kneel down and apologize to my son, and let his wife stay with my son for one night. Maybe I will consider it. This. Xiao Yu was angry. Fatty Wang was angry. Lu Piapiao was also angry. The 3 of them stood up in an instant. Who's so bold? Aren't you afraid of getting your tongue bitten by such outrageous words? A voice came from the door of Zixiangshuan. Chapter 42 Competition Participation Quota. He is here. Xiao Yu was overjoyed. A smile appeared on Fatty Wang's face. Lu Piapiao nodded slightly and let out a long sigh. You're finally here. I've been waiting for you. Now I need your answer: an apology or waiting for Zixiangshuan to close down? Wan Cohen said confidently. A threat. A naked threat. But Lin Chen is not afraid of threats. Especially these righteous threats. Lin Chen really likes to confront them head-on. Bankruptcy? Why? Did Master Wan have some special tricks up his sleeve? Lin Chen's eyes narrowed into slits, a chill sweeping over him. Wan Cohen shuddered for no apparent reason, muttering to himself, what's going on? It's already past Qingming Festival, and it's still so cold? Am I really getting old? How could he know that this was the chill emanating from Lin Chen's body, and that this chill could directly affect the surrounding environment and people's feelings? So Wan Cohen pretended to be calm. I can't say there are any special means, but recently someone reported that Zixiangshuan used banned substances in the food ingredients, which is a major issue of food safety. You are shameless. Lu Piapiao scolded. Needless to say, what Lu Piapiao herself didn't know must have been Wan Cohen's doing. But when did the traitor appear in Zixiangshuan? This made Lu Piapiao fall into silence, and she was wondering who the traitor was. Oh. We ourselves don't know, but Master Wan knows everything about this. Could it be that Master Wan is involved in this? Lin Chen reached into his pocket and quietly turned on the recording function on his phone. Lin Chen has tried this method many times and it has always worked, and today will be no exception. Participate? Humph. I don't care. I'm here to tell you that there's no place for you, Zixiangshuan, in this year's Baby Food Master competition. Wan Cohen announced again calmly. His eyes swept back and forth between Lu Piapiao and Lin Chen, observing their reactions. Unfortunately, Lu Piapiao and Lin Chen's indifferent look made Wan Cohen crazy. What's going on? Aren't they anxious at all? Don't they want to participate in this competition? You know, the organizers are attaching great importance to this event and have invited almost all the talented culinary artists in China. Including these 3 famous chefs in China. Of course, Fatty Wan was omitted this time. Could it be that Master Wan has a way to help us solve the quota problem? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow at Wan Cohen. This guy is really annoying. I'm negotiating with Lu Piao, and he always interrupts. It's not impossible. Because this time I have the power to allocate quotas. Wan Kuan casually picked up a small tomato from the fruit bowl on the table and popped it into his mouth. With a light bite, some juice splashed out and spilled onto the table. Then he shook his head and said, "If you can make a baby food with these cherry tomatoes and eggs, maybe I can consider giving you a place. But except for the tomato scrambled eggs, anyone can make this combination." Really? Fatty Wan's eyes lit up and he looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded at him and ran towards the kitchen. Kitchen. Master. I plan to use this little tomato, Wang Pengzi said with a smile on his face. Because this dish has always been his specialty, now that Wan Kuan has posed this question, I believe that Fatty Wang can easily solve it. No. This dish, you do this. 10 minutes later, Lin Chen and Fatty Wan walked out of the kitchen one after another. Wan Kuan half closed his eyes and rested. All right. Open it and take a look. Wait a minute. Lin Chen stopped him. Everyone turned their eyes to Lin Chen. Lin Chen said calmly, "You said just now that if Fatty Wang makes this cherry tomato into a baby food, he will give Zixiangshuan a place in the competition. Is that what you said?" Wan Kuan was a little impatient and waved his hand. "I said it. Yes. That's easy. Open it." Lin Chen shouted to Fatty Wang. Fatty Wang carefully placed the plate he had just brought on the middle dining table, then slowly opened the lid. This. Wow. What kind of dish is this? I've been cooking for so many years, and I've never seen anything like this before. Wan Kuan was delighted when he saw the food on the plate. Is this a joke? Today is not April Fool's Day. Fatty Wan listened to what this young man said. I guess they are really going to die miserably this time. Just because Master Wan hadn't seen it didn't mean it didn't exist. Lin Chen nodded towards Fatty Wang. After receiving instructions from his master, Fatty Wang began to introduce this dish. This dish is called double yolk and is made with cherry tomatoes and egg yolks. I can't share the exact recipe details. It's suitable for babies aged 8-12 months. Master Wan, what do you think? I wonder if this will pass muster. Hiss. Is this okay? Wan Kuan didn't expect that they could make this dish by just using a little egg yolk. It was really incredible. What was originally an impossible task was now accomplished by them, which made Wan Kuan feel a little embarrassed. Passed? Fatty Wan, you dare to say that this dish is your own idea? Although this dish is good, the idea is not from Fatty Wang, so the qualification is disqualified. You can wait to be laughed at by the culinary world. Ha ha. As he said this, Wan Kuan raised his head and laughed, wanting to leave. Fatty Wang was furious and wanted to stop Wan Kuan and ask for an explanation. But Lin Chen shook his head at him, signaling him not to chase after him. Why? Fatty Wang stamped his feet anxiously. Even Lu Piao was a little confused. Could it be that she was short-sighted and could she misjudge people? Did Lin Chen retreat when he saw that the other party was rich, powerful, and famous? If we don't chase and stop them at this time, then Zixiangshuan will really lose its place in this year's competition. Lin Chen. Even a calm woman like Lu Piao couldn't help but shout. But Lin Chen remained indifferent, with a faint smile on his face, looking confident. Lin Chen was counting numbers in his mouth. 1, 2, 3. Bang! Just as the count reached 3, Wan Kuan was kicked down by someone at the door, and flew backwards and fell directly at Lin Chen's feet. Poof! Wan Kuan spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes widening. He looked at the door with dissatisfaction. A heroic police officer walked into the door of Zixiangshuan. Xiaochun. You're here. I received your recording and rushed over right away. How's it going? Senior sister, am I being nice? The police officer at the door walked towards Lin Chen. It seems that he knows Lin Chen and seems to be very familiar with him. I, Wan Kuan, covered my chest with one hand and pointed at Lin Chen and senior sister Luo Meilua with the other. Take him away. Neglect of duty, corruption, abuse of power for personal gain, or taking revenge on someone else, any one of these is enough to land you in jail for years. Scum! Luo Mei glared at Wan Kuan on the ground with disdain. No! Lu Piao suddenly stood up from behind to stop him. Chapter 43 The Mad Math Teacher. The one who came out to stop them was actually the boss lady Lu Piapiao. This was puzzling. Shouldn't Lu Piapiao hate Wan Kuan the most? Wan Kuan relied on the fact that he was the agent of the organizer of the baby food master competition and actually bullied Zixiangshuan. Now Lu Piapiao actually stopped Wan Kuan from being arrested, couldn't it be? Everyone started to make wild guesses in their minds. Boss Lu. Lu Omei is a quick-witted person, so you should ask directly. Lu Piapiao walked slowly to Lu Omei's side, pointed at Wan Kuan and said, "He bullied me, Zixiangshuan, so much. I need him to give me, Zixiangshuan, an explanation. Otherwise, I will sue him. This is your own business." Lu Omei never beats around the bush. Oh. I understand. Lu Piapiao turned around and whispered something to the bodyguard behind her. Then the bodyguards hurried away. It looked like he was going to do a certain task. This made Wan Kuan very anxious. He grabbed Lu Omei and shouted, "Police! She wants to take revenge on me, go and stop her." Lu Omei hated being told what to do the most, so she grabbed a rag from the dining table and stuffed it into Wan Kuan's mouth. Woo woo woo. No one paid any attention to him and he was taken away by Lu Omei. The farce was about to end, but Lu Piapiao and Wang Pangzi could not calm down. If they fail to participate in this baby food competition, the reputation of Zixiangshuan will be ruined. By then, Zixiangshuan will be in a state of decline. Not only will its reputation be severely damaged, but its business will also be greatly reduced. Therefore, the place in this baby food competition is very important to them. However, Lin Chen happened to have one, but he would not take it out because he felt that this spot should belong to Zixiangshuan, so he had to take it back from someone else. What should I do now? Fatty Wang closed the door of the restaurant and returned here. In such a large restaurant, there were only 3 of them left. Lu Piapiao also looked at Lin Chen with a sad face. Lin Chen raised the corner of his mouth and replied lightly, "Go to Waniuzi and get the spot back." Yes. I want to come back. Fatty Wang is not stupid. After being reminded by Lin Chen, he immediately reacted. Since Wan Kuan had tampered with their places, they should take them back from him. Let us do it this way. Let them learn this lesson. Lu Piapiao also nodded. Ding ling ling. Lin Chen's classic cell phone ringtone rang out. Hello? Fourth brother. How many days have you been away from school? Several teachers have said that if they don't see you in class next time, you'll probably fail the course. The voice of Big Carrot rang out on the phone. The second child, Xiao Bandang, and the fourth child on the side echoed together, "That's right. That's right. Oh my god. I went home and forgot about the class. I thought it would take 2 days, but it took 3, and I still had a lot to do when I got back. Okay. Let us go back to class. But what about my baby? What about my wife? What about this baby food competition? No. I need to come up with an idea." Lin Chen hurried to Jianghai University and asked the boss, who was teaching advanced mathematics. Lin Chen quickly came to the back door of the classroom and quietly slipped in through the back door. At this moment, the advanced mathematics teacher is calling out the names of the students. Wu Xiaoqi. Arrive. Xiao Zhan. Arrive. Wu Di. Arrive. Lin Chen Lin Chen. The calculus teacher called out Lin Chen twice. The classroom was quiet, everyone lowered their heads, waiting for the advanced mathematics teacher to lose his temper. Here. Lin Chen suddenly stood up from the back of the classroom and shouted, "Here." Oh? You're here? Lin Chen. You're not the type of student who likes to skip classes. Tell me, why have you missed so many classes? The calculus teacher walked down from the podium and towards Lin Chen. Absenteeism. That doesn't exist. Lin Chen straightened his back and answered loudly, "Teacher, I took a leave and just came back today." Ask for leave? Who should I ask for leave from? How come I don't know? Counselor. The calculus teacher was suddenly speechless, feeling very uncomfortable as he had a lot of anger that he couldn't vent. The postgraduate entrance exam is almost here, and you're actually asking for leave? Are you really that strict with yourself? Postgraduate entrance exam? Who said they wanted to take it? There are 4 hungry babies at home. If I put myself to the test, what will happen to them? I have a wife who needs to be pampered, so how can I let her take care of 4 babies alone? This is impossible. At least it is impossible for Lin Chen to let such a thing happen. However, Lin Chen did not refute the calculus teacher. He could say whatever he wanted. Teacher, Lin Chen is just so-so. You're doing such a thankless job. Stop worrying about him and worry more about us good students. Chi Lei, the classmate who had been opposing Lin Chen, suddenly stood up to stop him. Hiss. Lin Chen's 3 roommates immediately cast unfriendly glances at Chi Lei. Unfortunately, people like Chi Lei are naturally self-righteous and naturally don't feel threatened by that gaze. You disappoint me so much. The calculus teacher shook his head, picked up the lesson plan on the podium, and walked out of the classroom. Crash. The boss and his men immediately surrounded Chi Lei. Chi Lei. What do you mean? How did our 4th brother offend you? Chi Lei. You sissy. What the teacher says about us is the teacher's business. What's your say? Chi Lei. Do you think you're that powerful? I'm telling you, you're not even a finger of our 4th brother. Faced with the criticism from Lin Chen's 3 roommates, he became angry. Bang! He slammed the table, stood up, and pointed at Lin Chen angrily. He was still a student, and he was getting some kind of Jian high school idol? Did he think he was so cool? The 3rd brother immediately responded, of course. Chi Lei's chest rose and fell as he continued, a student is shameless enough to fall in love with a teacher, and... What? A shadow passed by. Bang! A fiery slap hit Chi Lei's face. Puff! Chi Lei spat out a tooth and pointed at Lin Chen miserably. You actually hit someone. Lin Chen approached him step by step, his face gloomy, his eyes burning with fire. Beating people? Ha ha. I also killed people. Hiss. A chill came over Chi Lei, and he shivered. His crotch tightened, and a stream of heat flowed down his body. Ha ha ha. Chi Lei peed his pants. Chi Lei peed his pants. The farce ended here, and Lin Chen had nothing to explain to his classmates. On the other hand, the classmates all looked at Lin Chen with admiration, and some even came forward to ask, how did you get the goddess? Can you tell us the secret to having quadruplets? Lin Chen scratched his head and was about to explain when a classmate ran in and shouted, oh no! The calculus teacher said there will be a calculus test tomorrow. Anyone who fails will be asked to drop out. What? Dissuade me. Chapter 44. No, you deserve it. Only a calculus teacher would come up with the idea of using exams to dissuade students from studying. Suddenly someone shouted, I know, that calculus teacher is Chi Lei's uncle. What? It seems like he has fallen into a trap this time, and Chi Lei will definitely not let it go. Maybe the idea of the advanced mathematics teacher using the exam to persuade students to drop out was also Chi Lei's. This is directly aimed at Lin Chen. The 4th one. If that doesn't work, shall we go back and give you extra lessons? Or you can give some gift to the advanced mathematics teacher. Lin Chen rolled his eyes at them and said unhappily, don't you think I'm that good? Just wait and see. I'll make it difficult for him to get off the tiger. The class was over and everyone went back to the dormitory. Lin Chen and the other 3 went straight to the principal's office. Principal's office. No way. Principal Zhang, this time I must kick that Lin Chen and his 3 roommates out of Jianghai University. Zhang Xiaoshang was surprised to hear that Chi Hutu was going to sue Lin Chen, young Master Lin. It's true that people are afraid of becoming famous just like pigs are afraid of being fat. Once this person became famous, all kinds of harassment and obstruction followed. Now it seems that Chi Hutu is the first one. I said, Lao Chi, what's wrong with you that you're arguing with him? Principal Zhang tried to persuade him kindly. After all, on one hand, they are the school's donors, and on the other hand, they are the weather vane of Jianghai University's future development. The veteran teachers of the other school, even if they have no merits, must have worked hard. Principal Zhang had to make a choice, and he must have an answer in his mind, but he didn't want to be too drastic and make other teachers feel disappointed. It's not a fight. It's just that guy is too self-righteous. Yes. Lin Chen used to have good grades, but now he often skips classes and even beats up his classmates. A person like him staying in school is a disgrace to Jianghai University. Chi Hutu became more and more excited. Enough. Get out first. Principal Zhang, with a dark face, kicked Chi Hutu out of the office. Chi Hutu turned away with a wave of his sleeves. As soon as he went out, he ran into Lin Chen and others. Without even looking up, he snorted coldly and left. Fourth brother. Did you provoke this confused Chi before this? The third brother nudged Lin Chen's arm. Lin Chen shook his head. If I put my mind on these villains, how can I still have free time? If I have that time, I might as well spend more time with my baby and wife. That's true. The three roommates nodded silently, agreeing with Lin Chen's statement. After entering Principal Zhang's office, Lin Chen made a request to Principal Zhang. Principal Zhang, I want Chi Hutu and Chi Lei to get out of Jianghai University. Chi Hutu was just confused for a moment. He has made contributions to Jianghai University. He has worked hard and tirelessly over the years. I can't be so ruthless. President Zhang continued to speak well of Chi Hutu. Although he also felt that saying this might not really work, as the principal, he also had the obligation to intercede for his employees. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen didn't give him any face at all and directly pointed out, Principal Zhang, you don't have to think too much. Chi Hutu deserves it. This has nothing to do with you. It's a grudge between him and me. Next, the boss placed the Jiangda Technology Company's business plan on Principal Zhang's desk. Principal Zhang picked it up, flipped through 2 pages, and immediately made a decision. I will not interfere in your affairs anymore. Please do as you please. He. The world is bustling with people all chasing after profit. No matter how upright Principal Zhang is, as long as he has an obsession, he will succumb to profit. President Zhang's obsession is Jianghai University, so Jianghai University is his weak point. What Lin Chen has to do now is related to the future of Jianghai University. How could he not abandon the small for the big? So, Chi Hutu became the victim. No. Chi Hutu deserves it. Then when will our Jiangda Technology Company? Now we need to select the talent, which will take some time, but we will control it within a month. Carrot, the boss in charge of this matter, spoke eloquently. Lin Chen raised a finger. No. 1 week. Okay. Thank you for your hard work. Leave the principal's office. The eldest brother asked in confusion, fourth brother. Can we finish it in a week? Stupid. The fourth child has been talking about this for a week. Is he going to shoot himself in the foot? The second child, Zaya Banshan, retorted. The third brother simply kept silent and lowered his head, thinking. This is up to you. Now is the time to test your strength, go. But the boss still wanted to say something. However, seeing Lin Chen leaving in a hurry, he could only shake his head and smile bitterly. Then I will give it a try reluctantly. Lin Chen went home and went shopping with his wife and children. This is the first time that Lin Chen has accompanied Ding Xiaoya and the children shopping. Today he wants to pick out some clothes for Ding Xiaoya and some necessary things for the children. Tianjin Square. This is the largest commercial plaza in Jianghai City, and it sells all kinds of goods. Honey, let's go somewhere else. Everything here is so expensive. Although Ding Xiaoya was born into a wealthy Ding family and had a privileged life since childhood, she has been frugal since she had her baby, knowing that money is hard-earned. Now that Lin Chen brought her to Tianjin Plaza, it was obvious that he would have to spend some money. Expensive? Only expensive is worthy of my wife and baby. Let's go. Try on any clothes you like. Lin Chen said while pushing Debao's stroller and holding Ding Xiaoya's hand. TSK. This wave of dog food was so overwhelming that the 2 nannies and 2 bodyguards behind them couldn't bear to watch it anymore. If you want to go shopping, just go shopping, but don't say disgusting things, okay? Walking into a lingerie store, Ding Xiaoya lowered her head shyly and refused to let Lin Chen in. You guys just wait for me at the door, I'll go in by myself and pick out 2 items. How can that be? Of course I get to choose my wife's underwear, that's the best way. Lin Chen shamelessly insisted on going in with Ding Xiaoya. Puff. Chunmei and Xiaoxiang shook their heads. Lin San and Lin Si stood next to the baby stroller and pretended not to see it. At this time, some customers who came out of the store couldn't help but look at the only man standing at the door of the lingerie store. Look at you. Even standing here at the door, you're a sight to behold. If you go in, won't you disrupt their business? Ding Xiaoya scolded. Then she turned around and went into the lingerie store alone and started choosing naturally. She never expected that Lin Chen also followed in and suddenly suggested in her ear, this black lace suits you. Ah! Ding Xiaoya exclaimed softly. She landed her fist on Lin Chen, scolding him, are you going to die? I told you not to come in, but you still came in. How can I choose? Humph. I'm not buying it. Having said that, Ding Xiaoya pretended to be angry and turned around to leave the lingerie store. I told you. This black lace dress suits you. This time Lin Chen said it loudly. Chapter 45, Lady's Shop shows off its skills. Swish, swish, swish. This attracted the attention of everyone in the lingerie store. What pretty, not pretty, tall, charming, mature, pure. They all looked at Lin Chen with surprise. At this moment, the waitress in the store was anxious. Where did this ancestor come from? Isn't this going to drive her customers away? Which gentleman, could you please leave? The waiter politely gave Lin Chen a signature smile. Unfortunately, Lin Chen doesn't buy it. The purpose of his coming today is to accompany his wife. As for other people, I don't care. Don't use morality to restrain me, the god-level dad Lin Chen. Lin Chen's principle is, wife first, baby most important. I told you to get out. Ding Xiaoya felt ashamed of him. She pushed Lin Chen's body with both hands, asking him to wait outside. Lin Chen waved his hand, meaning I want to go out. Now my wife Ding Xiaoya wants to buy underwear, can I just stand by and watch? Lin Chen stared at the waiter and asked. The waiter shook his head. When my wife buys lingerie, isn't the most important thing for her to like it? Well. The question was so direct that the waiter's heart started beating wildly. However, the waiter was unable to refute and nodded. Lin Chen almost found the answer and continued to ask, is there any problem with me picking underwear for my wife here? The waiter nodded subconsciously and replied, no problem. But after she finished speaking, she realized that something was wrong and she had been tricked by the other party. Crash. The customers in the lingerie store gathered around, each holding one or two pieces of lingerie in their hands. Hey, handsome guy. How do I look in this? What about me? Is pink suitable for me? My husband is like a piece of wood. I don't know how to choose underwear for myself. Handsome guy, can you help me pick one? In an instant, Lin Chen was surrounded by women. There was no trace of panic on Lin Chen's face. He calmly introduced to them one by one which model, color and style were suitable. Wow! I think you are amazing, how come you know everything? Do you think I look attractive in this? TSK. With your figure, you should just spare your husband. Can I invite you to be my personal consultant? Handsome guy. What's your WeChat ID? Can I get your contact information, please? Handsome guy. Can I have you? The more these women spoke, the more outrageous and unscrupulous they became. Ding Xiaoya, who was standing by, was so shocked that her eyes and ears turned red. Lin Chen, on the other hand, showed no reaction at all, leisurely moving between each pair of underwear. Suddenly, Lin Chen began his wonderful speech, talking eloquently. Focus everyone's eyes and attention on him. From Victoria's Secret to ancient Chinese belly bands, from young girls' vests to how older women should choose underwear. The breadth of its coverage and the breadth of its knowledge are almost unprecedented. Lin Chen didn't know why, but ever since he took the marrow cleansing pill, he could remember everything he had read, even fashion magazines. After this presentation, the lingerie store was a huge hit. Sales in just 1 hour directly accounted for the entire quarter's sales. Basically, everyone would buy what Lin Chen had explained, and they would buy several pieces at a time. The cashier was so busy that he didn't even have time to drink water. Finally, after the last customer left with today's harvest, the proprietress came to Lin Chen with a smile on her face and said, Sir, in order to repay your contribution to our store today, I will give your wife 5 pieces of underwear as gifts. Take your pick. Real? Real. Yeah. Hubby. You're awesome. Ding Xiaoya had a gloomy look on her face just now, but when she saw Lin Chen moving back and forth among the group of women, she became jealous. But after hearing what the boss lady said, all the unhappiness disappeared in an instant. But then, Ding Xiaoya suddenly quieted down, leaning over to Lin Chen's ear and whispering, Honey. Can you help me pick one too? Pick the one you like. After saying that, his face turned red all the way to the base of his neck. The proprietress was an experienced person, so she knew that they were a newlywed couple. He said, Take your time to choose. When you're done, ask our waiter to pack it for you. I'm going home from get off work now. This is a membership card. From now on, whenever you come to my place, I'll give you a 50% discount. The boss lady was in a great mood today. She had earned a quarter's profit in one day, so how could she be unhappy? 50% off for all? I'm afraid I'll have to sell it to her at a loss. But the boss lady is a good person. How does this little money compare to the benefits Lin Chen brought her today? So Lin Chen picked out 5 pieces of underwear for Ding Xiaoya, namely, black lace, pink lace, red belly band, transparent hollow, and plain color without underwire. Just these 5 styles, each one is suitable for Ding Xiaoya, which makes Ding Xiaoya very happy. It turns out that Lin Chen has so much knowledge about this. Only after she happily walked out of the lingerie store did she realize what was happening. Lin Chen, tell me the truth, how many girlfriends did you have before me? Well, this is a question from the devil. No matter how Lin Chen answers, it will be a trap. When their eyes met, Lin Chen showed a sincere smile. My little ancestor, before you, I rejected the pursuit of no less than 10 girls. How many do you want to date? You? Humph. Who would believe it? How else could you know so much about underwear? You even know more about underwear than women. Faced with Ding Xiaoya's questioning, Lin Chen touched the tip of his nose, embarrassed and not knowing where to start answering. This was obviously something I had a photographic memory from, after seeing some advertisements in magazines, that had imprinted itself in my mind. Wow! Isn't this too incredible? The magazines and advertisements I casually read can be deeply imprinted in my mind and can be applied so skillfully. Even Lin Chen himself was stunned. It was so magical. Then the next exam that Chi Hutu is going to take be easy to pass? Thinking of this, Lin Chen called Principal Zhang. Principal Zhang. Chi Hutu hasn't left Jianhai University yet, right? Not yet, but I'll have him go soon. He'll be leaving Jianhai University soon. Principal Zhang on the other end of the phone kept smiling. No, keep him for now. As long as he doesn't go too far, keep him for now. Lin Chen hung up the phone and thought to himself, if Principal Zhang fires Chi Hutu, where will he, Lin Chen, go to pretend to be so awesome? Isn't this better? If Chi Hutu wants to turn the tables, then just step on him again. Ding Xiaoya saw Lin Chen was stunned, and her heart skipped a beat. Could it be that he really? Lin Chen! You're a bastard! Ding Xiaoya angrily hit Lin Chen in the face. The punch had already been thrown and was about to hit Lin Chen's face, and Ding Xiaoya regretted it. Idiot! Get out of the way! Ding Xiaoya shouted. Chapter 46 Business Tycoon's Female Apprentice. Why don't you hide? Ding Xiaoya's eyes were filled with tears. Ding Xiaoya felt distressed when she saw this and hugged the child in her arms. No! You are the only one for me, and it will only be you. 3,000 rivers, I only take one scoop. Lin Chen held Ding Xiaoya's face, made eye contact, and confessed affectionately. Well. Really? But maybe he was thinking about something else just now. Lin Chen saw through Ding Xiaoya's thoughts, smiled and shook his head. Principal Zhang just called and talked about Chi Hutu. Oh. Knowing that she had wronged Lin Chen, Ding Xiaoya lowered her head shyly. He didn't expect that this icy beauty would be so shy in front of him. Lin Chen couldn't help but kiss her red lips. Woo woo. Ding Xiaoya patted Lin Chen's chest and said coquettishly, in public. Humph. Haha, Lin Chen laughed heartily. After picking out 5 pieces of underwear, I said hello to the waiter and left the underwear store. Since it was a gift from the boss's wife, there was no need for him to be pretentious and he accepted it with a clear conscience. Chunmei and Xiaoxiang saw them coming out at the door and couldn't wait to greet them. Sister Xiaoya, what did you buy? When he saw the bag in Lin Chen's hand, his expression was a little unnatural. How can this master be so considerate to women? It's really a blessing to be his woman. So he looked at Ding Xiaoya with envy. Ding Xiaoya did not answer directly, but whispered softly in their ears for a while, and then the 3 women ran happily in front, leaving Lin Chen alone pushing 4 baby strollers. Ding! Congratulations, master! Complete the companion sign-in and receive a business boss apprentice as a reward. Ha! Reward this? Previously, a culinary master had become his disciple, and now a business tycoon has come to be his apprentice. It seems that he will definitely become successful in the future. The 3 women in front jogged all the way to the door of a brand-name bag store. Through the window, I could tell there weren't many customers, but they were mostly wealthy. There were two big letters printed on it, LV. Ding Xiaoya stood in front of the window, looking at the bags inside with anticipation. After just a brief moment, Ding Xiaoya turned around and was about to leave. Wait a minute. At this moment, a waiter came out of the famous brand bag store. He came to where Ding Xiaoya had just stood, stretched out his hand, and rubbed the window vigorously back and forth with the sleeve of his clothes. It seemed as if Ding Xiaoya could dirty their window just by standing there. What happened? Ding Xiaoya felt the waiter's unkindness. Since you can't afford it, stay away from here. Is this something you can really see? If you look at it any longer, it will affect the experience of our customers. The waitress's mouth was like a thorn, piercing the hearts of the people in front of her. Can even the sight of them contaminate their merchandise? Besides, Ding Xiaoya didn't really have no money to buy that bag, she just couldn't bear to do it. What do you mean by I? If I hadn't seen that you were pretty, I would have called the police right now and had them arrest you for stealing. The waitress's words became more and more outrageous. This was simply an insult to her dignity. Lin Chen quickened his pace, caught up in 2 or 3 steps, and walked between the waiter and Ding Xiaoya. Don't go too far. Be careful or the glass behind you will explode. Lin Chen said, pointing to the window glass behind the waiter. Where did this old hat come from? The waitress covered her mouth and pointed at the window behind her. Country bumpkin. Do you know what kind of glass this is? You have to earn the money for this piece of glass in a year. Do you think it will explode? Before the waitress could finish her words, there was a loud noise behind her. Bang. Crash. Broken glass was scattered all over the floor. Lin Chen was quick-witted and quick-handed. He held Ding Xiaoya in his arms and used his body to block the broken glass. Fortunately, the baby is temporarily protected by bodyguards, and they are far away and pose no threat to his safety. The unlucky one was the waitress in front of him. Her face was covered with glass shards and blood was slowly flowing down her cheeks. She felt very cold in her heart. I dared not shed tears because the wet and salty taste would make the wound on my face more painful. It's over. Disfigured. What is it like to cry but have no tears? This is like to cry but have no tears. The waitress grabbed Lin Chen's arm and yelled, "Hurry up. This guy broke our glass, don't let him get away." Break it? If it weren't for her pitiful disfigured appearance, Lin Chen really wanted to kick her away. What's so hard about striking down a woman like this? You just have to be ruthless, make her remember this once and for all, don't look down on anyone. And don't talk nonsense. This glass is obviously. Lin Chen was too lazy to explain, because he had already thought of a way to deal with it. Xiaochun. Ding Xiaoya called out cautiously. Lin Chen made a reassuring gesture to Xiaoya, and then waited for the security guards from Tianjin Plaza to arrive. Who's causing trouble here? These guys are pretty fast. The waitress was squatting on the ground in pain, but she still endured the pain and pointed at Lin Chen and said, "It was him who broke our window glass and hurt me. I want them to compensate me." Did you do this? The security captain squeezed to the front and looked Lin Chen up and down. Do you think it's possible? The security captain looked around and said to Lin Chen, "No matter what, come with us to the security room." What if I say no? Don't blame me for being rude. Wait. Who is making such a fuss here? At this moment, a professional woman in an OL outfit and high heels came over here. She has a well-proportioned figure and although her face looks a little haggard, it is mostly covered by makeup. Her long hair is tied up and her facial features are delicate, making people want to kiss her. However, Lin Chen has Xiaoya by his side, so he only has admiration for such a woman and no other intentions. What are you looking at? Ding Xiaoya said coquettishly. Lin Chen did not avoid it. When I see beautiful scenery, I always want to take a closer look, but no matter how beautiful the scenery is, it can't compare to my wife. What's going on? The woman asked coldly. The security captain looked away immediately, lowered his head and said, "Mr. Yi, this is it." Oh? What's your name? Yi Qingying's eyes met Lin Chen's. Hiss. A shudder. Yi Qingying smiled sweetly when she saw Lin Chen, and Lin Chen also smiled awkwardly when he saw Yi Qingying. This woman was none other than the owner of the lingerie shop. How did she suddenly transform into the boss Yi mentioned by the security captain? Alright. It's okay. Remember this from now on. This man, Lin Chen, is my master, Yi Qingying. If you disrespect him from now on, you're disrespecting me. Go away. What? Master? When did he become her master? Lin Chen was puzzled. Could this be the reward given by the system to be his female apprentice to a business tycoon? My name is Yi Qingying. Master, please give me your guidance in the future. Chapter 47, Show Off Your Wealth, I'm good at it. In this way, Lin Chen's apprentice camp had one more member. A chef named Fatty Wang and a businesswoman named Yi Qingying. I really didn't expect that this strong woman would rent a shop in her own shopping mall and become the boss herself. Your shop? Lin Chen was a little confused. Yi Qingying blushed slightly as she softly replied, that was just for my own convenience. I didn't expect Master's actions to truly captivate me. From now on, Master, whenever you bring your mistress to this Shenzhen Plaza, you can pick anything you want and just put it on my account. How can I do that? We're all family, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. Master, this is the Diamond VIP card for Shenzhen Plaza. There are only 4 of these cards, so I'll give you one now. From now on, whenever you shop here, it's free. Yi Qingying put a dark card into Lin Chen's shirt pocket. Oh my god. Is this a good thing? Lin Chen pulled Ding Xiaoya over and raised his eyebrows. Wife. Look, from now on, you can choose any product from this Shenzhen Plaza. Without that card, can't you just let me pick whatever I want? Ding Xiaoya felt a little jealous. Yi Qingying was so nice to them, wasn't she? It made Ding Xiaoya wonder if she had any feelings for Lin Chen. How is that possible? As long as you want it, I can help you pick even the stars in the sky, let alone the small Shenzhen Square. Lin Chen waved his hand and shouted very proudly. Wow! So happy. Everyone around me is so envious. If I meet a man like this, I will never let him go. Go! I'm not that stupid. I want to give birth to a baby boy for him. Why would a healthy person give birth to a baby instead of a baby? You must be sick. Humph. What do you know? I'm going to give him a basketball team. No. If I'm going to have a baby, I'm going to have a football team. Ding. Congratulations. Your wife pampering points have skyrocketed to 1,000, and you're rewarded with a wife pampering hairpin. Lin Chen pinched it casually, and a bow-shaped hairpin appeared in his hand. He raised his hand and put it on Ding Xiaoya's hair. Not to mention that small hairpin, it made Ding Xiaoya look radiant and even her whole spirit was more than doubled. Ding Xiaoya herself exclaimed, Huh? Why do I feel so refreshed? Lin Chen touched her hair and said lovingly, This bow hairpin represents my love, it can give you the power of love. Boo! Ding Xiaoya stood on tiptoe and gently tapped Lin Chen's cheek. Even Yi Qingying couldn't stand watching this dog food. Master. Ha! This is your welcome gift. My phone number is 188XXXXXXXX. If you need anything in the future, feel free to contact me. Lin Chen took out a youth pill and handed it to Yi Qingying. Yi Qingying took it curiously and sniffed it, not knowing what it was. Ding Xiaoya ran over and whispered something in her ear. Yi Qingying's eyes lit up, and then she bowed to Lin Chen. Thank you for your kindness, master. Qingying has no way to repay you. From now on, I will only obey master's orders. Qingying will go back first. Having said that, he turned around and trotted away. No one around knew why Yi Qingying was in such a hurry to leave. Only Lin Chen and Ding Xiaoya know the secret. After hearing Ding Xiaoya talk about the magic of the pill, she couldn't wait to go back and try it. As soon as Yi Qingying left, the security captain respectfully said to Lin Chen, Mr. Lin. Please come in. Lin Chen nodded, took his wife, and pushed the babies to buy baby supplies. This baby needs a lot of different things. Xiaochun. This spoon is great. Ding Xiaoya walked happily in front. Buy 4. Lin Chen said as he put 4 spoons of the same style into the shopping cart. Xiaochun, this bib is great. Buy 4. Xiaochun, this little bell is nice. Buy 4. Wow. This baby toy car is awesome. Is our baby too young for it? Can it be used right now? Buy it, exactly 4. Before Lin Chen could call the waiter, a woman came over pushing a baby stroller and shouted to the waiter, Waiter! My son wants this stroller. Hello, ma'am, this is the one we picked first. Xiaoya was anxious. Like it? So what? Did you buy it? The woman cursed. Turning around, she pointed at Ding Xiaoya and shouted, "Ding Xiaoya! Is it really you? Who Lily?" Ding Xiaoyao also screamed. They were classmates who lived in the same dormitory back then, but now they have gone their separate ways. They didn't expect to meet each other in this baby store in Xianjin Plaza. "Did you bring your child?" Hu Lily glanced at the stroller behind Xiaoya. "Are you married too?" Ding Xiaoya pointed at the man next to Hu Lily. Hu Lily was a bit embarrassed, but she quickly replied, "What does it matter if we get married or not? We already have the fruit of our love, so what's there to be afraid of? And you, what? You gave birth to 4 children in one go? That's really impressive, no worse than a sow." "Ha ha." Hu Lily laughed heartily without restraint. Her laughter made Xiaoya very embarrassed and Lin Chen very unhappy. What's going on with this woman? Lin Chen looked back and forth at their faces. He saw that this woman was not as kind as she seemed. She was going to show off her wealth next. Really? Hu Lily handed the stroller to the man next to her, came to Ding Xiaoya, and showed her the bracelet on her wrist. A woman shouldn't just give birth to children, she should take care of herself. Look at this bracelet, it belongs to Cardillo. It's worth hundreds of thousands. As she spoke, she deliberately reached out to pick the bow hairpin on Xiaoya's head. "Hey! This hairpin is pretty. You bought it from the 2 yuan store, right? Ah, I forgot. You are the eldest daughter of the Ding family. How could you have bought it from the 2 yuan store? I guess this poor boy gave it to you." Ding Xiaoya was not surprised at Hu Lily's behavior. She was showing off. Originally, Ding Xiaoya disdained to compete with such a woman. But she also couldn't lose face for Lin Chen. She took out her cell phone and clicked on the message that Lin Chen had transferred money to her. "My husband didn't give me much, so he just gave me 990,000 yuan to spend as I like." Hu Lily came over to take a look doubtfully, and her face changed immediately. Lin Chen added, "What's wrong, honey? Isn't it enough? I'll transfer some more to you." Just as she finished speaking, Ding Xiaoya's phone vibrated and a message popped up. "Your debit card account 9,999 received 1,000,000 Huaxia yuan on April 7th, and the balance after the transaction is 1,999,931.79, Huaxia Bank." This. Hu Lily turned around with a dark face and shouted to the man, "Transfer 1 million to me quickly." Chapter 48, Dog Eyes Look Down on People. 1 million? The man immediately became unhappy. It's okay to play with Hu Lily, but if you really invest a lot, or even get emotionally involved, then it's not worth it. At least in the man's mind, Hu Lily is just a toy. "Honey, let's go to another place. Why don't we do something with that 1 million? 1 million. Give it to me or not? Are you going to just swallow this? Watching someone slap you in the face." Hu Lily stopped the man and scolded him. The man didn't say anything, but just carried the child and walked towards the entrance of Tianjin Square. How can this be? This is Hu Lily's treasure pot and coin purse. If she drives him away, it means that Hu Lily will no longer have such a supporter, and the money will naturally be gone. "Stop right there." Hu Lily's heart skipped a beat and she shouted. But the man had already chosen to leave and had no intention of looking back. Hu Lily jogged after him, but the man shook her off. Hu Lily dragged herself to her knees in front of the man, crying, "I was wrong. Please forgive me." "Wrong? Will you buy it again?" "Not buying it. Are you still being unreasonable?" "No." The farce ended here. Not only did Hu Lily fail to pretend to be smart, but she also lost all her face. He tried to act cool but ended up being bullied. Ding Xiaoya felt a little sad watching this. Is this woman worth it? Lin Chen patted Xiaoya on the shoulder and comforted her. "That's enough. This is her own choice, no one else can help her." "Okay." Xiaoya adjusted her mindset and continued shopping. "I picked out a lot of daily necessities for the babies and bought a lot of toys." The 4 babies were so happy that they danced with joy. Although they can't speak, you can tell their mood from the babbling they say. "Dabao, Daddy. Mommy. He he he. Bao, Daddy. Woo woo woo. Sanbao, Daddy and Mommy. Iya, Aya, yo. Sibao, Lin Chen kissed them on the cheek. "Okay. After I pick out things for you, it's time to buy clothes for Mom." Tianjin Square. A man and a woman were pushing 4 baby strollers, and were accompanied by 2 nannies and 2 bodyguards. This lineup and posture made people envious. Along the way, it attracted a lot of people's attention, and people talked about it. Look how happy that man is. He has a beautiful wife, 4 children, and a good family. Who says it isn't? Wife, children, money, the ultimate goal of life has been achieved. Don't you think that guy is handsome? Being handsome has nothing to do with you. How is that possible? He takes all the good things. Lin Chen and Xiaoya looked at each other and smiled. Xiaoya, let us go in and pick out some clothes. They walked to the door of the women's clothing store, and Lin Chen pointed at the beautiful spring clothes and said to Xiaoya, "Forget it. I bought so much today. Besides, I still have a lot of clothes." Xiaoya politely declined. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen directly pulled Xiaoya into the store and shouted to the waitress, "Beauty, help my wife pick some clothes, choose the good-looking ones, don't worry about the price." Wow! Overbearing. This guy must be a rich second generation. He is so willing to spend money on his wife. What a man! What a good man! If I could meet him in this life, I would be so lucky. If I had money, I could be so cool. Bullshit. He loves his wife, it has nothing to do with money. If you have money, you can do whatever you want. If you don't have money, you can only be a bootlicker. That's not necessarily true. I think you're just jealous. After hearing these remarks, Lin Chen shook his head slightly. It really had nothing to do with money. If he only had 100 yuan now, he would give it all to Xiaoya. As long as he has something, he will give it all to her. This may be the love a man has for his beloved woman. As for being a licker, that's because some people have no confidence in themselves and in women. With Lin Chen, that doesn't exist. The beautiful waitress showed her signature smile. "Sir, madam, how can I help you?" "No need. I'll just take a look." Ding Xiaoya flipped through the clothing tag. "I suddenly didn't want to look at it anymore. It starts with 3 digits. Is this clothes?" She had never spent so much money when she was the eldest daughter, but now she has 4 babies to raise, and she has long been accustomed to being frugal. So he pulled Lin Chen and was about to leave. Lin Chen did not let her have her way, pulled her back, and said to the beautiful waitress, "This one. This one. This one." "What? Today is a good day. Every time you buy one, her commission is 10%, about 100,500. He just counted out 10 pieces, right?" The beautiful waitress' eyes were shining with gold. She followed Lin Chen excitedly and grabbed all the clothes he ordered in her hands. "I don't want any of these." "What? No." The beautiful waitress didn't expect that she was actually fooled, and her mood immediately fell to the bottom. The smile on his face slowly disappeared, and he angrily threw the clothes in his hands onto the hanger and was about to yell. Lin Chen continued, "Apart from these, let my wife try all the others." Call. It would have been rude if I hadn't said it earlier. The beautiful waitress pulled Ding Xiaoya into the fitting room. For a while, several waiters in this clothing store served Ding Xiaoya exclusively. Some people pick out clothes, some help try on clothes, and some put the clothes into order after they have been tried on. It took a full hour to try it out, but Lin Chen was not idle during this hour. He accompanied the baby to ride the small train in the square and waited until the baby was tired and fell asleep before returning to the clothing store. As soon as I walked in, I heard a quarrel inside. "If you don't want to buy, don't try it. What's the point of you making us suffer?" "It's not that I really don't want to, it's that I heard Ding Xiaoya's aggrieved voice from among you." "What? Are you blaming us? If your husband hadn't been talking nonsense, we wouldn't have helped you try it. Now that you've tried it, you don't want to buy it anymore. Are you making fun of us?" "But I didn't say I had to buy it." "No. You must buy me these wrinkled clothes today. Otherwise, you can't leave." "Oh my God. Who is it? How dare you bully Xiaoya?" Lin Chen quickened his pace and ran inside. "What's going on?" "Husband." Ding Xiaoya threw herself into Lin Chen's arms aggrievedly. Although Ding Xiaoya is not that weak, she cannot withstand so many people against her alone. "Wow. I thought you ran away. It's great that you're here. Your wife wrinkled these clothes, buy them." Lin Chen was originally quite happy, but these waiters made him lose all mood. Frowning, "How much?" I don't think you can afford the original price, so I'll give you the discounted price. There are 5 wrinkled items here. A total of 15,000. What? You're bullying me. That's the price. Is this really the price? I hope you don't regret it. Lin Chen warned the other party. You country bumpkin. Can't afford it? Then don't even try it in the first place. Hurry up. Pay up and leave. Otherwise. Chapter 49, Uncle is tolerable, Aunt is intolerable. Otherwise? Why are there so many idiots in this world who threaten others at every turn? Are they so confident? Today I buy what I like, and I don't buy what I don't like. What is wrong? Lin Chen pulled Ding Xiaoya and was about to leave. Stop. The waiters were anxious and blocked their way. Xiaoyan, go call the boss. Xiaohong, quickly notify the security captain. Xiaozhang, let's stop them. Don't let them get away. The slightly fatter waiter, exuding a domineering air, opened his arms to stop Lin Chen and Ding Xiaoya. Boss. Forget it. She didn't damage our clothes. Xiaoyan reminded quietly. Those clothes were just sorted out by Xiaoyan. Not only were they not damaged, they didn't even have many wrinkles. This was completely fabricated by Du Shuang. Xiaoyan. Shut up. Learn this. If you don't, your bonus this month will be deducted. Just take the 1,500 yuan minimum wage. If they run away, your salary will be deducted. Du Shuang lectured Xiaoyan with an unhappy look on his face. How could Xiaoyan live on 1,500 yuan? She was just a recent graduate, planning to start from the grassroots level, so she came to Tianjin Plaza and found a sales job. Now the supervisor is doing something that goes against their conscience and asking Xiaoyan to do the same. She really can't agree with it. Then I won't participate. As a result, the supervisor not only deducted the bonus, but also the salary. This is too much. All the grievances of these days suddenly came out, and Xiaoyan's eyes suddenly became moist. Lin Chen knew from the badge that the woman in front of him was called Du Shuang. Hey! Once this person becomes self-righteous, she is fearless and thinks she is the boss. There is no problem in stopping Lin Chen, the key is that they have to have a reason to stop him. Lin Chen would definitely not agree to such a forced sale. He just wanted to buy more clothes for Xiaoya and didn't care about the price, but that didn't mean he would be a sucker. These women were clearly veterans, likely dealing with forced sales on a regular basis. Du Shuang, in particular, remained unfazed by this situation. Her commanding proficiency wasn't something one could develop overnight. And he even bullies newcomers, which makes Lin Chen even more angry. Run? Why should I run? If I hadn't seen you were a woman, I would have slapped you. Lin Chen frowned. I didn't want to be ostentatious at first. I just wanted to buy clothes quietly and leave. Now not only can you not buy clothes, but you are also framed and forced to buy and sell clothes. I can tolerate my uncle, but I can't tolerate my aunt. Xiaochen, let me do it. Ding Xiaoya changed her weak appearance and exuded the temperament of a cold and strong woman. Your name is Du Shuang, right? Yes. Snap. The slap was so loud and fiery. Du Shuang widened his eyes and stood there in a daze, touching his burning cheek with one hand. He no longer had the momentum he had just had. Ding Xiaoya clapped her hands and said to herself, it turns out to be a paper tiger. Wow! Someone's coming. Someone's getting beaten. Du Shuang yelled. She showed off her womanly tricks, sitting on the ground with her hair disheveled, and yelling. Du Shuang's shouting attracted several colleagues from the clothing store and also attracted several passing customers at the door. Suddenly, more and more people gathered. Lin Chen quietly sent a message to Lin Yi and Lin Air, leave one to protect the baby, and come to the door of a women's clothing store called Givenchy to wait for pickup. Don't let too many people come and hurt Xiaoya, so be absolutely sure. Who hit someone? The security captain came running over, followed by a dozen or so security guards. Captain of security. Hurry! It's them! Not only did they ruin our clothes while trying them on, but they also tried to escape. Now they're hitting people. Arrest them! Du Shuang swiftly stood up from the ground, pointing his finger at Lin Chen and Xiaoya and shouting. Really? Let me see who is so arrogant, I don't believe it. When the security captain saw those two faces, his expression was quite clever. He secretly congratulated himself. Didn't I curse just now? Shoo. That was a close call. It's all because of that bitch. It's the same trick every time. This time, I'm sure she'll hit a wall. The security captain immediately saluted Lin Chen, then bowed 90 degrees, shouting, I'm sorry. I didn't know it was young Master Lin. Please calm down. Lin Chen didn't want to say anything more. This had nothing to do with the security captain. Lin Xiao? Cool down? Du Shuang asked in confusion, Captain Zhang. What's wrong with you? When did you become polite here? Do we need to be so polite to people like this? They're not only poor, but they also lack self-awareness. They have no money, yet they come to our luxury store to try on clothes. What else can we say but vanity? Poor? Vain? If even young Master Lin is poor, then there will be no rich people. Just now, he heard that Lin Xiao had transferred 1 million yuan in cash to his woman without blinking an eye. You have to know that in an era where cash is king, what does it mean to transfer 1 million yuan so casually? This means that he has 10 or 100 times more funds than this 1 million. Captain Zhang remained silent because he didn't want to offend Lin Chen or lose his job. His boss had just called young Master Lin Master. TSK. Is this an ordinary person? I can't afford to offend him. Seeing that Captain Zhang pretended not to hear, she turned her gaze to Ding Xiaoya again, opened her arms, and was about to attack Ding Xiaoya. It seems that the beating was too light and had no deterrent effect on her at all. She dared to attack Xiaoya? She was simply asking for her own death. Suddenly a tall figure blocked her way, and it was like hitting a wall, which hurt her so much. Ah! Du Shuang covered his nose and screamed in pain. Ha ha! The people watching nearby burst into laughter. This woman deserves it. Not only does she look down on others, but she also hits customers. She is so arrogant. Are you guys done with business? What are you doing here? A middle-aged man walked over. A group of sales clerks nearby saw the middle-aged man and ran back to their respective stores. The spectators gathered here also made way for a passage. Manager Lee, please judge for yourself. They just looked at the clothes and didn't sell them. They even damaged our clothes. We asked them to make some compensation, but not only did they not pay, they even beat us up. Manager Lee, you handle this matter. Du Shuang said angrily. Oh. Manager Lee was a smart man and did not rush to draw conclusions. Instead, he looked Lin Chen and Ding Xiaoya up and down, evaluated them from the bottom of his heart, and then made a choice. Ha! Manager Lee suddenly saw Captain Zhang, the security team leader, standing respectfully beside him. Captain Zhang? So free today? Come take a look around? Manager Lee teased Captain Zhang with a forced smile. Snort! Old fox! Captain Zhang muttered in his heart, turned around and ignored him. This made Manager Lee feel troubled. Could it be that these two people were relatives or friends of Captain Zhang? Manager Lee, you have to make the decision for me. Seeing that Manager Lee didn't respond, Du Shuang continued to put pressure on him. Chapter 50 You Should Apology. This young woman usually gave him many benefits, and on several occasions she even let a middle-aged man like him have a taste of youth. That smell. Manager Lee still remembers it vividly. But something seemed a little wrong today. Captain Zhang, who was usually selfless and prided himself on upholding justice, remained silent and refused to take sides. This in itself is problematic. But this man and woman looked ordinary. Although they were good-looking, the clothes they were wearing were no more than 200 yuan for the man and no more than 500 yuan for the woman. Their lives are obviously incompatible with the goods here. So what if I offend someone once? Having made up his mind, Manager Lee began his performance. You. Pay the money and I'll let you go. Otherwise. See you at the police station. Simple and neat. Du Shuang's eyes suddenly lit up. So awesome, this is what a real man is. Manager Lee was also attracted by Du Shuang's charming eyes, and the two began to secretly flirt with each other. Compensation. Why should I pay? Ding Xiaoya asked coldly. But Lin Chen did not leave. Instead, he let go of Ding Xiaoya's hand and walked into the Givenchy store. Bang bang bang. The clothes hangers inside were smashed to pieces by Lin Chen, and even the computer at the cash register was smashed. This. Du Shuang and Manager Li were both dumbfounded. What was going on? If the boss found out, they'd be in big trouble. Now, even if the customers are really responsible, they cannot escape responsibility for these losses. Quick! Stop him! Manager Li shouted to Captain Zhang. Captain Zhang ignored him. Where was that arrogant attitude from earlier? Now he's begging for help. But even if Manager Li knelt down and begged, he would not stop him. Isn't that asking for trouble? Even the boss has to call him master, how can you offend him? Captain Zhang even took the opportunity to send a message to the boss to report the situation here. Seeing that Captain Zhang refused to help, Manager Li had to do it himself. If Lin Chen continued to smash it, not only Givenchy would suffer losses, but the entire Tianjin Plaza would also be affected. The impact will spread from 1 person to 10, and from 10 to 100, and then this mall will no longer need to be open. If anyone doesn't take action, I'll dock their wages until all the wages are gone. Seeing that Captain Zhang didn't respond, Manager Li gave orders directly to the security guards. It's true that the higher the rank, the more powerful one is. They are forced to make a living, and it is really not easy for them to have a job. Since the leader has spoken, they have no choice but to follow his orders. Wait a minute. I'm the security captain. Listen to me, no one is allowed to go. Captain Zhang had already made his choice and decided to help Lin Chen. Well. The security guards who had just begun to compromise looked at each other and stopped. Manager Li was furious and took out his phone. In less than 5 minutes, 10 yellow-haired men appeared in Tianjin Square. Crash! 10 yellow-haired men came up together, rolled up their sleeves, and swung their fists to hit Lin Chen. No! Ding Xiaoya covered her face with one hand, not daring to look any further. If Lin Chen was beaten by these 10 yellow-haired guys together, he would probably have to stay in bed for 10 days or half a month without being able to get out of bed. Ding Xiaoya didn't dare to imagine further. At this moment, she didn't know where she got the strength from. She pushed away the yellow-haired man in front of her and blocked Lin Chen. Her subconscious intention was to use her body to help Lin Chen block as much as she could. Someone threw a ball at Ding Xiaoya's feet. Ding Xiaoya slipped, her body tilted, and she cried out, "Ah!" Seeing Ding Xiaoya's head hitting the ground, Lin Chen felt a pain in his chest. He didn't know where he got the strength from, but he pushed aside 4 or 5 yellow-haired people on his body and put his body underneath Ding Xiaoya before she fell to the ground. With a muffled sound, Ding Xiaoya fainted. Who? Lin Chen's eyes were red as he scanned the surroundings and questioned. No one dared to speak, as they were frightened by looking at those red eyes. Those yellow-haired men saw the anger in Lin Chen's eyes, and having just felt the power of Lin Chen, no one dared to respond to him. Lin Chen activated his eye of prediction and discovered that Ding Xiaoya had been fine for the past few hours and was in perfect health. She had just been slightly frightened. Worried about Lin Chen's safety, she had fainted from the overstimulation. Who is it? Lin Chen roared again. No voice answered. Manager Li, however, stepped out from behind the yellow-haired man with disdain and said sarcastically, "She asked for this. Would this have happened if she hadn't rushed over? And don't even think about leaving today. You have to compensate me for all the losses here. Otherwise, spend a few years in jail." Hey! Another threat. Lin Chen hates threats the most, especially the kind that comes from blind confidence and overestimating one's own capabilities. Pay? Of course, I did a preliminary estimate, at least 5 million. Manager Li thought he was worth 2. Look. Even though I took action myself, he still gave in and accepted the punishment. He. 5 million, I guess they can take half of it. Manager Li even imagined the follow-up of this compensation. Okay. I'll pay. Lin Chen said coldly. Ha. Wouldn't it be better if you could just learn your lesson sooner? You have to make this situation so catastrophic. Manager Li said self-righteously. Du Shuang also stepped forward and said sarcastically, "Who said it wasn't true? If you had admitted the loss earlier, you wouldn't have to pay so much. Come on, keep an eye on him and don't let him get away." But Lin Chen suddenly changed his tone and looked back and forth between Du Shuang and Manager Li. He said coldly, "Before that, I want you to apologize to my wife." What? Are you crazy? Du Shuang looked unhappy. However, because she was afraid of Lin Chen's gaze, she immediately hid behind Manager Li. Unreasonable. Manager Li still looked very arrogant. You were the first to slander me, so you should apologize. You were indiscriminate, so you should apologize even more. You look down on others, so shouldn't you apologize? You're bullying me, and I won't stop until I apologize. Lin Chen has endured to the extreme. Smashing the Givenchy just now was just the beginning. He wanted to make this woman lose her job, and make Manager Lee lose his current job. He wanted to make sure those who deserved it were punished. Roar! Lin Chen roared angrily, his body flashed, and one hand pinched Du Shuang's neck, hanging her whole body in the air. Cough, cough. Due to difficulty breathing, Du Shuang's face turned red and he coughed violently. And he looked at Manager Lee beside him for help. Manager Lee certainly couldn't just stand by and watch his lover being treated like this. He waved his hand and said, "Go and help. If you don't work, you 1T get a penny." When they heard that today's work would be in vain, the yellow-haired guys vented their anger on Lin Chen. No! That guy seemed to be unable to do it, so his target shifted to the unconscious Ding Xiaoya. But when they approached Ding Xiaoya, a taller figure blocked their way. Stop! Chapter 51. Don't give yourself to me. Stop? Where did this big idiot come from? Did this person fail to understand the situation, or was he just stupid enough to help them and go against Manager Lee of Tianjin Plaza? Right. Standing in front of Xiaoya was Lin Yi, who came in after receiving the news from Lin Chen. It's just that Lin Chen has always been by his side, so he didn't take any action. If someone wants to take advantage of the situation now, it will be impossible for him to succeed. Stupid big guy. Get out of the way quickly and don't get in my way. The yellow-haired guys are all hooligans, and they usually make a living by standing up for others. So when they encounter such things, they usually make a quick decision, then take the money and leave. Unfortunately, they were not so lucky today. Get out of here. I don't want to kill innocent people. Lin threatened them expressionlessly. Wow. This big idiot has quite the personality. Manager Lee was worried about Du Shuang, but he also wanted to resolve this matter quickly. Otherwise, if it got out, it would have a bad impact on Tianjin Plaza. And then, if it got to the boss's ears, it would be bad too. While attracting the attention of the big guy, he winked at the yellow-haired guys, asking them to finish the battle quickly. Unfortunately, Lin Yifeng remained calm and unmoved, like a mountain blocking their way, unable to cross. Kill him. Manager Lee had lost his patience and was barking orders at Huang Mao. Superior. Crash. Form a Chinese character shape. Lin Chen was not in a hurry. On the contrary, he wanted to see how strong Lin Yi was. Stop it. Swish, swish, swish. Everyone looked towards the door. A graceful figure came towards the side. It's Yi Qingying, the owner of Tianjin Plaza. Boss Yi seemed a little different today. His skin was more delicate and smooth, there were no more crow's feet on his face, and his temperament became more refined. She looks like a completely different person. No, she looks a lot younger. Her face is full of collagen. Of course Lin Chen knew why she became like this. It was all thanks to the strengthening pill he gave Yi Qingying. Why is she here? Manager Lee first looked at Captain Zhang, then looked at Du Shuang, who was thrown to the ground by Lin Chen, frowned, and had a bad premonition. He immediately went up to him and said, "Mr. Yi, why are you here? There's something small happening here, I can fix it right away." Yi Qingying didn't even look at him and walked straight towards Lin Chen. Manager Li's heart skipped a beat and he looked at Du Shuang. Du Shuang understood what he meant and immediately got up from the ground and ran to Yi Qingying, crying, "Boss Yi, you have to make the decision for me. This man and this woman are not only." The vicious Du Shuang used all the bad words to describe Lin Chen and Xiaoya, as if these two people were her enemies and she wanted to suppress them to death. But Mr. Yi's expression is wrong. She smiled and faced the man. Yi Qingying smiled at Lin Chen, then bowed gently and said sweetly, "Master, how are you? Your disciple greets you." Master. Disciple? Everyone looked confused. What's going on? God, are you kidding me? Did Ji Yi just call that man master? Bang bang bang. Du Shuang suddenly felt his heart beating violently, and looked at Manager Li with horror. But Manager Li was no better than him. He was a 180 centimeters tall man with trembling legs and was saying something incoherently, but no one could hear him clearly. It's over. Du Shuang's body collapsed and he sat on the ground with lifeless eyes. He could no longer hear what the people around him were saying. Lin Chen picked up Xiaoya from the ground and said to Yi Qingying expressionlessly, "You deal with the problem here, I'll wait for you in your office." When he walked to Du Shuang was so scared that he sat on the ground unable to control himself. Lin Chen shook his head and walked to managerly again. Lin Chen raised his foot and kicked him down. Whom? With a soft cry, managerly fell to the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your sign-in is complete, and you are rewarded with Fan Li's business acumen. Please check it out. Fan Li's business acumen? Hey! You came just in time. Yi Qingying has become my disciple, but I don't even know what to teach her. Isn't this a good opportunity to teach her how to do business? This kick was a good one, showing a top-level skill. If Fan Li's business acumen were given to an ordinary person, it would be enough to change his life. Lin Chen hugged Ding Xiaoya and left in a hurry. Behind them, Chunmei and Xiao Shan pushed 4 strollers, and Lin Yi and Lin Er were at the back, bringing up the rear. Captain Zhang immediately sent a smart security guard to lead Lin Chen. Bang! Lin Chen kicked open the door of Yi Qingying's office. The young security guard immediately closed the door and stood guard at the door. Of course, Lin Yi and Lin Er were also standing at the door. Lin Chen put Xiaoya on the sofa and whispered in her ear, "You can open your eyes now." It turned out that Lin Chen had known that she had woken up. However, she was too shy to be held in his arms. Xiaoya pushed Lin Chen away and said with a giggle, "It's all your fault." He. I didn't see it. Chunmei turned her head away, while Qiu Xian was completely focused on the baby. Xiaoya quickly jumped up from the sofa, came to the baby, and checked them one by one to make sure they were not accidentally injured. Although the reason why Ding Xiaoya was able to escape the disaster just now was related to Lin Chen's timely protection, when Ding Xiaoya fell to the ground, Lin Chen saw a flash of light from the bow hairpin. This bow hairpin turns out to be something like a talisman. From now on, you are not allowed to leave this bow tie. You must wear it at all times, understand? Lin Chen instructed seriously. Ding Xiaoya rolled her eyes at him, "I know. Stop nagging." Lin Chen shrugged, sat bored in Yi Qingying's seat, and crossed his legs. Ding Xiaoya thought Lin Chen was angry, so she put the bao down and came to Lin Chen, cautiously testing him, "Hey. Are you not angry?" "Angry? Why should I be angry?" Lin Chen's eyes were focused on the window. This is a 16-story building, and there was a person hanging outside the glass window. The person was wearing work clothes and a safety helmet, and was working hard to wash the glass. At this time, Ding Xiaoya thought Lin Chen was really angry, so she plucked up the courage to kiss Lin Chen on the mouth. Snap! Ha! The cleaner outside the window was stunned. He didn't expect to encounter such a good thing today. When Ding Xiaoya looked up and followed Lin Chen's gaze to look out the window, she realized that everything she had just done was seen clearly by someone. Call. Fortunately, she didn't do anything else. Ding Xiaoya went to play with the babies with a red face. Not long after, Yi Qingying came back. As soon as she came in, she said to Lin Chen, "Master, I have handed those 2 people over to the police. Please rest assured that they will receive corresponding punishment." That's good. Thank you for your hard work. This was the first time that Lin Chen spoke to Yi Qingying so politely, and Yi Qingying's happy face was like a blooming flower. It's not hard. I still want to thank Master. But I have nothing to repay him. No. Please don't commit yourself to me. Ding Xiaoya blurted out anxiously. Chapter 52, The Treasure of the Business World. Well. Ding Xiaoya refused, which made the atmosphere very awkward. It has to be said that Yi Qingying has a good impression of Lin Chen, but Lin Chen always deliberately avoids her. Now that Ding Xiaoya said this, it was as if the clouds had cleared and the sun was shining. There seemed to be less distance between the 3 of them. "Qingying, come here. Since you call me master, I must give your disciple a greeting gift." As he spoke, Lin Chen threw a book to Yi Qingying. This master was too stingy, wasn't he? Just a book as a gift? Even Ding Xiaoya couldn't stand it and reached out to take it back. At least it should be jade or jewelry or something. Isn't it embarrassing to give someone a book as a gift? Fan Li's business strategy. Yi Qingying's eyes lit up and she immediately flipped through a few pages. The more she read, the more excited she became. She slammed the book shut and stuffed it in her arms. "Thank you, master." Ah. This left Ding Xiaoya stunned. What was going on with these 2? One gave a book as a gift, and the other was so happy to receive such a gift. Could it be that there really is some unspeakable secret between them? So Ding Xiaoya started to have wild thoughts again. Lin Chen saw all of Ding Xiaoya's thoughts, shook his head, and said to Yi Qingying, "Qingying, show the book you just read to your master's wife." Well, it was so embarrassing to be pointed out by Lin Chen. What's the point of calling her master's wife? Just call her Xiaoya. Sister Xiaoya, this may be insignificant to you, but it is a treasure to me. Please don't make fun of me. Yi Qingying took it out carefully from her arms and handed it to Ding Xiaoya. Ding Xiaoya took a quick look and was shocked. What is this? Fan Li's business strategy. This. Ding Xiaoya glanced at Lin Chen and was a little shocked. How could he have this thing? And he even generously gave it to Yi Qingying. She was the eldest daughter of the Ding family, and she knew a thing or two about the treasures of the business world. This Fan Li's business art is a legendary existence, and no one has ever seen it. Ding Xiaoya had seen this introduction in a miscellaneous book. The 7 Treasures of China were Fan Li's Business Manual for Business, Ding's Butcher's Knife for Cooking, Boya's Guqin for Music, The Yellow Emperor's Internal Classic for Medicine, The Magic Brush for Art, Shinnong's Classic for Planting, and Linglong Chess Game for Chess. In fact, the strongest one is the 8 diagrams of the Book of Changes, and Lin Chen's Eye of Prediction is the strongest among the strong. Yi Qingying saw that Ding Xiaoya had an unusual reaction and kept holding her hand tightly, with no intention of letting go. This made Yi Qingying very anxious. What is this? Didn't we agree that we were only going to take a look? Unable to pull it back no matter how hard he tried, Yi Qingying had no choice but to turn his gaze to his master Lin Chen. Lin Chen patted Ding Xiaoya's small hand gently and pulled her into his arms. He whispered in her ear, "If you want it, I'll give it to you tonight." Ding Xiaoya blushed, pushed Lin Chen away, and said coquettishly, "What do you want?" "I also want Fan Li's business strategy. This is something that countless businessmen dream of. Of course, some low-level businessmen cannot even access it. Even if this book is thrown to them, they will not know that it is a treasure. But Ding Xiaoya is different. She comes from a large family and has received a good education since childhood. Of course she knows the importance of Fan Li's business art." Lin Chen replied awkwardly, "These things are all in my mind. I said I would teach you in the evening, what are you thinking about?" Well. At this moment, Ding Xiaoya wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. It was so embarrassing. Fortunately, Yi Qingying was magnanimous. She put the book back, walked up to Ding Xiaoya, took her arm and said, "Sister Xiaoya, if you want to read it, I can show it to you when I get back." It's okay. Lin Chen is all in his mind, so there is no need. Ding Xiaoya's face was red all the way to the depths of her neck. Yi Qingying was grateful to Lin Chen from the bottom of her heart. She had never expected that this master whom she had chosen on a whim would be so generous and trusting. Then Yi Qingying will definitely not let Lin Chen down, and she plans to treat him sincerely. At this time, a secretary rushed in a panic and shouted, "Mr. Yi!" The organizers of the competition asked for more funds, but when the secretary saw that there was another outsider in Yi Qingying's office, he shut his mouth and didn't know what to do. Yi Qingying waved to the secretary, "We are all family here, go ahead and speak." "One of us?" The secretary was stunned. Mr. Yi has always been a loner and rarely trusts others. The secretary was a little surprised that the 2 people who suddenly came were his own people. But I was also a little happy that Mr. Yi would finally not be so lonely anymore and would have friends. But what kind of friends could this man and woman be to Mr. Yi? Lin Chen and Ding Xiaoya looked at each other. They didn't expect that Yi Qingying really treated them as her own. Lin Chen was secretly delighted, it seemed that he had judged the person correctly. The secretary adjusted himself, and then slowly said, "Mr. Yi, the organizer of the Baby Food Master competition suddenly sent a letter saying that the funds for the competition are insufficient, and we need our main sponsor to increase the sponsorship funds." Baby Food Master competition? Lin Chen was delighted. It turned out that Yi Qingying was the main sponsor behind this competition. Then that matter would be easy to handle. Yi Qingying frowned, how could they go back on their word? The original contract clearly stated that it was impossible to tell them. Yes. The secretary turned and left. Wait a minute. Lin Chen called the secretary back. "Master?" Yi Qingying exclaimed softly. "Master?" The secretary was even more confused. Mr. Yi actually called this young man master? Lin Chen said calmly, promise them. Yi Qingying said to her secretary without thinking, promise them and add another 10 million. All right. But there is a condition. Condition? Swish, swish, swish. 3 pairs of eyes were fixed on Lin Chen, waiting for his next words, but unfortunately Lin Chen actually stopped. Ding Xiaoya stomped her feet, just tell me. Ha ha. Sometimes you can't pretend. Look. You've made your wife anxious. Give one a spot in the baby food supplement competition. He gave himself one from the system and asked for another one for Fatty Wang, so that both he and Fatty Wang could participate in the competition. Okay. Secretary Wang, I'll leave this to you. Go ahead and do it. Yi Qingying gave the order, and Secretary Wang hurried away. Just a few words, and another 10 million was invested? Secretary Wang shook his head slightly. How could she know that the book that Lin Chen had just given Yi Qingying was worth more than 10 million? Even if it was 100 million, Yi Qingying would not exchange it with anyone else. Of course, Lin Chen would not let Yi Qingying suffer any loss, as that would make it seem like the master was taking advantage of his disciple. Qingying, give me your account number. I'll pay you the 10 million. As he spoke, Lin Chen took out his phone and wanted to add Yi Qingying as WeChat. No. No thanks. Master. I can give it to you. Yi Qingying refused. Chapter 53, Teacher Appreciation Banquet. Woo woo woo, there was a baby crying sound at the door. Lin Chen was the first to run out and held her Bao in his arms. The second baby is also strange. As long as he is held in Lin Chen's arms, he will never cry again. It's really amazing. The pair of black eyes looked at Lin Chen with a grin. Yi Qingying also ran out of the office and was stunned when she saw the scene in front of her. Master. Are these 4 babies all your children? Ding Xiaoya nodded on behalf of Lin Chen and answered, yes. These 4 are Lin Chen and I's children. They are quadruplets. Wow. So cute. So adorable. Yi Qingying stepped forward, pinching Debao's face, scratching Erbao's nose, patting Sanbao's butt, and finally wanted to hug Sibao. Under Ding Xiaoya's careful teaching, Yi Qingying held Sibao as she wished. Suddenly, an idea came to her, Master. I have an idea. Can we let the babies be the image ambassadors of this baby food competition? Well. Lin Chen subconsciously looked at Ding Xiaoya. After all, Xiaoya was the child's mother, so he still had to ask for her opinion. Of course, my babies aren't flowers that grow in a greenhouse. They will all leave us in the future. Besides, I have Lin Chen, so I'm not afraid. Ding Xiaoya answered politely. Good one, I'm not afraid. Lin Chen felt warm in his heart. Yi Qingying's heart was filled with jealousy, but at the same time, she also felt warm. She was happy for her master to have such a good woman. Okay. Let's take a few photos of the babies first, and then we'll go eat, Yi Qingying suggested. Good. Next, they were taken to an empty room filled with photography equipment. It seems that this is the special advertising room of Tianjin Plaza. I heard that they have their own professional advertising department, and it seems to be true. Yi Qingying came in person with a SLR camera. She was dressed in professional attire and had her hair tied in a ponytail, looking very capable. I didn't expect that Yi Qingying had this side. After an afternoon of taking photos, the babies were extremely happy. Lin Chen and Ding Xiaoya also took quite a few photos. There were also family photos. Finally, Lin Chen and Ding Xiaoya selected 5 photos for Yi Qingying to use as the image for this baby food competition. Therefore, a condition was added to the letter to the organizer: the image ambassador would be provided by the main sponsor. In this way, all matters were finally finalized, and Lin Chen got the spot in the baby food competition that belonged to Fatty Wang without much effort. Master. Where should we eat? Yi Qingying asked Lin Chen for his opinion. Let's go to Zixiangshuan. That's my base. Okay. I go there often too. It's been a while since I've tasted Fatty Wang's cooking. Yi Qingying didn't know that Fatty Wang's cooking skills had improved, and that Lin Chen beside him was Fatty Wang's master. Lin Chen called his 3 roommates at the same time. Hello. Boss, Zixiangshuan, room 222, come and have dinner. Without waiting for the boss to ask, Lin Chen hung up the phone. Hee hee, I wonder what their reaction will be when they see Yi Qingying. As for whether they can succeed, it depends on themselves. Thinking of this, Lin Chen pulled Latin xiaoya. Call your two colleagues as well. Why did she call them? Ding Xiaoya thought that today was Yi Qingying's teacher appreciation banquet, and it seemed a little inappropriate to call her colleagues. Lin Chen simply whispered in her ear for a while. Ding Xiaoya secretly glanced at Yi Qingying, and after figuring out what was going on, she sent a message to Zhou Jie and Guan Jia. Zhanghai University, Music Department Office. Zhou Jie and Guan Jia were packing up and preparing to go home. Hey! Guan Jia, your phone is vibrating. Is that guy asking you out? Zhou Jie teased. No way. It's probably just another spam message. Well, let alone meeting a man as good as Lin Chen, even ordinary men don't flirt with us. What do you think is wrong with us? Guan Jia said indignantly. Ha ha. Just be envious. Hey. Maybe you'll meet your Prince Charming today. Zhou Jie joked. Do. At this time, the cell phone in Zhou Jie's pocket also vibrated. He took it out and looked at it, and said to himself, it was sent by Xiaoya. Look. Guan Jia moved closer curiously. Come to dinner tonight at 6 o'clock, Zixiangshuan, room 222. Zhou Jie opened her phone and read the text word by word. Wow. Zixiangshuan. Oh my god. Such a high-end restaurant, I've never been there before. Does Ding Xiaoya go there every day? It's a pity that she only sent you a message to invite you. Guan Jia looked depressed. Zhou Jie immediately reminded her, didn't you also want a message just now? Open it and take a look. Guan Jia hurriedly opened his phone and jumped up excitedly. After the two of them were happy, they looked at each other and then looked at their phones. There's still an hour and a half left, go back and dress up, there's still time. So the two of them quickly left the office and ran home. 6 o'clock in the evening sharp. Zixiangshuan, box 222 is full of people. Lin Chen sat in the main seat, with Ding Xiaoya on his left, Yi Qingying on his right, Zhou Jie and Guan Jia on the right, followed by the eldest Luobo, the second Xiaobench, and the third. At the other side table were 4 bodyguards, 2 nannies, and 4 babies. Come. Let me say a few words. Yi Qingying said, holding up the wine glass. The box suddenly became quiet. Today is my thank you banquet for my master. I used to think I was a strong woman, so arrogant and conceited that I had no friends. Then, his tone shifted, but since I met my master Lin Chen, he's made me realize how insignificant I am and how much I still have to learn. He's given me the most precious things, and I have no way to repay him. Thank you, master. As he spoke, Yi Qingying drank all the wine in the glass. Master. The 3 roommates looked at Lin Chen in confusion. This 4th brother is incredibly resourceful. When did he kidnap a beautiful woman and become her master? The 3 roommates all gave Lin Chen a thumbs up. Zhou Jie and Guan Jia also quietly reminded Ding Xiaoya, be careful that your man might be robbed. Ding Xiaoya just smiled and passed it off. Seeing Yi Qingying drink the wine in the glass, Lin Chen also stood up and drank the wine in one gulp. Yi Qingying is the boss of Tianjin Plaza and also my apprentice. I asked everyone to come out today so that we can get to know each other and avoid being left alone by chance. As he spoke, Lin Chen winked at his 3 roommates. But these 3 fools didn't understand Lin Chen's meaning. The eldest one even asked, what's wrong? 4th brother, are your eyes uncomfortable? Lin Chen was so angry. They used to always help him find girlfriends. That enthusiasm. Why is it gone now? My eyes are also uncomfortable, I am uncomfortable, sister. Who's feeling unwell? No one at Zixiangshuan has ever been unwell. The door to the private room was pushed open, and a beautiful figure floated in. Chapter 54 Fatty Wang strives for the runner-up. Lu Piao Piao. Yi Qingying stood up in a flash. In the Zhanghai business world, no one doesn't know Yi Qingying, and no one doesn't know Lu Piao Piao. One is the ice beauty in the business world, and the other is the thorny rose in the business world. No one would have thought that one day, these 2 beauties would appear because of the same person. Yi Qingying. The collision between 2 beauties was surprisingly dull. After exchanging glances for a while, Lu Piao Piao withdrew her gaze and walked towards Lin Chen. Xiao Chen. You brought your friends here without informing me so I could have Fatty Wang prepare earlier. Ha ha. It's all the same. Do you want to sit down and eat together? Lin Chen greeted Lu Piao Piao politely. Karma. How come he knows everyone? Especially the three roommates, they really looked at Lin Chen with new eyes. At this time, the dishes had been served, and the last dish was brought in by Fatty Wang. Fatty Wang? Yi Qingying? However, Fatty Wang still walked around Yi Qingying and came to Lin Chen. He placed the dish in front of Lin Chen and called out respectfully, "Master. This is a new dish I have researched. Please give me some advice." Master? My master has other disciples? That's not right. Fatty Wang is one of the three most famous chefs in China. Is there anyone whose cooking skills are better than Fatty Wang's? Lin Chen nodded, took the chopsticks handed to him by Fatty Wang without hesitation, picked up a piece and put it in his mouth. This is a dish of boiled bamboo shoots. The chili peppers floating on top looked particularly appetizing, and they also smelled strongly fragrant. The bamboo shoots looked thinly sliced, and when Lin Chen bit them, they felt particularly crispy. This makes everyone think that this dish is amazing. Unfortunately, Lin Chen took a bite and put the bamboo shoots on the bowl in front of him. I frowned. This boiled bamboo shoots looks delicious. But this dish is terrible. What? Bad? Then everyone stretched out their chopsticks, picked up a bite and put it into their mouths to chew, and said with their eyes wide open, "Sure." Okay? Is this okay? Why? Have they never seen real food? Come on. I'll show you my skills. Lin Chen stood up, patted Fatty Wang on the shoulder, and walked towards the kitchen. Everyone believed Lin Chen's words without a doubt, except Yi Qingying, who was very curious and asked Ding Xiaoya, "Sister Xiaoya, what's going on with my master?" Ding Xiaoya smiled mysteriously and didn't say anything. She just blinked her eyes. "You will know in a moment." 10 minutes later, Lin Chen came back with Fatty Wang. This time, Fatty Wang came back with a plate of bamboo shoots in his hand. This time it's steamed bamboo shoots. It looks much more elegant, but it smells like a fresh bamboo shoot fragrance. Snap! Yi Qingying couldn't help herself and took the first bite. Wow! They are really delicious. I have never eaten bamboo shoots so delicious. Yi Qingying's praise directly shows that Lin Chen's dish is better than Fatty Wang's. Tasty? Even Zhou Jia, who never eats bamboo shoots, came over and took a small piece to taste it. Wow! Xiaoya, I've decided. I want to live in your house. Zhou Jia blurted out. Ding Xiaoya stamped her feet, her face flushed. No! How could I not know what you're thinking? Don't even think about it. Ha ha! Zhou Jia didn't give up and continued to ask, "Then it's okay for me to come to your house for a meal once a week?" Okay. But we've agreed that this can only happen when I'm around, otherwise you're not allowed to even think about it. Ding Xiaoya warned her colleague. Zhou Jia nodded cunningly, "Okay. As long as I have something to eat, anything is fine. Add me in too." Guan Jia also came over and said. When the three roommates heard that the two beauties were going to Lin Chen's house for dinner, they all raised their hands and shouted, "Fourth brother, don't forget us." Master Yi Qingying, this cold beauty, can actually pout. Master. And me. Fatty Wang looked at Lin Chen pitifully. Hey. What are you all joining in the fun? However, this meal was quite happy. It changed from Yi Qingying's thank you dinner to their gathering. After 3 rounds of drinks, Lin Chen put the glass in his hand on the table and stood up. In an instant, the box became quiet. This baby food competition is incredibly important to us. If we can win the championship, the benefits are self-evident. Not only will the Zixiangshuan brand be preserved, but there will also be even greater benefits. Fatty Wang scratched his head and asked, "Master. But we don't have a place in the competition yet." Lin Chen glared at him and gave the competition ticket that Yi Qingying had fought for to Fatty Wang. Looking at the ticket in his hand, Fatty Wang couldn't believe it. This master was really an expert. He could get the ticket as soon as he said it. Although Fatty Wang really wanted to participate in the competition, he knew that his master was much better than him. If his master could participate, he would definitely be the champion. So he gritted his teeth and gave the ticket back to Lin Chen. "Master. You should go. If you go, you'll definitely win the championship." Fatty Wang's action stunned everyone around him. Is one of China's 3 most famous chefs not good enough? Is Lin Chen really that amazing? But today I had this steamed bamboo shoot dish, which was really good. But why does Fatty Wang think that Lin Chen can win the championship? Ding Xiaoya agreed with Fatty Wang's idea, because she had seen Lin Chen's incredible knife skills, his elusive movements, and his mesmerizing flipping of the spoon. Fatty Wang was probably a million miles behind him. But everyone else was skeptical. No matter how good Lin Chen was, he was just an amateur. Fatty Wang is a professional. The competition is not about showing off his specialty, but about performing according to the theme. It's not that everyone doesn't trust Lin Chen, but that everyone trusts professionalism more. But Fatty Wang is a famous chef, so he wouldn't say anything nonsense, right? Could it be that Lin Chen's cooking skills have really reached that level? Hiss. Swish, swish, swish. Facing so many gazes, Lin Chen chuckled. Lin Chen gently pushed Fatty Wang's hand back and said slowly, "This is for you, I have another spot here." Ah. When did this quota become so worthless? He could take out 2 at once. But everyone is used to it, and it must be coming from Lin Chen's hands. Thank you, master. I'll try to get second place in this competition. Fatty Wang said happily. Runner-up. Perhaps even a runner-up in a competition like this would be a luxury. Fatty Wang made a wise and pragmatic move. Maybe the door of the box was not closed tightly, and a head popped in, asking curiously, since when did Fatty Wang's dream become to win the runner-up? Swish, swish, swish. All eyes turned to the door of the box. Who is so rude as to snoop into other people's boxes so brazenly? After taking a closer look, Lin Chen was happy and immediately went up to her, senior sister Luo. Chapter 55 Luo Mei's Love Tribulation. Senior sister Luo? Everyone in the room was curious about how Lin Chen knew everyone. It seemed like there was no one he didn't know. I saw Sister Na Luo in her work clothes, looking heroic and righteous. As soon as she stood there, no one dared to do anything bad, and they wouldn't even have the thought. Lin Chen. You're here too. Perfect. Come on over, I'll take you to see someone. Meet someone? Lin Chen turned around and glanced at Ding Xiaoya, and asked, "Who are you meeting?" My grandpa. Having said that, Luo Mei pulled Lin Chen out of the box. Walked towards the next box. Hey! I haven't agreed yet. Just let Grandpa and I agree. But I have a wife. Having a wife doesn't prevent my grandfather from seeing you. But I already have 4 children. That's even more okay. My grandpa doesn't mind. Lin Chen was speechless. What the hell was going on? I hope Ding Xiaoya doesn't misunderstand, otherwise I really want to be able to explain it later. What is this senior sister Luo trying to do? Bang! Luo Mei kicked open the door of the next private room, then dragged Lin Chen inside, shouting, "Grandpa! The person is here!" Oh! There were 3 or 4 people sitting in the box. Sitting in the middle was a white-haired old man who looked quite strong. Sitting on both sides were a man in military uniform and a woman who looked 70% similar to Luo Mei. Hello? I'm a friend of senior sister Luo, my name is Lin Chen. Meeting these people, Lin Chen felt a sense of respect from the bottom of his heart. A superior, a soldier, and a noble woman. This made Lin Chen unable to move freely. He seemed a little restrained. Are you Lin Chen? I've heard Mayor talk about you for a long time. Seeing you today, you're indeed a handsome man. The old man stroked his beard and nodded. The soldier beside him looked Lin Chen up and down and asked, "Who else is at home? How many brothers and sisters? Do you have a girlfriend? This is not just an ordinary meeting. This seems like meeting the parents. I'm actually married." Lin Chen stood up and answered awkwardly. Whoosh. The soldier also stood up and pointed at Luo Mei, "Nonsense." Well. The atmosphere became very awkward, and Luo Mei, who was always carefree, lowered her head and began to cry. While crying, she pleaded, "I just don't want the blind date you arranged. Lin Chen is the best man for me. He is my dream. Unfortunately, he is already married, so you can forget about getting me married in this life." Well. Lin Chen's head was full of black lines. Isn't this just making himself hateful? Senior sister. Do we have a grudge against each other? It would be fine if you didn't give me any benefits, but you're causing me trouble. Look, Luo Badian swung his fist and hit Lin Chen in the face. Fine then. I'll ruin your dream. Then you can get married honestly. It happened in the blink of an eye. This punch used 50% of Luo Badian's strength. If it were an ordinary person, this punch would either kill him or injure him. But Lin Chen is not an ordinary person. No! Luo Mei exclaimed. Then his body flashed and stood in front of Lin Chen. Bang! Luo Mei was knocked down by her father's punch. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out, spilling all over the ground and staining the clothes red. Lin Chen hugged the injured Luo Mei and blamed himself. Senior sister. Why did you do this? When Luo Batian saw that he had hurt his daughter, he became even more angry. He pointed at Lin Chen and shouted, "Get up, if it weren't for you, my daughter wouldn't be injured. You have to compensate me with my healthy daughter." As he said that, he was about to go forward and pull Lin Chen over and beat him up. Enough! The old man finally spoke. Why don't you call an ambulance? If you don't change your temper, how can you be promoted to general? Even if they agree, I won't agree. I can't put the lives of millions of soldiers in the hands of someone like you. Hiss. When it touched Luo Batian's sore spot, he immediately calmed down. The old man came to Lin Chen and said, "Young man, how about helping me take Mayor to the hospital?" Yes. Please. The woman said anxiously. No. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen refused directly. The old man's face darkened. Could this kid really think that just because Mayor likes him, he can go against their Luo family at will? Then, Lin Chen continued to say something that shocked them all. I can cure senior sister Luo. What? Are you a doctor? The woman asked immediately. Lin Chen shook his head and did not answer. He took out a pill from his pocket and stuffed it directly into Luo Mei's mouth. The old man and the others were shocked. What did this kid just feed Mayor? Will this hurt Mayor? However, a miracle happened. Luo Mei's pale face gradually turned red. Luo Batian and others looked at each other and sighed in their hearts. This kid is really something. But the good times didn't last long. Some dirt began to secrete from Luo Mei's body, emitting a fishy smell. The woman began to panic. It's okay, Auntie can just take senior sister Luo to take a bath. I'll just wait here and not go anywhere. Lin Chen knew what they were worried about and said something to reassure them. In fact, Luo Mei had woken up a long time ago, but she felt so comfortable in Lin Chen's arms. How nice it would be if she could lie in his arms forever. It's just a pity that Ding Xiaoya got the upper hand and even gave birth to a child. It's impossible for Luo Mei to have the same child in this life. Why? After experiencing this disaster, Luo Mei also figured it out. After Luo Mei's mother took Luo Mei out, there were only 3 men left in the box. The box became quiet again. Are you really married? The old man asked again. Absolutely true. It's in the next room, box 222. Lin Chen said openly. He was not afraid of Luo Batian's revenge. On the contrary, he really wanted to compete with Luo Batian to see if his body could have a 100% chance of winning against the man who wanted to become a general. Because all along, Lin Chen had never tested what level he had reached after the transformation by the marrow cleansing pill. Box 222? Hey! That's not a box that ordinary people can enter. You kid, you can't be lying. Luo Batian narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Chen, as if he wanted to see through Lin Chen. Bang! The door was pushed open. He was right, I was next door, but now I'm here. The person who came in was Ding Xiaoya. This cold beauty was worried about Lin Chen, so she chased him out and even found out that Lin Chen was in this box. This woman is extraordinary. Ding Xiaoya straightened her body, took big strides, walked confidently to Lin Chen, sat down, naturally put her arm around Lin Chen's arm, and smiled at each other. This doesn't seem like acting, it's real. The old man and Luo Batian's expressions became even uglier. How is my daughter inferior to her? Luo Batian asked arrogantly. Bang! Lin Chen slammed the table hard and stood up again. Chapter 56 I have conditions. Facing their questioning, Lin Chen retorted, the woman I, Lin Chen, choose does not need anyone to question, and she is simply better than anyone else. Of course, senior sister Luo is not bad either, but marriage and love are all about fate. I hope that as elders, you will not interfere too much in senior sister Luo's feelings. Lin Chen's words left the 2 men stunned. Luo Batian, a soldier, and the old man who used to be a soldier, like Lin Chen's character, he dares to act and take responsibility, and he dares to slam the table. Ding! Congratulations, Master. This side quest has been triggered. Complete the slam the table for your wife quest and you'll be rewarded with the 10th level Tathagata palm and a recipe for a health boosting elixir. What? This works too. What a great system for doting on my wife and taking care of my baby. I, Lin Chen, have to dote on my wife. It seems I have to be nicer to the system in the future. The system sensed Lin Chen's thoughts and was extremely happy. That's right. If the master treats Xiaodi well, Xiaodi will choose the best task for the master, and it will never be wrong. Lin Chen was stunned. Okay. Xiaodi, from today on, just tell me what you want to eat or buy. Xiaodi, I am the system, I don't need it. Humph. Lin Chen, then how can I treat you well? Xiaodi, if you treat your wife and baby well, you're treating me well. Once I'm bound to you, I become their thoughts and will receive your love for them. The deeper your love, the more powerful the system will be. Lin Chen, got it. Juk. Tathagata palm, 10th level. This time Luo Badian should not be my opponent. I wonder how many moves I can use to defeat him. Here, Lin Chen's words completely touched the hearts of the two men of the Luo family. Good. Good. Mr. Luo said two good words in a row. Luo Badian also slammed the table and stood up. Okay. Just for what you said, I can let Mayor go. But I think you are a warrior, and I would like to spar with you. I wonder if you dare to agree. Tyrant! Old Master Luo exclaimed. Of course, Mr. Luo knew how capable his son was. It wouldn't matter if this guy could withstand it, but I'm afraid he'd really kill him with one punch. Before Luo Badian could answer, Lin Chen waved his hand. No problem. I accept the challenge. Ding Xiaoya carefully tugged at the corner of Lin Chen's clothes. Lin Chen comforted Ding Xiaoya in her ear. Don't worry, I won't do anything without confidence. The venue was arranged by Luo Badian. On one side of the venue were Lin Chen's family and friends, and on the other side were the old man of the Luo family and Luo Mei. In the middle of the martial arts hall, Luo Badian was ready to make a move, while Lin Chen stood there calm and composed like a mountain. Let's begin. Just enough. Don't ruin the relationship. With a command from the Luo family's old man, the two sides entered the showdown time. Ding Xiaoya, husband. Come on. Dabao, dad. He. Erbao, daddy, woo. Sanbao, baba. Yeah. Four treasures. Lin Chen looked back at them, and his heart was filled with strength. He shouted to Luo Badian, come on. Those who are afraid of death are not real men. Humph. Luo Badian snorted coldly and threw a punch. Bang. A body flew backwards. But Lin Chen did not move. The one who flew backwards was Luo Badian. It was actually Luo Badian. Bang. He fell heavily to the ground, blood spurting out of his mouth. It looked like he was seriously injured. Before he fainted, Luo Badian shouted, how is this possible? Yes. How is it possible? Everyone was stunned. Originally thought this was a one-sided result, but now. That's right. It's one-sided. It's just leaning the other way. Lin Chen. You severely injured my dad. Luo Mei glared at Lin Chen and quickly took out her cell phone to make a call. No need. Let's carry him to the bathroom. Lin Chen fed Luo Badian a bodybuilding pill without leaving any trace, then nodded to Luo Mei. Luo Mei has benefited greatly from this pill. Look at her skin and face. It looks like water will drip out of them if you pinch them lightly. TSK. Anyone who sees Luo Mei will take a few more glances. Even the woman next to her was holding her daughter's hand and asking questions non-stop. If Luo Badian had not been knocked down, the woman would have continued asking questions for a long time. Lin Chen gave Luo Mei a grateful look. Keeping the rejuvenating pill a secret was a testament to Lin Chen. After this ordeal, senior sister Luo had let things go. He already had a wife and children, so she wouldn't bother him anymore. Maybe being friends wouldn't be bad. Luo Badian was carried into the bathroom and came out alive and well soon. Ha, Lin Chen. I have an errand for you, can you accept it? Faced with Luo Badian's question, Lin Chen did not agree immediately. I have a wife and children, so let me make it clear first. 1. I don't do anything dangerous. 2. I don't do anything that is against others. 3. I don't do anything that is meaningless or a waste of time. Luo Badian and old man Luo looked at each other and nodded. It seems that Mayor really did not make a mistake in choosing you. You are a rare talent, but Mayor is not that lucky. At this time, the three roommates bravely said, "Report to the chief. The three of us are single." Well, isn't this too bold? Luo Mei walked up to them and looked around. "Can you take a beating? If you can't, don't try to be smart." As she spoke, Luo Mei punched the sandbag next to her, and the sandbag instantly caved in. Hiss. If someone gets punched like this, he'll probably die. Forget it. Forget it. I'd better save my life and pick up other girls. This thorny rose should be left to those with the ability to pick it. Seeing that Lin Chen did not directly refuse, Luo Badian immediately felt that there was a chance. He stepped forward and patted Lin Chen on the shoulder. "Come with me." Ding Xiaoya was worried and kept pulling at the corner of Lin Chen's clothes. Lin Chen gave Ding Xiaoya a reassuring look, then reluctantly let go. The two of them entered a room alone. Luo Badian said straight to the point, "There's no need to tell me my identity. As long as you agree to join, I can reveal it to you at any time. But if you don't agree, I'm sorry I can't be honest with you. It seems to be kept secret. However, in China, only those institutions can maintain confidentiality." Call. To be honest, Lin Chen was a little excited. After all, winning glory for the country and doing things for the people is a belief engraved in the bones of every Chinese. Now that he has such an opportunity, he certainly doesn't want to miss it. "Of course, I don't want to do anything fearless." "What are the conditions?" Lin Chen asked coldly. Generally speaking, to enter such a department, there are either extremely high requirements or various prohibitions. For someone like Lin Chen, who doesn't like being bound, it would definitely be difficult to accept. It's better to ask first, and if it doesn't work, then retreat. Luo Badian answered domineeringly, "I am the one who invited you this time, and I don't need any conditions from you." "Oh. So he's the main one. Don't blame me for being rude then." So Lin Chen changed the subject, "But I have a condition." Chapter 57: Joining the Dragon Army. Luo Badian seemed to have anticipated Lin Chen's request and accepted it calmly. "Tell me. As long as I can make the decision and agree to it, I will definitely not hesitate and will definitely satisfy you." At this time, Luo Badian was eager to recruit talents and wanted to recruit Lin Chen into the team he was about to form. "You are not allowed to interfere with my life at any time, including disturbing my family." "Of course." Luo Badian nodded in agreement. "Also, I can only help you with things if I agree to do so." "No. You will be the captain of this team, so you don't need to do missions often." Luo Badian thought for a moment and replied. "Team leader?" I didn't expect Luo Badian would give me such a heavy burden. Half an hour later, Lin Chen and Luo Badian came out of the room one after another. Ding Xiaoya immediately went up to him. "Husband." Lin Chen took her hand and said, "Don't worry. Everything will be fine." After they went home, Lin Chen said to Xiaoya, "I will be a member of a secret organization in China in the future." "What?" Ding Xiaoya screamed. "Is that dangerous? Will we ever have a chance to see each other again?" "No. Husband. The baby and I can't live without you. I don't need you to be a hero, I just want you to be the hero of our family. Okay? Let's return this tomorrow. We're quitting." Well. Lin Chen didn't expect Ding Xiaoya's reaction to be so big, but this also showed Ding Xiaoya's concern for him. Ding Xiaoya finally found a bit of peace, but she didn't want to go back to raising 4 children alone. That was too tiring. And now that she has someone to rely on, she really just wants to lean on this shoulder and never leave. "Ha ha. Are you worried about me?" Lin Chen asked with a grin. Ding Xiaoya rolled her eyes at him, raised her little foot, and stepped on Lin Chen's instep. "Humph. Who cares? I'm just worried that the children will be without a father." "Oh? In that case, I'll move out tomorrow and live outside from now on." "You dare?" "Hee hee. I dare not. I have a wife and baby here, why should I go out? Also, my identity must be kept secret. You are not allowed to tell anyone, including both sets of parents." Lin Chen put away his smile and said seriously. But Ding Xiaoya curled her lips in grievance. She really didn't want to lose her current life. She was really tired. She really needed Lin Chen's love and care. "Don't be afraid. I'm here. I'm not going anywhere, don't worry. I'm free." Lin Chen held Ding Xiaoya in his arms and comforted her carefully. Chunmei and Xiaoxian carried the children into the baby's room, trying not to disturb them. The 4 bodyguards also went to their respective posts and performed their duties conscientiously. Lin Chen picked up Ding Xiaoya and walked into the room. The 2 of them sat on the floor beside the bed. Xiaoya was sitting next to Lin Chen, with her head resting on his shoulder. They both looked out the window, admiring the moonlight outside and talking about their inner thoughts. This was the first time they spoke from the heart, apart from their initial correspondence. One was affectionate, the other was gentle. The more they talked, the more relaxed they became, and the more immersed they became in their love for each other. At dawn, when it was still light, Lin Chen carefully carried Ding Xiaoya to bed, covered her with a quilt, then quietly left, closed the door, and went to the study alone. Yes. Lin Chen didn't close his eyes all night and couldn't fall asleep. Because Luo Badian gave him a task, which was to win the championship of this baby food competition and find out the spy hidden in it. At that time, relevant personnel would come to arrest people, and Lin Chen would not need to come forward at all. Lin Chen was already the captain and coach of the Shenlong army. From now on, he would receive missions from Luo Badian, and then he would give orders to the team members. It was that simple. But now, all you have to do is study your opponent. For Lin Chen, winning the championship is not a problem. The problem is finding the spy among these competitors. There were 5 names written on the notebook in front of him. It was the list given to him by Luo Badian. The 5 people above are the opponents participating in this baby food competition. These are all famous chefs in China. They never thought that spies have invaded our lives. It's really hateful. But what is the spy's goal? Sneaking into this baby food competition, is there something wrong with his brain? Then, Lin Chen shook his head. He didn't need to think about these things. As long as he could lure the person out, as long as he won the championship of this great competition, the other party would expose himself. All right. See you at the Baby Food Master Contest. The competition will begin in a week. This kind of event doesn't have a preliminary round, it's just an invitation-only event, and then the finals begin directly. Therefore, there are not many opportunities left for these contestants, only 3 chances to enter the finals. Whoever gets the most points 3 times wins. There are 10 contestants, including Lin Chen and Fatty Wang, and 8 others. The 5 people given by Luo Badian are just suspects. Before the truth is revealed, anyone could be the target, so what Lin Chen has to do now is to confirm the names of the remaining 3 people. Lin Chen came out of the study. No one had gotten up yet. Lin Chen looked at his watch and saw that it was only 6 o'clock, so he still had time. She went into the kitchen and started cooking breakfast. After Lin Chen put soy milk, eggs, bread, fried dough sticks, egg pancakes, and buns on the dining table, Chunmei and Xiaoxian came out of the room, stretching lazily. Mr. Lin. Sorry, I got up late. Xiaoxian scratched her head embarrassedly. Chunmei walked to the dining table nonchalantly, picked up a fried dough stick and stuffed it into her mouth. Pa! Xiaoxian slapped Chunmei's hand. Chunmei immediately bowed her head and admitted her mistake to Lin Chen. I'm sorry. I really didn't mean it. Well. Am I that kind of unkind person? Obviously not. At this moment, Ding Xiaoya came down from upstairs. Seeing the scene, she asked, "What happened?" It's nothing. After realizing that she had done something wrong, Chunmei felt terrible. No matter how much Ding Xiaoya asked, they just lowered their heads and refused to say a word. Ding Xiaoya had no choice but to ask Lin Chen, "Tell me, what happened?" At this time, Xiaoxiang said, "It's none of Lin Xiao's fault. It's just that the breakfast Lin Xiao cooked was too appetizing. Chunmei didn't even wash her hands, and you guys haven't eaten yet, but she, as the nanny, ate first." Call. I see. I was wondering what else it was. I just want to have breakfast. What's the big deal? Chunmei. It's okay. Eat when you're hungry. You don't have to wait for us. Seriously. Ding Xiaoya's words moved Chunmei and Xiaoxiang deeply. It was such a blessing to meet such a good employer in this life. I have classes in the morning, you guys take good care of the baby at home. Ding Xiaoya picked up a steamed bun and an egg pancake, put them in a bag, and ran out. Don't be anxious. There is still time. Lin Chen looked down. Oh my god. I'm going to be late. If he was late normally, he would be late, but today was different. If he was late, it would be equivalent to Lin Chen giving up the exam and automatically admitting defeat. Let us hurry up. Etc. There was still one thing left to do. He stepped out of the villa and then retreated back. Chapter 58. A Genius Once in a Century. Lin Chen suddenly remembered something. Didn't I say hello to the baby before going out? Ever since Lin Chen became a father, his mind has been full of the baby. Even looking at them for a second longer changes your entire mental state. No matter how bad your mood is, you will feel refreshed when you see them. Look, the babies are waving their little hands and waving to Lin Chen. Dabao, daddy. He. Bao, daddy. Woo. Sanbao, baba. Iya. 4 treasures. Suddenly Sanbao twisted his butt, and a wave of heat filled the air. Chunmei and Xiaoshan covered their noses and fanned the air with their hands. Why? I pooped again. Lin Chen changed Sanbao's diaper again. Ding. Complete the companion sign-in. Reward, 500 baby points. A total of 500 points will be awarded at once, and the points will also be increased by 500 points. Wife loving points, 1000. Baby points, 688. Points, 1688. He. Now he is rich. The higher these points are, the more confident Lin Chen feels. Wife pampering points and baby feeding points can be used to exchange for items. Points can be used to consume, Eye of Prediction. Hiss. 10 minutes left before we're late. It seems that today is the deadline for the calculus teacher's test. This is the day when the calculus teacher wants to take revenge. I think the test paper will not be easy. If you are late, who knows what the advanced math teacher will do. I drove at full speed all the way. Luckily I didn't encounter a single traffic policeman on the road. The moment Lin Chen stepped into the classroom, the bell for class rang. Call. So suspenseful. Chi Hutu on the podium looked at Lin Chen coldly and said lightly, "You are late." Late? No such thing, at most I just got in on time. Lin Chen didn't care and found a seat to sit down. The third child happened to be next to him. He lowered his voice and said, "Fourth child, why are you here so late? I have already taken the exam for one class, and there is only one class left. Are you sure you can pass it?" What? Isn't advanced mathematics the second period? Lin Chen's voice was a little loud, startling Chi Hutu. Don't talk, or you'll be kicked out of the exam room. Don't blame me for turning my back on you. Some people can't do the test, so just admit defeat. The worst that can happen is you fail. It's not shameful. Chi Hutu looked at Lin Chen smugly. You are so confused, you are really cunning and sly. He actually moved the exam to start in the first class. Did he think that by shortening the time, I, Lin Chen, would not be able to take the test? In one class, I still finished all the questions. The third brother poked Lin Chen and blinked his eyes. Only then did Lin Chen notice the test paper on the table, opened it and counted it. Oh my god. You're such a fool. You're playing dirty. Not only did you move up the time limit, you also increased the content of the test. It's almost twice as much as usual. Looking around, everyone was writing furiously with worried looks on their faces. It seemed that there was no time left. Not to mention myself, even they probably don't have enough time. That's the case. Then let me show you what a real academic master looks like. Lin Chen was completely focused, the pen in his hand gliding across the test paper like a long leg. His elegant and timeless handwriting left no unnecessary strokes on the test paper. This? Is it a ghost painting? Chi Hutu's first reaction was that Lin Chen was mad at him and started scribbling on the test paper. But 5 minutes passed and Lin Chen was still writing tirelessly. 10 minutes passed and it was still the same. 30 minutes passed, and Lin Chen finally put down his pen and placed it on the table. Finished? Is this the end? Chi Hutu walked forward curiously to see Lin Chen's test paper. Bang! Lin Chen slammed his palm on the table. It scared everyone. Lin Chen! What are you doing? If you want to take the test, continue. If you don't want to take the test, hand in the paper. Chi Hutu was also frightened by Lin Chen and immediately put on his serious face to scare Lin Chen. He. I'm not a scared person, why are you pretending? Lin Chen spoke calmly, since it is a bet, the papers must be judged by a third party. This is fair and just. You are a student and I am a teacher. Is it wrong for me to look at your test paper? Shi Hutu was so angry at Lin Chen that he blew his beard and glared at him. Swish, swish, swish. The students around all put down their pens and started watching the excitement. That's right. But as the party who made the bet with me, you have no right to look at my test paper. You? Shi Hutu pointed at Lin Chen with a trembling hand. However, he was sure that Lin Chen would not pass the test, and his smile slowly returned to his face. What do you want? No matter what. Find someone to witness it. Lin Chen paused for a moment. Why not Principal Zhang? No. Shi Hutu's first reaction was to refuse. Last time, Principal Zhang favored this guy in his office. Who knows if they are in the same group? Just as I was about to refuse, Principal Zhang, who happened to be passing by the door, stuck half of his head out and asked, "Do you need my help?" No. Shi Hutu's first reaction was to wave his hand. Principal Zhang is here just in time. Lin Chen raised his voice. I'm making a bet with Teacher Qi. If I pass this test, he'll get out of Jianghai University. If I don't, I'll leave Jianghai University on my own. What? Principal Zhang was shocked. How confident was Lin Chen? What if he lost? Wouldn't that embarrass him? Since Shi Hutu had written the test, his chances of passing were much smaller. Why? Lin Chen is still young, but Shi Hutu is an old fox, so it's normal for him to be plotted against. I hope to calm this storm with my old face. Okay. I'll be the middleman and call in Old Hu from the mathematics department. Let him decide the outcome of this bet. Since Old Hu was asked to come and Principal Zhang was the one who came forward, Shi Hutu just shook his head slightly and had no reason to refuse. After a while, Lao Hu received a call from Principal Zhang and ran into the classroom happily. Principal Zhang, are you looking for me? Look at this test paper, how many points can you get? Principal Zhang pointed to the test paper in front of Lin Chen's desk. Old Hu put on his reading glasses and began to correct the papers carefully at the podium. Frown at the beginning. This guy was so angry and happy. It must be that Lin Chen filled out the form randomly from the beginning, haha. He was sure to win this time. But Old Hu immediately put on another face, and the more he changed, the richer the expression on his face became. Half an hour later, Old Hu took off his reading glasses and excitedly walked up to President Zhang. Genius. Genius. We at Jianghai University finally have a once-in-a-century genius. Genius? Once in a century? Is this Old Hu really confused? Shi Hutu came forward and saw that it was 100 points. How is this possible? Clearly, he spent an entire night collecting these difficult and off-topic questions, some of which were even outside the textbook. How did he do that? But he immediately burst into laughter again, haha. My test paper was worth 180 points, but I only got 100 points. Of course I didn't pass. Lin Chen, do you have anything else to say? What? Failed? Chapter 59. I have someone above me. Old Hu put on his reading glasses again and angrily said, whose teacher made this test? Why didn't they use 100 points? I gave the wrong score. If all the answers are correct, I get 180 points. Then write a red 180. Then he continued, who wrote this test? Not only does it not match our current curriculum, it's also difficult to understand and even a bit off topic. This is sheer nonsense. Which teacher in my math department is this? I'm definitely not letting him off the hook. He had no idea that the person was Shi Hutu, who was looking embarrassed at the moment. I felt so unwilling to accept it. How is that possible? No matter how talented Lin Chen is, there's no way he can answer all those questions correctly. Impossible. Shi Hutu snatched the test paper from Lao Wu's hand and read through the questions one by one, with beads of sweat dripping down his forehead. How is this possible? This is impossible. Old Hu on the side was fanning the flames. Nothing is impossible. It seems that this student Lin Chen is really amazing. Principal Zhang, I suggest that we negotiate a contract with Lin Chen in advance. Ahem. Principal Zhang coughed to remind the outspoken mathematics group leader, Old Hu. At this time, Shi Hutu's eyes were filled with anger and he was about to lose his mind. This is to attack Lin Chen's test paper. How shameless. Lin Chen was quick-witted and snatched the test paper, handed it intact to Zhang Xiaoshang, and then asked, Principal Zhang, some people are not convinced of the bet and want to go back on their word. I don't think Shanghai University needs to keep such people, right? Principal Zhang still had some concerns. But at this time, Ji Hutu had already lost his mind and pointed at Lin Chen and shouted, Impossible. Lin Chen must have cheated. Cheating? So Principal Zhang checked Lin Chen's seat and found that there was not even a book or a note. How could he have cheated? No. Ji Hutu's mind was a mess, so he pointed at those students and said, Lin Chen must have copied them. Plagiarize? He really thought of it. So Principal Zhang asked Lao Wu to call all the teachers in the mathematics group and spend half an hour marking the test papers of all 100 students. As a result, no one passed, let alone got full marks. Impossible. Impossible. Ji Hutu shouted as he rushed out of the classroom. Gone? Principal Zhang. Old Hu called out. Principal Zhang stretched out his hand to stop Lao Wu from continuing, and then said to Lin Chen, Come to my office, and Lao Wu too. Principal Zhang's office. Principal, I think. Stop talking nonsense, what level has Lin Chen reached? The two old men were muttering to each other, and from time to time they glanced at Lin Chen, who was sitting on the sofa and snapping his fingers boredly. I can't say for sure, but one thing is for sure, he's more impressive than anyone at Shanghai University. Old Hu pushed his reading glasses and said seriously. Real? Including you and me. Hiss. So impressive. You should know that Shanghai University had its IQ assessed, and only Principal Zhang and Old Hu reached 130, making them the smartest people in the school. That means Lin Chen must be above 130. Hey! Are you done yet? It's alright, I'm leaving first. With that, Lin Chen stood up from the sofa, opened the door, and walked out. In the office, Old Hu complained to Principal Zhang, It's already this late, why are you still hesitating? One is old and confused, the other is young and promising, what are you worried about? Principal Zhang stood up and handed Lao Hu a cigarette. Lao Hu lit it for him and took a deep puff. I'm worried about the forces behind Ji Hutu. Who? Qi family. Qi family? Which one is that Qi family? Old Hu's eyes widened. Yes. The Qi family that Principal Zhang was referring to was the Qi family, the most prominent family in Shanghai City, and Ji Hutu was one of them. For so many years, Shanghai University has allowed Ji Hutu to do whatever he wants. The deterrent power of the Qi family cannot be underestimated. Now comes the problem. Either choose Lin Chen or choose the Qi family. Old Hu and Principal Zhang looked at each other. Principal Zhang shook his head helplessly, there is no choice now. Lin Chen donated 400 million yuan to the school to set up Jiangda Technology Company. What? Lao Hu's reading glasses almost fell to the ground. 400 million? This is money, not toilet paper. It seems that this young Lin Chen is not simple. At this moment, Lin Chen walked aimlessly on the campus, wondering what choices Principal Zhang and Old Hu would make. Just in case. At this time, there was a noise not far away, and there was a familiar voice among them. How many times have I told you not to wear skirts or hairpins in class? Have you forgotten? A bald man scolded seriously. Ding Xiaoya responded coldly to Director Lu, I wear whatever I want. Doesn't the school have a rule that teachers are not allowed to wear skirts? Besides, I have these safety pants underneath, which doesn't affect my image. You are deliberately looking for trouble. Director Lu squinted his eyes and looked at Ding Xiaoya, saying, Tisk tsk. Is this a provocation or blasphemy? Anyway, Ding Xiaoya couldn't stand it. Director Lu, please be respectful, otherwise. What else? Do you think the school trusts me or you? Hiss. Another threat. Of course you believe me. At this point, Lin Chen couldn't listen anymore. Seeing Lin Chen appear, Ding Xiaoya was overjoyed. She ran to Lin Chen and threw herself into his arms, husband. Hiss. The word husband made Director Lu envious and jealous. The goddess he had been thinking about for many years was picked away by someone for no reason. He really couldn't swallow this. Who are you? How dare you interfere in the affairs of my music department? Director Lu said angrily. Lin Chen. Ding Xiaoya's husband, do you think you have the right to intervene? Husband? Who knows what kind of relationship it is? Director Lu responded sarcastically. Pa. 5 fiery finger marks were imprinted on his face. Lin Chen was well known for doting on his wife, so how could he allow him to slander her like this? A slap in the face was too light. I think you should quit being the director and go home, Lin Chen said coldly. Kick me out? Don't worry, even if Principal Zhang loses his position, I won't. I will return that slap tenfold. Director Lu covered his face with one hand and pointed at Lin Chen with the other, shouting. It seems that there is a force behind this. Director Lu. I think you don't want to work at this school anymore. Principal Zhang happened to be chasing Lin Chen and passed by here and ran into him. When Principal Zhang caught him, Director Lu threw up his hands and yelled, How dare you do anything to me? I'm telling you, Teacher Chi Hutu is protecting me. Do you know who's behind Teacher Chi Hutu? Chi Hutu? It seems that Director Lu is Chi Hutu's lackey. It seems that it is time to make a decision. This matter ends here. Principal Zhang snorted coldly. Old Hu, who was standing by, wanted to continue performing, but was pulled away by Principal Zhang. Principal Zhang. Let me go. I have to teach those lawless guys a lesson, Old Hu shouted angrily. Chapter 60, There is a camera installed at the door. Enough. Can you beat Director Lu, or fight Chi Hutu alone? Well. Faced with Principal Zhang's questioning, Old Hu raised his reading glasses and calmed down. Yes. I am old, and it seems I can't beat those two old foxes. No. We cannot allow this evil force to continue to erode this pure land of Jianghai University. But Lao Hu was unwilling to give up. We really should make a decision. Principal Zhang closed his eyes and nodded slowly. Drive the Qi family out of Jianghai University. Old Hu clenched his fist happily. He felt very upset that he didn't punch Director Lu just now. It's time to say no to the Qi family. I don't believe that the Qi family really dares to turn against Jianghai University, Principal Zhang said with a righteous look on his face. Lin Chen casually interjected, There's nothing they can't do. Since President Zhang is determined, I, Lin Chen, as a donor to Jianghai University and an investor in Jianghai technology, have a responsibility to eradicate this large family for you. Hiss. Principal Zhang just wanted to resist, but he didn't say to eradicate it. Lin Chen said he wanted to eradicate it right away, which scared Principal Zhang so much that he stared at Lin Chen for a long time. It took a long time before he said one word, okay? There is no way out anyway. According to the temperament of the Qi family, there is no difference between turning against them and eliminating them. If you want to do something, do it big. Principal Zhang put all his chips on Lin Chen. Don't alert them yet. Wait until the baby food competition is over before dealing with them, Lin Chen instructed. At present, the most important competition is the Baby Food Master competition, and Shijia can't be defeated in a day or two. This requires an opportunity, so don't be in a hurry. Moreover, Lin Chen vaguely felt that he might meet someone from the Qi family in this competition. Lin Chen took Ding Xiaoya back home and found that Chunmei and Xiuxiang had taken the children out. The two of them looked at each other and guessed what the other was thinking. Lin Chen picked up Ding Xiaoya and walked towards the bedroom. Just as he picked her up, he heard the baby's voice at the door. They looked at each other and smiled helplessly. They are back. Why? Lin Chen put Ding Xiaoya down helplessly. Ding Xiaoya blushed and tapped Lin Chen with her hand. Then they all quickly went downstairs to greet the babies who had returned. Hey! So you guys are home. I was looking for my keys when you came to open the door. Chunmei rummaged through her pockets. Xiuxiang on the side was rather indifferent. She didn't say a word, but just walked inside holding Sanbao. Key? Could it be that this careless nanny forgot to bring the key? Lin Chen looked towards the gate and suddenly opened the Eye of Prediction. Two sneaky men were holding a bunch of keys and trying to open the door of Lin Chen's villa. Oh. It's not that you didn't bring it with you, but that it was lost or stolen by a thief. Fortunately, the 4 bodyguards were there, and the baby was fine. Just as he was frowning, Shouty reminded him, Master. Why don't you go shopping in the System Mall? That's right. So in the System Mall, Lin Chen picked out surveillance cameras. So I used 10 points to redeem a set of equipment, 2 cameras. One was installed at the door and one in the living room. Xiaochen, what are you doing? Wife, I am adding a layer of security to our lives, so that I can know the situation at home first, have full control over the baby's safety, and rush back as soon as possible. Ding Xiaoya didn't take it seriously, instead thought that Lin Chen was doing something unnecessary. It's a little difficult to enter the residential complex here. Besides, there are 4 bodyguards at home, so I believe the baby is safe. But if Lin Chen wants to do this, let him do it. It took Lin Chen half an hour to install the 2 cameras, adjust their positions, download an app from his mobile phone, and synchronize the images. In this way, no matter where Lin Chen is, he can control the situation at home as long as he takes out his mobile phone. The competition will start in 5 days, and Lin Chen still has one thing to do, which is to confirm the other 3 contestants for this competition. Wife, I won't be eating at home. I'm going to visit senior sister Luo. Lin Chen said hello to Ding Xiaoya. Senior sister Luo? Ding Xiaoya's face was a little unnatural. After all, senior sister Luo was interested in Lin Chen. Now that Lin Chen went to find her, there would be no. Seeing her hesitation, Lin Chen stepped forward to comfort her. Don't worry, honey. I went to ask her about the baby food competition, don't think too much. Humph. Am I that stingy? Why don't you go quickly? The sooner you go, the sooner you can come back. The baby is waiting for you to come back and feed you. Ding Xiaoya pouted and stamped her feet. Breastfeeding? Isn't that a woman's job? Lin Chen subconsciously looked down at his chest. I'll let you play tricks on me. Ding Xiaoya punched him in the chest. Of course Lin Chen knew that she was jealous, but there was nothing he could do unless he didn't want to know the information. There are 3 more people whose information must be known. Otherwise, if you don't even know your opponent, how can you win the game? The key is to lure out the spy. Nasty spy. Of course, Lin Chen would not tell Ding Xiaoya these words. He could not bring danger to his family. Can these 4 bodyguards protect the safety of the family? This was the first time Lin Chen asked himself. The system also said that as long as they don't encounter innate masters, the 4 of them should be invincible. But China is so vast, how can we be sure that we won't encounter enemies who are innate masters? Still can't be careless, Lin Chen felt an inexplicable sense of crisis in his heart. This feeling arose from the moment I agreed to join the Dragon Army with Luo Batian. Because Luo Batian told him some information he had never known before, such as the top 10 innate masters of China, such as the 4 hidden families of China, such as the evil forces eyeing the Chinese baby, such as some information that he had never heard of before made Lin Chen feel uneasy. Master. Don't worry. As long as you stay calm, they are no match for you. Make good use of your eye of prediction, and it will help you avoid all future disasters. System Xiaodi comforted Lin Chen. Yes. I have my own system and the eye of prediction, so there is nothing to be afraid of. Lin Chen drove Ding Xiaoya's car today. He stepped on the accelerator of the red Porsche Cayenne and it rumbled away. Looking at Lin Chen, who was leaving in a cloud of dust, Ding Xiaoya showed a smile on her face. She could see how much Lin Chen cared about her, and how he silently sacrificed for the family's protection. She would just quietly be the woman who supported him silently behind the scenes. Hey! Wife! What are you doing there? Why don't you go home? Lin Chen's voice came from somewhere. Hiss! Ding Xiaoya shuddered. Where did this sound come from?